Okay.
Hey, let's see if this is working on the audio. I am here with Isidafo, as always. Can you
Well,
hear us?
hopefully two of us people can
I
hear.
think you might be coming in a little faint, but we'll have to ask.
Oh,
We'll have to ask
no,
chat because what comes through in my audio is never the same as chat's audio.
I was gonna check my mic settings and then I got distracted. I forget where it is now though.
All right. Well, let's see if this is working.
We're good? Am I quiet? Okay. Well, at least people can.
If
I
you're
don't know.
quiet, I can turn up your volume
Quiet
also.
we can. Quiet we can fix in theory.
Is Isidafo coming in quiet or good? By
I
the way,
guess we're good.
see, I was supposed to ask you about this before the stream, but remind me. I have a couple predictions I want to run today. See if we can, now that we figured out how to get those working.
Okay.
Did I see there? Oh, actually, there are actually a bunch of collection missions, not just.
Yeah, it's a bunch of random pack missions. Nothing too exciting.
Huh, okay. These do actually have quite a significant effect depending on how they're chosen. Is the funny
They're
thing.
just Yeah, I mean, the thing with those is always weird is that like they get completed way more than they should. Of course.
Well, there's that. But the big
Oh,
thing. So I'm curious. I should see what mission duplicates I have. I should probably sell a bunch
yeah, probably
because I
quite a
always
lot.
end up with. I think I mentioned I had a couple thousand historical silver duplicates because that was the only way to make points.
Yes, you did mention that.
So I should probably sell a couple thousand silver duplicates because it's the only way to make points.
Hmm?
Um, so if Tactomax, if you had us muted, then I guess you were not the best person to answer whether Isidafo was coming in too faint.
Yes. Oh, by the way, this question on hold runners. So I do hold runners is a relevant rating. As far as I understand it, it's pretty much just for it's for both attempting stolen bases and stolen base success rate. Um, I don't believe it's to do with anything else, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Uh,
But it is a useful. I have it as a
it is a
useful
useful
rating
rating.
though.
It is a useful rating. Ground ball pitcher, fly ball types, I think, are theoretically useful, but in practice, not very helpful because they're what they really are is there's a ground ball percentage in the so it's sort of hidden, and those things are a descriptor of 5 different buckets of that ground ball percentage, but you don't have any way to know where in the bucket the number is. Um, so it, I find that it just leads to worse performance for the model than if you just ignore it.
I think it does have more of an effect in 25, but it's an indirect effect.
Yes,
That is
that's
to
fair.
say, my understanding is that I'll just click on a picture. The way that a picture like this is rated, um, essentially, is that, as I understand it, the movement rating is still the thing that's actually being rated from stats somehow. And then
Yes,
what's happening is based on a combination of the pitches, the pitch types, but
the
especially
arm
this
slot also, I believe.
what
I believe arm
is
slot is
arm slot. That
also.
makes sense. Yeah. So kind of these things listed on other pitching ratings, but in particular this ground ball to fly ball ratio, the movement is getting broken up into a combination of home run prevention and P-BABIP. And so what it means is fly ball pitchers are, kind of going to tend to allow more home runs, right? So that more
Yeah.
of the movement rating ends up toward P-BABIP, like this profile. And if we pick a ground ball guy, uh, that's another. I should find a good ground ball guy.
Maybe like some random one like Logan Webb, maybe.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, I was gonna say, I was trying to come up with like an actual random one. Here you go, extreme fly ball, right? So very much, all coming from P-BABIP. Uh, Eventually, I'll find a Neutral. So okay, neutral. So you see this is sort of balanced. Come on,
Yeah,
who's
but to be clear, like as long as you look at the P home run and the P BABIP and not the movement, then sort of that's already taken into account. Like it's not an additional thing on top of the P home run rating.
correct?
It's the
Correct.
movement.
That's right.
Yeah.
So the no, yeah, here you go. Yeah, Clement is sort of a ground ball guy, an extreme ground ball guy. All right, fine. I'll just pull up Logan Webb. All right, we'll pull up Logan Webb.
I just chose them at random. I don't know why.
No. That's true. Let's just randomly pull up Logan Webb and see what
You
that
could
looks
randomly
like.
pull up Framber Valdez instead if you wanted.
Right, but you see he's an extreme ground ball pitcher, and so kind of this movement rating ends up translating predominantly into home runs allowed.
So no, Tactile Next. It's basically as long as you're looking at the P home run and P BABIP, you can. That's it's already taken into account there. It's like if for some reason you decide you want to look at only movement and ignore P home run and P BABIP, I'm not quite sure why you would do that. But if for some reason you want to do that, then you would care.
Right, yeah. What's on the card is what's important. So in that sense, it's already taken into account.
Yeah.
There is, as I understand it, there's one additional small effect here, which does seem to be a real effect, but I've never found it to kind of be significant enough for roster building that it actually mattered in terms of the margins, which is it is actually a batted ball profile. So in principle, if you wanted to run like Alex Bregman types at short, which are all bat,
Yes.
maybe it's a little bit better to have sort of fly ball profile guys in terms of the batted ball profile. But the problem is, in practice, you're never going to find somebody where all of the other ratings on the card are identical and just the profiles changed. And the differences with all the other ratings on the card just end up always being more important. So
Yeah.
I think there is a real effect like this on the margins. It is the case that if you have like a huge infield defense and lousy outfield defense, probably ground ball pitchers are going to fare better than fly ball pitchers. It is the case that if you're running a park that has really big gaps, ground ball pitchers maybe are a little bit of advantage, and with tiny gaps, maybe fly ball ones or something. But ultimately, the differences in ratings on the card just always end up being more significant for me whenever I kind of model stuff. So
Yeah.
this is one of these things that I don't think ever actually ends up being a difference maker.
Yeah. I mean, so like when I'm sort of going through and running my sort of simulations to calculate the wobble weights, I can get wobble weights for ground balls and fly balls, strikeouts, and it tends to come out in almost every format that like fly ball equals strikeout very slightly less preferable pitchers than ground balls. So a ground ball is like very slightly better, but it's so tiny.
Yeah.
That yeah, it's the uncertainty from the bucket is greater than the difference. So yeah.
I mean, the truth is a lot of the stuff we're talking about is the same reason that when we're talking about where we rate players, often like, isidafo and I, one of us will say like, this is my number 2 starter, and the other will say, oh, it's only number 5 for me. And then we'll say, we'll sort of look at it and we'll say, okay, but actually, all of our starters 2 through 7 are pretty much in
Right.
one tier and close enough to each other that you could kind of pick anyone in that tier and get about the same performance. And so it's going to more have to do with other matchups,
Yep. Yep. And that's really where, kind of the
Yeah. So this effect
lost.
won't move anybody a tier, but if you were to take Logan Webb and say switch his home run prevention and P BABIP, in a way that kept the same movement, that would move him down multiple tiers.
Yes. Well, at least, yeah, in this particular some environment, in a dead ball thing, it's going to make them a lot better, for example.
Yeah. Well, so Consuegra, there are a lot of great things about Consuegra. There's one really bad thing about Consuegra, which is this 54 stamina. And or actually a better way to say it is, because not just the stamina. The really bad thing about Consuegra does not appear in the card shop. So let me actually pull up the card. Because I have live cards listed. swear I'll figure out this interface at some point.
And
Because he's not in a mission yet, apparently. Here we go. Let's try this again. Now we got Consuegra pulled up. The really bad thing is kind of, you can see where my mouse is, over here where it says borderline starter.
yeah, Welsh is the same thing. Tap till next. Welsh is another card that. So you wouldn't start him in iron probably anyway. The one in low iron you certainly would. And low iron actually he's probably maybe good enough that you do it anyway because the low iron starters are really bad.
Yeah. So there are other cards that have 54 stamina where this says starter. So it's not purely the stamina. It seems to be a combination of the stamina and the pitches. So as an example, sorry, Pineda is a little higher. Is Medlin 54? Yeah. So you see Medlin's a 54 stamina, but simply says starter. And so you won't get as many innings out of Medlin, just like you won't get as many out of Consuegra. But the fact that he still says starter means you're not taking that penalty.
Yeah, which is a fairly significant penalty. It's it's not clear exactly how big, but it's definitely like not negligible.
Well, so Waldrop's weird, right? Because he's 54, but as a knuckleballer.
No. Waldrop is the future legend.
Sorry, I'm thinking of
Waldrop. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Well, okay. Knuckleballers are weird. Knuckleballers are weird. The knuckleballers work differently than everyone else. They're funky.
To be fair, that's at least like baseball accurate.
Yeah. Yeah, though it's changed also over the years. Like it used to be the case that you could have a 2-pitch knuckleballer that worked to start. I don't think that works anymore. But I don't know whether you've seen one, so maybe that's changed again.
Did you ever try to learn to throw a knuckleball?
I mean, I've tried to throw one before. I've never tried to like throw it with any, attempt to get people out with it, just for fun.
I tried to learn it. It was much harder than I thought. I could never throw a good enough one to get it to move.
Yeah, it seems very difficult.
Like it looks conceptually easy.
Oh, have you seen the Robert Coelho one?
No.
Okay, it's not a knuckleball exactly, but it's a spinless pitch thrown with basically a forkball grip.
Huh? How do you get a ball to slide out? This really makes me want to be allowed to throw a baseball again.
No, you should, I'd like you to look that one up at some point. It's the weirdest looking pitch like you've ever seen.
Okay, I guess if you could get the ball to just slip out with a.
Yeah, basically, like you hold, instead of holding it, you just make sure your fingers don't touch any part of the seams. So you're like holding it like deep in your
your
fingers.
Okay, no, but you have to be really good because the problem is like, the way I miss my slider or something is that I'm trying to get the ball to roll off, the last 2 fingers simultaneously.
Right.
Right, but it ends up, rolling off one a little bit later, and so you get a little different spin axis.
Yeah. Yeah, and my guess is you have to have very large hands for this to work, because probably you need to sort of like almost surround the ball with your hand. But I don't really understand how I don't know. Throwing a forkball already is hard, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've thrown a splitter, and I can only throw a few of those in an outing because it like hurts my fingers.
Yeah, splitters are tough.
But it's such a good pitch if you can actually throw one.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's really like the one pitch that's been shown to like increase rates of arm injuries.
The splitter, you mean?
Yeah.
Speaking of which, if anyone happens to know recovery timelines for, how long it takes if you haven't been allowed to pick up a baseball for a month and a half.
Well, you could pick one up, I guess. You just can't do anything with it.
Okay, that's true. I'm allowed to pick one up. I'm just not allowed to, throw it.
Yeah, Yeah.
But it's been driving me crazy. Hey, 2 weeks from now, I'm supposed to be allowed to like start doing stuff again.
This is like the was it Rogers Hornsby quote, the like the stare out the window waiting for spring.
Yeah, guess that's true. Um, and I guess I'm allowed to lift a bat now, but not swing one.
Okay, well there you go. That's something.
So I wonder if that means I'm allowed to bunt.
uh,
Probably not.
probably not advised. I would guess.
Yeah.
There's always this whole like ball ricochets off of bat and hits you thing. That's probably not what you want.
No. This is really bad. I've never tried to do like an in-season rehab before.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate.
So I just don't know what to expect. It's like, you know. No, the one I'm actually really worried about is that if you go like a month and a half without doing anything, I'm a little worried that like the first time I, try to do something, there's going to be some motion that, I expect I'm able to do because I've always been able to do it and I have the muscle memory to do it, but don't have the muscles to do it till I build them up again. And then like that's where you really get hurt.
Yeah, that's definitely a problem.
So I have to figure out how you actually like make that happen again. But
yeah.
I don't know if anyone has suggestions for good, for like recovery timelines and stuff. Definitely happy to hear them. Anyway, so a bunch of stuff going on this week. Where should we start?
Well, I think you had a draft, right? We probably should do that.
Oh yeah, that's right. I see. I knew I was going to forget that if I didn't. I have a draft, and oh right, and I was going to sell all my duplicates, which I clearly should be doing because All right. Let me ask you. So clearly, the thing I'm supposed to do with these duplicates is just gouge people, right? Who are impatient about completing missions.
Yeah, I generally find that the way to sell, if you're trying to sell duplicates or missions, it's like you do it in the first, let's say, hour.
Or all right, so what do we think? What do we think a card like this Hal Woodschick is actually going to go for?
Which one is he in? I guess it doesn't matter because people
am I going to get 2,500 for him?
I doubt it, but
let's find out. Yeah, let's find out. If you're listening to the stream, you do not want to buy these cards at the prices that I'm listing them for.
Oh, by the way, the mission that Woodschick is in is an 8 out of 10, 2 of which are diamonds. So it's a 2 silvers and 6 bronzes, or you can do one of the diamonds for some reason. I guess if
you know what? So actually, what you're saying is I'm going to get more than that for him.
Well, one of them is James Wood, who a number of people have locked because of the Future Legend missions.
I'm going to get more than that for him, aren't I?
Ned Swartwood actually is in them too, so you might get more. Yeah,
I think I might get more.
I mean, the reward is 2 standard packs, so it's insane to do this.
There are people that will pay $10K for that somehow.
I don't know why. I really don't know why, but yes, there are people who will pay way too much.
Yeah, so Beckdog, the Combinator food is actually something I was going to mention, that the missions actually change the calculation on Combinators quite a bit.
Yeah.
So which is the right one to? Well, given the way prices are skyrocketing, it sounds like the thing to do is to wait about a half hour and then list all of these. Is I think what you're saying.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, sometimes I like to also try to wait for all the old supply to be exhausted and then
that's what I mean. Yeah.
But usually that takes a couple of days. I find.
Hold on. If someone's going to give me 800 points for Tim Wakefield, I think that I'm not waiting on.
Yeah, that seems crazy.
All right, let's do a draft and then we'll kind of get into other stuff. Sounds like we definitely should talk about combinators, little PTCS review, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to ask you my microing question from PTCS as well.
Oh yeah, you did.
Actually, that's a fun one on. All right, hold on. Okay, we have a half hour. Let's do a draft, but that's a fun one to ask on stream because it actually I think gets at several ideas that would be instructive.
Okay.
Because it's from this draft, and so generally, if you're microing in a draft, you're mainly talking about fatigue management. But
Yeah.
I mean, that is most of what micro is anyway.
Yes. Yes.
What do we got here? So 1979.
Right.
I mean, very slightly lefty power, but I mean, little righty. I mean, basically just slightly plus offense. Park.
Okay.
All right, let's do this. Well, Hammaker's fine for the era. Should we do this with or without looking at cards? I guess it's more instructive for chat to look at the cards, but it could be more fun for us to not look at cards. What do you think?
Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, either one, but I think maybe take Bruthers here.
So, Bruther. All right, we can show the card. So the problem with Bruthers is, well, I guess it's the low void K, so maybe it's an okay profile. Because I'm not sure he gets on base quite enough for 79. Maybe it's okay. And Hammaker has a pretty good profile for 79.
Yeah, I just don't like Hammaker all that much as a card in general. Like I don't know. But I mean, yeah, it's just not a very good round, really.
Yeah, let me think. I guess when in doubt, you take the starter in 79 because he's throwing more innings.
Yeah. Probably, yeah.
It's close. I mean, you're never taking Hartnett. Well, are you ever taking Hartnett in 79? No, that's just not good enough.
No, Appling. We should look at Appling. I think Appling.
Appling's the other one that I would have thought about. The 72
Appling
range is not great, but it's a great bat for shortstop.
Yeah, I just wait for some random silver with range. Like,
all right, we'll say. Well, I mean, Knobloch's also not a horrible bat for the era. He's just not a great second baseman.
I definitely take Knobloch over Appling, but.
All right, we'll go Hammaker.
It's just not a good round.
All right. Oh, okay. So Fritz Peterson actually fits the era pretty well.
Yeah, Billy Werber also is a pretty decent shortstop.
That's true. Werber at short is the one that makes more sense with that big range. I actually kind of like the idea. You think we can find 5 lefties in a rotation here?
I don't know.
No chance, but let's try it.
Probably
not. Well, I know we got offered Facero, but you're always taking Redmond here.
Yes.
I mean, this is just real defense and a big bat.
Yeah, red.
So
looks good.
Well, you know what? Vito fits the park, and we're now up to 3.
And Frank Chance, I guess, is a pretty clear one.
Yeah, I mean, you know how much I like Pinch Thomas, but it's Frank Chance.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably supposed to be Chance and Thomas, but I want to see if we can make the 5 lefties work.
I like Tumulus. Tumulus is not so bad. He's really...
No, he's not. Okay, so it's always Pete... Well, okay, so it's always Pete Hill. However, we have McCormick. 2 viable lefties if we want to do this. Probably McCormick's the better of the 2.
Yeah, McCormick is...
Yeah, okay, let's go McCormick. I think we're going to manage 5 lefties. This is totally going to work.
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
We can do this. Well, okay, it's supposed to be Hacker, but...
I'm actually... Hacker still might be bad in this era. Like, the home run might still be too low.
Especially versus lefties. It's not a great round, though. So maybe it's Stalker just because you can stick the 100 range at short.
Yeah, sure. Stalker is decent.
Lindblad is probably the best shape of any of the pitchers. And he's also a lefty.
Yeah, he's a reliever, but he could do that. And Hal McRae is probably a decent hitter. Usually his cards are okay. I don't remember what that one looks like.
I don't remember this card being anywhere, which probably is a bad sign.
Probably bad, yeah. Usually he gets decent stuff, but I guess not so much this time.
The problem is if we're going to lefty stars, you want the righty relievers, but I think it would be fun to just go all lefties and see what happens.
Sure. Yeah,
it's not going to work, We'll. All right. Well, on this stream we've got to take Eddie Yost and his eye.
Yeah, we don't. We have. I guess we can play him at third. We don't have third base now. These other cards are awful.
No. So Browning is this extreme fly ball shape we were just talking about.
Yeah.
He is at least a lefty.
Yeah, the round just sucks.
This Joe Grace just isn't worth sticking in right defensively.
No, we probably should just take some half decent pitcher. Or like Roberto Kelly.
Can you think of a half decent pitcher?
No.
In this round?
Maybe we take Roberto Kelly for outfield defense. I mean, the bat's horrendous.
The bat is horrendous. Yeah. Well, if we're taking a pitcher, it's probably between Browning and Alexander, both of whom are just lousy shapes.
Yeah. I guess Alexander's slightly better, probably.
All right, just take Alexander and stick him in the pen, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Okay, Fothergill's fine.
Yeah, Fothergill's, I like that card.
Well, Woodschick's apparently now a 3,000 point card.
Is it Prendergast and Mike Lee are also, I think, both. Oh, Brian Downing is
so Prendergast is like a better version of the shape that we didn't like before, but he's a better version of it.
It's a much better version. I mean, there's a lot of this Brian Downing. I think
he can catch, but he's the bat's not quite what you want.
No, it's not ideal, but he's a lot of framing.
I'm assuming Chance is catching for us in 79.
We find a first baseman, certainly.
So maybe it's just Prendergast then.
I guess so, yeah.
All right. It's still too late for Yingling, I guess. Well, maybe we just probably just grab Yingling.
So
there's not that much here.
I mean, Saul White, I think we probably are supposed to take.
I think so. I mean, this is the weakest Saul White we've had, I think.
Boots Day has some absurd amount of range, but the bat is just
no. Boots Day is the player you're supposed to DH for.
I mean, that's a lot of defense, but
okay. Showboat Fisher.
Showboat Fisher is a decent bat. I didn't see that card. Yeah, that is decent.
And you know what though? If we go Yingling, we can go 5 lefties.
Sure.
Let's do it, right? So Boots Day. So I thought a little bit about this card and basically asked at level 5, when you think about what that's going to do to his range, does it work because you're bumping up so many lousy ratings? And the answer still just turned out to be no.
The bat is so atrocious.
Yeah. I think the 5 lefty is a good experiment.
Sure. Why not?
You know what? I'm taking one more lefty here.
Yeah.
Oh, we were also offered the best pitcher in bronze.
Yes. We were indeed.
We can't take him, but we were offered the best pitcher in bronze. I can show this one on stream.
Yeah, this one's.
Here you go. Look at this pitcher.
Okay, it's not the pitcher in bronze after split off, but and Evaldi.
Okay, fine. Formerly the best pitcher in bronze. There's also a lot of position players.
Johnny Vandermeer has a lot of rating points. Just don't look at the control.
He does have a lot of rating points, but it's one of those don't scroll down cards, isn't it?
This was. I mean, he's basically the test card of 25, or one of the test cards.
So Mr. Audit, actually boosting from 0 for some ratings is worth a lot. That's why I was looking at it.
Depends on the rating.
In other words, the game engine, kind of punishes cards for being very low at something in a way that's much stronger than it did in 24.
Actually, I guess it depends on the rating and it depends on the format. Uh,
It depends on a lot of stuff. Yeah.
yeah,
Maybe we take one of these as our backup catcher. They're both well.
they're
Okay,
both powerful.
Bolton in '79. Do I care little enough about the framing to
I
do
mean,
this?
the
I mean,
bat is
if the avoid Ks were like a little lower and the BABIP higher, I'd be happier.
yes, certainly.
Um,
Yeah, it very much depends on which rating and which card and the format. Like it's Mr. Audit. It's not like a
Going from 30 to 40 means something for some ratings. Yeah.
yeah. It's
Um,
really yeah. It's not a question that's really easy to answer in general. I
we
guess.
could just take Goslin actually, because he's at least useful one way.
Sure, the bat is fine. We can DH him one way.
I should double check that we have a DH. No DH.
Okay, then
We'll take him
Gosling's
anyway.
out.
I don't care. He's fine.
All right.
But if there's no DH, we definitely couldn't take Bootstead.
Okay, we got Dolph Camilli, who we
Oh
probably
yeah, okay,
should
oh yeah,
take.
sorry. We're definitely taking Dolph. I've
Uh,
never seen this Bill Hill card actually. Oh, so
uh,
okay, so Sammy Bird is also
Sammy Bird is okay. Yeah.
fine.
Um,
Maybe that's the combination, right? So we really need a backup middle infielder.
so Goral, I think, is not very good, but we theoretically could take him.
I think we'll find one, right? We've got a couple more rounds. We've got 7 more cards.
Yeah.
Um,
This is not a good round.
there's not a lot here. So Allison's not horrible because we actually want another first baseman, assuming chances catching.
Sure, yeah, we can platoon Allison and Camilli.
Yeah, because he can kind of be the VL side of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, probably ideally we'd like him in the outfield, but it works.
And then um,
Are we on pitchers? We have a lot
9's
left.
probably enough. I don't hate a 10th, but we're gonna have 5 iron picks.
Sure.
Is Noakes at all?
No, not really.
No. Um, I mean, Chipper's a bit of a bat. This is a really bad Chipper.
This, yeah, it's just another really horrible round. Yeah.
Yeah, Boots, exactly. Well, no. I mean, so it's funny because this is a change to the major league rules relatively recently. There was a point that the designated hitter could replace anybody, and I'm trying to remember when they made it so that you
I
had
think
to.
I thought it was always only a pitcher, but that could be wrong.
I seem to remember they made that change because there's some levels of play where it can be.
Yeah, some levels of play certainly, and in fact, very often because usually if you're the pitcher, like
Yeah.
in high school, something it means you're just good at baseball.
No, it looks like you're right. It looks like even in '73.
Yeah, was there? Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, no, looks. Oh, sorry. We should finish the draft, right?
I don't know.
Let's see.
We need a middle infielder. Take what your favorite one is, I guess, because
Well, problem is Dower doesn't play both. Klimchak plays
Saul
second,
White.
third. Schugart
The
only
second,
plays short. Dower
Saul White.
is second,
Yeah, we're
third.
good. We can just take a second baseman and Salt White can cover. It's fine. Probably second. We probably want second, third, but second short we don't need.
That's probably Klimchak.
Okay, sure.
You know what? It's dour because his glove's a little better. Yeah. I was thinking we'd find one here. Yeah, okay, well, so Janvrin is awful, but plays everything.
Yeah, Hetke is probably
Hetke's gonna be the best pitcher here by a pretty good margin.
yeah.
We need at least one backup catcher.
So probably, well, I don't know. They're all bad.
Let's see, Roy. Wow, is this hitter worse than Boots Day?
Yes.
Because Boots at least has a little bit of eye.
Yeah, it's much worse.
Uh, this is not a lot better.
It's
Try
probably slightly better.
Petroli.
Yeah.
Um,
I
this
guess we
this
just
this
take
is a card right here.
the random outfielder. Yeah, this card is really funny. It's bad, but it's funny.
So this is a good shape. Um,
Yeah, if we want another pitcher, Frank Bork is probably not the worst we could do, but
Rodin's gonna be the better shape, right? I mean, even with the.
yeah, Roden is okay. Yeah, Roden is okay. Actually, I forgot Roden.
I guess let's take an 11th. Why not? It's a draft. Things can happen, and then we have multiple center fielders, so I guess it's Smead Jolly.
Sure.
Because the bat's better.
Yeah, I mean, whatever card we take here is very unlikely to actually ever get in. So
Hopefully.
yeah.
I like how I got the "your time has expired" message from that, which is clearly not true. What they meant was you finished the draft.
Okay. So here's a question: how we adjust for error in year? So, this comparison from like BREF to 2010 is decent, but it's not perfect as far as I've found. Their OTP has some weird stuff in some eras that doesn't quite work how you think it would.
I had something that was a little closer than just doing the direct adjustment at one point, and I haven't actually checked whether it's still true in 25.
Yeah, so there are some files in the game which are helpful.
So what it looks like is that they actually do a double conversion. They do a conversion between eras first. Well, actually, I don't know about the order, but they do a conversion between eras, and then they stack a conversion between years on top of it. And that somehow that occasionally produces really weird things. Like if they ever ran an 1894 tournament, I think you'd notice that immediately. And I'd love to see them run one just to help test it.
Yeah, there's also this whole 1920 is also a really strange year.
And 45, but there was a 45 tournament last year.
Yeah, so there are some weird ones.
So let's see what we're actually doing here. We're going to run Chance and Camille.
But in general, this BREF thing is like pretty close for most years.
Yeah, it's definitely in the right ballpark.
Yeah.
I wonder if are we ever running Gosselin over Fothergill VR? We're still not. It's just
no, probably goes much better.
Nah, it's just doesn't look like this. Oh well. I was hoping we were doing something clever with him, but not really. And then the other way, well, we could run Petroli Chance like this versus left.
No, we should put Allison at first, right?
That's right. We got Allison. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
And also Sammy Bird maybe. I'm trying to remember how splitty Hill is.
Hill is not super splitty. He's a little splitty, but he's not that bad.
It's probably fine. Yeah,
he's probably fine.
All right. I think we're probably good then. Let's get some lineups. I probably should optimize the lineup for how poorly this tends to do it, but I don't think it's worth it for a daily.
The lineup setting thing has gotten much worse in 25, it seems.
It really has, yeah. I don't think it's worth it for a daily at this point to really.
No, those rate stuff get you pretty close. There's some weirdness, and also sometimes the like if the card pool gets restricted, it can also affect things. because
There's
you'll have
some
a
microing. I mean, there's some microing that I will do, but not for. Oh, actually, maybe this is a good time to bring up the micro question I was going to ask.
sure.
Yeah, see what you would have done, because I was kind of debating, and it might be worth. Like, I was actually thinking it's worth working out the right answer when you don't have a limited time to a handful of minutes.
Okay.
So you know how to make the decision ahead of time.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, or maybe actually, because it was PTCS based. So are there other PTCS discussions we want to have, or should I show this first and then we'll come back and do it?
Um, I mean, you can show this one, and we can go back to the other
All
PTCS. I
right.
don't know if there's anything specific with the PTCS
I
that
mean,
was all
I
that
only played one
surprising.
serious one because I didn't have combinators. So the only one I had any chance at was the draft.
Yeah, I guess the one to look at probably
If I
if you're
well,
gonna look.
if I had not missed them by one round sitting in the hospital for a week, then I think Weekly Wildcard and Diamond all are ones where I would have had a shot without combinators. But
Yeah, I thought the only series that was interesting that I had was in the wild card, and everything else was
which
pretty uninteresting.
unfortunately I can't show you.
Yeah, that disappoints.
We can connect to yours, but I'll show
Yeah,
you. So I'll show you the decision I had. So we actually drafted this on. I think, is this the one we drafted on stream last time?
yeah, we
I think it
dropped it on
was.
screen,
Yeah,
and we thought it was a good draft, and we for once were
it was
actually
a
right.
good draft. No, we knew it was a good draft. It was a really big hitter draft,
Yeah, a
right? So
lot
the
of
big
it.
thing is we had this big deep hitter draft with even like one or two platoons because like Shumpert was great.
Yeah,
Okay, so the situation I got into in the finals uh, was basically against, you know, obviously another solid build at that point. Um, so we're up 4-2 at this point, about to play game 7. Okay?
right.
And coming into game 7, I can't show it, but basically coming into game 7, they were going to be starting Hughes, right? So
Right.
so our rotation, we had Painter lined up, and then it would have been Horton, and then Brent Strom is who we had lined up the rest of the way.
Okay.
Steele and Covey actually ended up working out okay. Westbrook was, I tried a couple combinations, but in any event, it would have been Horton then Strom. Okay. The
So we're happy with
problem
Horton, but not
was
so much with Strong.
what?
We're happy with Horton pitching. We're not so happy with Strong pitching.
Not so happy with Strom pitching, but Strom is definitely much better than a bullpen game in that format.
Yes. Yes, for sure.
Okay. Now here was the problem. Was that, because it was, so we had the couple of off days coming in, which meant game 7 is right around the point when some of the fatigue issues will stack up for your 7th game in a row.
Yeah.
What that meant was we were actually in a position where I can show you the game log. So Horton did actually have to bat for us as well a little bit, right? You see he got 6 starts as a starter. But, what am I saying? He got 6 starts as a position player. And he hit quite well for us, right? So it worked as a two-way player. But what that meant was, because it was sort of at the end of, where depth is building up, or fatigue is building up, and we faced a couple of lefties in there, he actually had to start 2 games of those past 3 days.
In the field, you mean?
In the field, right. And so the problem was that if we had lost game 7, the key decision would have been Horton, even though he's on the full 5 days rest, you see he's only at 84%. And that's even a little higher than I was expecting him to be, because he was in the low 40s as a pitcher.
I see.
So I was expecting him to be, probably mid to high 70s.
Right.
So the question is, there are a few ways we could handle it, right? Option 1, you can bump this number up a little bit by not letting Horton be sort of a replacement fielder for game 7. But at the same time, game 7 is when we've got Painter going, right? Which is still probably our best chance to close it out. We were lined up to face Logan Webb and then Dutch Leonard.
Okay. So both, well, certainly at a disadvantage in game 9 and probably relatively even in game 8 against Horton with Webb.
Right. So the question is, number one, do you let him play game 7? But then, more interestingly, given that Webb is much better than Leonard, let's assume we lose game 7. Because if we win game 7, which is what happened, then it doesn't matter. The tournament's over. Let's assume we lose game 7. Do we start Horton at 84% and then Strom on full rest? Or do we punt game 8 against Logan Webb and start a full rest Horton game 9?
I mean, I guess.
And by the way, in that punt, probably what we would do is we would start Strom at 69 or 70, knowing that means he could have the off day thing pop up. But if he doesn't, he's not. I mean, he's worse than Logan Webb because all of our options are, but it might be the other combination.
Yeah, I guess the thing which is problematic potentially is that if Strom gets blown up, your bullpen will also get blown up, and there will be no bullpen left for game 9.
The bullpen will get blown up, but that's okay because the idea would be you bench everyone but a high leverage option. Like if you're going to do it, you bench everyone but a high leverage option, and you also make sure that, like you're forced benching. So like Cunningham at 95% here. I would have played both games,
Yeah, how was Westbrook's fatigue?
He had been used out of the pen.
Okay, so he was not an option to do anything with.
Yeah, 96% RP. It was only the 7 pitches, so.
Okay, I mean, I certainly. Well, I guess the 7 pitches is never going to be useful for starting. I was trying to think if you could do some silliness with Westbrook, but I guess it just doesn't work.
So the silliness with Westbrook. No, I guess you can't run an opener in this format.
No.
Because I wouldn't have wanted to run the opener for like the purpose of lineup construction because it's a draft and you're getting pretty much the same thing both ways.
I was thinking that if Westbrook was full rest, you can 18 BF Westbrook and put Strom in the bullpen. But
right.
That just doesn't work.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think we could have done that with Waldron, but that just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you need like a completely fresh guy, basically, which is probably you don't have at this point.
No, because there's no the thing about these best of 9 series is you're always going to have a situation where you run through. So anyway, I figured I'd get your thoughts on this in part because it's kind of a good excuse to talk a little bit about some of the microwing that you do, because most of the microwing is about depth chart management.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
So it's more about how would you analyze, what gives you your best shot to win one of the next 2 games, assuming we lost the previous one. And also, assuming we lost the previous one, you should expect the bullpen is going to be a little bit more used.
Yes. Okay, so I mean, I think the first thing is going into game 7, you should try very hard to win game 7.
Yeah, I was going to say, there was one last option I could have mentioned, by the way. Sorry. So the last option I had is knowing that I could see this coming, right? The other option is actually don't throw Painter in game 7, right? So game 7, looking at there, right, we were going to get Phil Hughes in game 7. So we're getting Hughes, then Webb, then Leonard. The other option was make game 7 the game that you punt, get everybody rest, fix the key part of the bullpen, and then you have full extra rest Painter, full
Yeah, but
rest.
the problem is you have no one to start then. Like you can't start Strom on 40%. He won't even make it. He'll get tired before he makes it through 18 batters. So
Yeah,
I don't see
you
how that
basically
would.
punt the game.
No, but how? But how? Like you're just gonna kill Strom and then kill your bullpen too? Like I don't know. That one does. I don't.
Uh, Kill Strom. Put
Because
Seal.
Strom
No,
is
no,
gonna.
no, no. Kill Strom, but I would have punted really hard in that case. So kill
No,
Strom.
but the problem
Put
is
no, no.
that Strom will hit zero before he can come out of the game, and then he's
Right.
gonna
No,
get
no, no.
blown.
No, right. So we kill Strom on the shortest hook we can. We take our three highest end relievers, go 6-man rotation, and put the three of them in the rotation so that they're definitely going to sit. You put Steele and Covey, who are tired, in the bullpen as
Yeah,
relief
but
pitcher options.
Steele's at zero though. Steele started the previous game. Like
Yeah.
you can't let Steele come in.
No, no.
Like,
I mean, you're losing the game. I'm just saying you really
no,
hard.
no,
I
but
don't think it
it
works
seems
though.
so damaging. Like you're basically accepting that the entire bullpen is going to die.
Well, no, the entire bullpen except the three arms that I save in the starting rotation.
Yeah, but I mean, they have to give you 2 games then with those 3 guys and the 2 starters. I mean, that's seems very risky
Right.
to get
Well,
past.
what you're really saying is I need an ace level outing out of either Painter or Horton on full rest.
Yeah,
Knowing that my opponent. So remember the 6th or 7th game is when you have the maximum depth chart issues, for your team. His issues instead were set to show up. We're set to show up kind of in the next couple games.
yeah. I mean, I guess the thing is that basically, like, if you're going to do that, basically saying, okay, we need to have either Horton or Painter basically win a game for us, you might as well just hope Painter can win you game 7 then. Like,
Right. Well, and that was the reason I did it. I said, okay, well, yeah, I hope Painter wins game 7, but but then part of my thinking is that I'd better make a decision for what I would do game 8 if he loses.
Um,
Right. And especially because you want to ideally have made these decisions ahead of time. Maybe this is just a general principle from other games. Like this comes up a lot in bridge, for example. I don't know if you play bridge or.
no, I never played bridge.
But like a general principle is, if you're going to take a trick so that you're going to be on lead next, you should actually decide what you're going to lead before you take the trick, because you're going to have to make the decision immediately afterward anyway. But sometimes going through the process of making the decision will actually convince you that it's a mistake to take it in the first place.
Yeah, it's just, same thing in a lot of. That's why like you see I mean chess, like you see sometimes, you think for players will think for 25 minutes and then you'll play 3 moves instantly because you need to have already figured them out before you go first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The sequence.
So the point is, I felt that I needed to have a game plan for game 8 before starting Painter game 7. Now, it was actually a few game plans because what I didn't know is, assuming Painter loses game 7, how does he lose game 7? Right? There's a difference between he gets blown up and I run through the whole bullpen, or he pitches well and, we lose 1-0 and he, throws 9 innings, or, we have a 17-inning game 7 and everybody's bullpens are blown out.
My instinct is that the relievers are enough worse than Horton and Strom that you should try to maximize Horton and Strom innings, which means starting Horton game 8.
So that's what I think I had decided to do.
Sure.
That's what I think I had decided to do. But what I sort of was thinking is it depends on the number. So if Horton had also been in the mid-70s, I think I would have started Strom at about 70 and Horton at 100, rather than Horton in the mid-70s, because also my chances of beating Logan Webb are lower than, I mean, both of my pitchers are decent, both of his pitchers are decent, but of the 4, Logan Webb is probably the best of the 4.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a huge amount better than Horton probably, but he's definitely better.
Yeah, and certainly I'd rather try to beat Dutch Leonard than Logan Webb, if I'm maximizing my resources for one of the two games. And then
Yeah.
also, but then also knowing that his fatigue is building up, and he kind of is going to have to bench people at some point or play them really tired. Game 9 is when my depth chart is still okay, and if he gets there, you know, his bench is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yes.
Um, but you would just throw Horton, and then
I
uh,
think that's what I would do. I mean,
I guess the other thing is
if
that
there was a way to
Horton's
keep the game
so
7 lineup looking decent without Horton in the field, I would do it. Like even if it's slightly worse.
so there's another idea in here. So this is the answer I thought you were going to give. Um, and I'm curious whether you didn't give it because you have a different model of the engine. The answer I thought you were going to give is there's nothing wrong with starting Horton at 84%. All you have to do is set the aggressive tiredness hook so he doesn't go below 0, and he's not going to get the penalty for starting on short rest because he's not starting on short rest.
Okay, so there are two problems with that. I think in this particular situation. The first is that you still risk he doesn't have a penalty, which you're risking anyway because you have to start someone short rest. But it's worth noting. The second problem is that I don't think the aggressive tiredness hook works well in this particular era.
That's definitely true. We've seen people like randomly throw 150 pitches.
Yeah, I was finding that aggressive tiredness hook was doing things which I did not like. I was not really relying on it in this particular PTCS as much as I do in other eras. So I think in like just a straight up modern, that's a decent thing to do.
Yeah,
But in this era, that scares me.
definitely. The AI Dusty Baker. But actually, I think the reason for this. So I'm not sure about 2004. We definitely because the behavior we saw there was 2002 that really was prompting this, right?
Well, I mean, I was noticing it in some like in this particular PTCS in a few different formats that it was leaving pitchers in for more pitches than
Yeah, so
I
where
would
I
expect
think that
to.
is, I think this is actually because they're doing an era modifier first, but then they're doing a modifier off the era. And this is kind of, a place where, 25 years are being grouped into one era. And there's a huge difference between pitcher usage at the beginning and end of that.
Yeah, I mean, the whole error thing is it's just not a very good model. I don't think for one.
Sorry, one sec.
Um,
Yeah, go, no, go ahead.
but, but yeah, it definitely has issues in this sort of 1992 2004 time span, and also in the dead ball time span.
No, sorry, I was just
There
getting
are
another spam call. This is
yeah,
this. No, this is
really
well. Okay, you're all going to tell me this is my fault, and you're probably right for just not being aware of this, but it's been nuts. So I think I've told you I'm moving to the University of Missouri at the end of the summer.
yes.
So as part of this, I thought it made sense to look to find a house there.
Generally, having a place to live is good. I've heard.
Maybe a mistake to try to buy a house at the moment, but I figured that made the most sense to at least look at that, even if interest rates are a bit high, because eventually they come down.
Well, Mr. Odd has another suggestion. That's true. You could just bring a tent. It's always a possibility.
Could just bring
Just
a
live in a
tent.
tent. I've heard that's a big thing in colleges nowadays. People living in tents.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to end well.
No.
Um, so it is actually that's actually a surprisingly good thing to do in some parts of Scandinavia. So apparently, like in Sweden, if you just bring a tent with you, like literally you can put the tent anywhere, including private land, as long as you're like only going to be there for one night and not planning on staying.
That seems like a very bizarre rule, but okay.
it must date back to some kind of like Middle Ages.
How far away do you have to go for it to count as being in a different place for the next night?
I think it's more the idea that like if you're, let me see, the right, it's called something about like freedom to roam. I'm just looking. Okay.
Freedom to roam. This is sounding suspiciously like the whole sovereign citizen, I'm traveling, not driving nonsense. But okay, sure.
No, so basically, yeah, you can only be there for 1 or 2 nights, and you have to take care of it and show consideration for landowners. But basically,
Okay.
you have the right to, according to this, walk, cycle, ride, ski, and camp on any land with the exception of private gardens near a dwelling house or land under cultivation.
I assume by ride they mean like an animal.
I would assume so. Uh, well, here's the name of the law. If you speak Swedish better than I do.
Nope. Certainly, you're gonna have much better chance of that than I will.
Uh, Let me just looking. Basically, if it's not, yeah. So I don't think you can like literally camp on somebody's like manicured lawn, but you know, but you can camp on like whoever's estate. You know,
I mean, hmm, interesting.
you can't like camp there permanently, but you know.
Yeah, that seems like if that was a thing in the U.S., it would be abused very, very quickly.
Oh, definitely, yeah. No, but it means that I mean, actually, there was there's a student I had when I was a postdoc at Caltech who decided that a fun thing to do for the summer was to walk from like the Mexican border at the southern tip of California up to like the Canadian border on the west coast.
Hey,
Just spent a summer like walking with a tent, and apparently this was an okay thing to do in principle, but you had to kind of work hard to find like places that you could actually put tents and stuff.
I see.
Plus, apparently, he didn't plan very well right at the beginning because he got stuck around. Is it Camp Pendleton or there's one of the big military bases, sort of in the San Diego area,
Hmm. Yeah,
where
that would.
they somewhat discourage people just randomly walking across that. You
Yeah,
know,
they don't like you camping on a military base.
apparently that's frowned upon.
Huh. Who knew?
Um, but apparently it worked out okay. You know, so you
That must
get
take a
press
long time,
ganged.
though. That's a long distance.
I think it took him, like most of the 2 or 3 months that, they get off in the summer.
Yeah.
It's
All
what?
right.
It's a
Well,
couple thousand miles?
yeah. I mean, it's what it takes. It takes 24 hours ish to drive it, right? Something like that. So you're probably walking at a 20th of this, maybe.
Okay, well, no, but that doesn't sound so bad. So, like, I would, I would think I could pretty comfortably do, 40 miles a day if I were, like, if this were the main thing I was doing.
Like, okay, I mean, let's say like you're probably hiking. Let's say you're walking 2 miles an hour or something.
See, so if you're
The
anywhere
car's
near
going like,
trails, I would think you probably are going 4 miles an hour,
I guess new trail, yeah, trails. Maybe you can do better.
right? Because
Yeah.
there because there aren't too many mountains if you're sort of staying near the coast, I
Oh
guess.
yeah, it'd probably take me something like 300 hours then. I guess.
Maybe 5 or 600, but you could do it in the summer is the point for sure.
Yeah, you only do it in the summer. So yeah, it probably takes like a month, 1 to 2 months, I guess,
Yeah,
depending on how quickly you're going.
it's not anything I've ever really had the inclination to try, but it.
Yeah, me neither.
Hey, hold on. Now, normally I don't tell people not to post something in chat, but you got to delete that message.
Yeah, it's a pretty dominant start though. 6 innings, 1 walk, 11 strikeouts.
Yeah, but how do we got to figure out how you delete these things? You can't say some of these things in chat. Where is Nightbot to help out here? You cannot say that out loud. How do you actually delete?
I have no idea.
There's got to be a way to do this, right? I've never deleted a message in chat before, as you can see, but this one I think just not supposed to do that.
Yeah, it's a 41% whiff rate. That's a lot.
That is pretty good.
Yeah, he might be good. I don't know.
Oh boy! All right, I'm gonna have to put up a poll. All right.
I have to assume they're not sending him back out for another inning
All right.
at 100 pitches.
All right. We'll have to put up a poll here.
Yeah, I was surprised, Mr. Black, that they didn't keep him down longer. I thought they would wait to be like very certain that they had cleared Super 2, but I guess they just didn't care.
No, but I thought that part of the latest CBA was that you shouldn't have to.
Well, it sort of. I still don't quite understand actually why teams don't do it, because the thing is that so I believe the way it works is that if the guy finishes first or second in Rookie of the Year, they get a full season no matter what. But like even if it's some really good prospect and you keep him down for 10 days or whatever it needs to be to keep a year, your hit to your number of wins is like not that big, right? Probably no, it's not even a full win.
Yeah.
Or almost never a full win. And like guy might get injured. He might do any number of things that prevent him from not winning the Rookie of the Year. There might be some, Juan Soto comes out of nowhere and just smashes everyone. Like, I don't know. To me, it seems like it's still worth it. I mean, there's this draft pick thing too, but it seems like it's still worth it to hold the guys down.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's very strange. But also, like, at the point where you're in May and you're deciding whether you want to wait for Super 2 or not, like, you should always wait. It feels like it saves you so much money.
Yep.
So I don't know.
Chris Bryant totally needed to work on his glove.
Yeah.
And miraculously, we need to work on it for just exactly the number of days that everyone would have predicted ahead of time.
Well, they were just very good at assessing his glove work,
Yeah, it's like he went to a fixed program, right? You go to the camp and you know how long the camp takes, right. And then when you're done the training camp, you're ready.
Exactly.
I think that's the right explanation.
How do you save stats from completed tournaments? Oh, we can show that.
Sure, we can show that. Where were we? Now remember to keep entering stuff while we do it, and then I'll show here. So let's just go to a tournament. I am totally the wrong person to be showing how you pull stats because
it's a dark. Yeah, it is.
Given that I generally don't.
Sure, let's pick bronze cap. Sure.
Oh, legit did get hurt on cutoff day.
Yeah. This one, by the way, this bronze cap has changed era since then, but we're not actually going to do anything with that, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay, I can pull something else, but since I don't pull stats, all right. Anyway, go to statistics, sortable stats. So I guess the first thing you're going to want to do is decide what columns you want. I ended up just grabbing something that was sort of a standard format for people, I think.
Oh, I can put the things that I grab in Kidney's Discord. I think it's pretty.
Well, I think what you do is it's a view. So actually, I think it's a view file you could probably even
Yes.
hand to people if you want.
Oh, I actually don't know where those files are, to be honest with you, or if they're in a good format or not. I've never looked, but I could
I
try
guess it
to
doesn't
find it.
matter if they're in a good format, right? Because you just stick it in the
That's true. Yeah,
stick it in that folder and it'll work. So wherever it
I
is that you
don't
save your
know where it
views.
is, but I
But
could try to find it.
otherwise, yeah, go to customize and pick whatever stats you're interested in saving, right?
So I guess the other thing, which so the things which I would always include in whatever you're doing, no matter what, card ID, very important.
Yes,
In miscellaneous
that's where is it? Miscellaneous
miscellaneous.
info, PT card ID.
The other one that's very important this year, PT Combinator level.
Do I not have that checked? I do have that
Oh,
checked. Okay.
you got it. It's just in a weird place.
I probably should add
PT
is combinator as
No, his
well.
combinator is
I
his
get no. I
combinator
guess
is
because if it's -1, it's just not is combinator.
yes. PT card title, I usually grab as well. You don't really need it, but it just makes the data a little easier to see what's happening, so you don't have to join things constantly. It's not super necessary. Those are the critical ones: a card title, a card ID, and combinator level.
Right.
Very very important. Yes. Okay. So this league ID actually, Beckdog league ID. There's an ID which gets set.
Which is within, yeah.
league.
So this first ID that you see here is probably not the card ID. This is an ID for a player within this tournament.
Correct. This ID is relevant if and only if you're doing game log parsing. If you're doing game log parsing, you need this ID.
I guess if you were trying to do a gym unknown detection, you would need you'd need to be able to match this somehow, probably.
It's really only useful if you're going to be parsing, like if you're going to try to do a tournament where you like download every game log by hand and then sort of parse them all, because the way that the cards are referenced is by that ID in the game logs. But other than that, you should not need that ID for anything. Yeah. The other one, which I've seen people make mistakes on, which I think is worth mentioning, if you want to get the team, which is sometimes useful for various.
Yeah, that's a good one to note. That the team by default only shows the first part of the team name, not both parts.
Yes. Then the one you want, I believe it's called Best Career Team, if I'm remembering correctly.
I'll see if I can find it. But yes.
Yeah. So there are various ways to check for gyms, Mr. Black. That's certainly one of them. You don't actually need to export the team stats because you can back team stats out from the individual stats. But
anyway, anyway, check your list of whatever you want. Okay. Also, like you can go all pitchers, all batters. I think when I was doing it, I just went all players, and I pulled both the batting and the hitting stat and the pitching stats together. But
which we should mention there, if you're going to do fielding, fielding stats are only for the position that's selecting this position drop down. So if you're on all players, it will be the combined stats for every position they played in the tournament. But like if you just choose second base, for example, it will only show you the fielding stats when the player played second base.
Also,
if you want to export fielding, you just do catcher first, then second, then third, then short, then you need to do them all individually. You can't do just one.
Also, confusingly enough, note that by having both of them together, the trade-off is I have, say, two different columns that are AB. One is at bats, one is at bats against. They will both have the header AB in the file that comes out.
Yes.
So you'll end up kind of doing additional detection for that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can also, you can pull. Some people I know pull batting and pitching separately. Some people pull them together.
Right. Yeah. If you pull them separately, then you only have.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't really matter which one you want to do as long as you're sort of building your setup around the one that you've chosen and you stick to it.
Okay. And then finally, when you're done, just go to report. You can write report. What's the difference between to disk and to CSV, actually? Because I think it comes out in the CSV anyway, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it doesn't. So write report to disk is the old style. It comes in an HTML file.
Okay, I see. So this is write in HTML. This is write a CSV.
Well, there's other differences too.
An open report is write to an HTML. Oh, I see. Open report puts it in the
open. Yeah, open report and write to disk are the same effectively. I don't know why they're there, to be honest. Other than this stupid
I
thing.
guess that I guess, but the difference is that this pulls it up here, and I'd have to put it in the browser to now.
Okay, so there's a couple of differences too with this thing. So the first is the way that write to disk works is it writes it to this into the saved game. So if you go in like your directory structure, there's like saved games. I think it's /news/temp/html. I'm pretty sure. Could be wrong.
Yeah,
But
that's right. And write to
uh,
CSV puts it in your like online_data directory,
correct. But it
but
saves it with
with
the
a
same name
generic
all the time.
name so that you're going to need to edit the name if you want to keep it.
Yes. So that's very annoying. So the way that I do it, this CSV thing is new this year. I don't use the CSV. It's pretty easy to get something to write some little script which converts HTML to CSV because they're actually formatted decently.
Right. I think
So
the couple times you asked me to pull data right at the beginning, I just made the CSV and renamed it. But
yeah, if you're going to do it a couple times, that works well.
um,
If you're going to do the CSV, what you want to do probably is have something which is sort of some little thing running in the background, which sort of just watches that directory, and as soon as the file appears, just renames it and moves it some other place. Which is also totally doable. Just you have to run it all the time. It's a little annoying.
um,
Also, beware that this year the game auto deletes save from the save games directory after I believe 2 weeks, which is different than previous versions. So if you were like expecting on having your things there for later use, I don't know why you do that. They will not be.
okay.
You should like move them
Um,
out of there quickly so you don't forget.
that's good to know. Yeah, I hadn't noticed that because I guess I never use it. But it's good to know in case you do.
Yeah,
Um, anyway, that's how you would export it.
it's 7 days from the server Tactile Next, but from your local thing, it's I believe 2 weeks. It didn't used to ever delete from your local
And
save directory,
notice, yeah,
but yeah, it does now.
and of course notice that I have to do this for every tournament individually. So for example, if I'm pulling data from like a do or die gold quick, I'm going to have to do this a lot of times to build up any meaningful data. But that's the way it works.
Yeah,
So
it's
hopefully
yeah.
that helps. So like I said, it would have been better to get someone who does this regularly to, you know.
The
Let's
other
see.
thing which I'd really strongly recommend, if you're going to be doing this a lot, um, dumping the things in an Excel file will be it will look okay at first, and as you start collecting a lot of data, it will get bad very quickly.
Relational
Um,
databases are your friend.
yeah, go, or even if you don't want a relational database or any kind of database, just like figure out another way that doesn't involve dumping things in a giant Excel file. It's basically the worst thing you can do.
But actually, given that even Python now has nice like MySQL connectors,
Yeah,
I think you're best off just sticking things in a relational database and, you know.
yeah, certainly that's the best way to do things. But even if you just sort of want to, maintain some CSV files, and then sort of read from those constantly, it's still better than Excel. Excel is just horrible. But yeah, database if
Yeah.
you sort of know how to set one up is definitely the way to do things.
Okay. Yeah. Hopefully that helped, given that we're totally the wrong people to ask for how to do this.
Yeah, I guess
Um,
the only thing with database which can be difficult if you're using one is that nothing in those files tells you anything about like the date the tournament was played, the type of the tournament. So you have to be a little bit vigilant about making sure you sort of record that.
and by the way, we
Very
do have to blame somebody because there is no more no hitter.
mm. Well, I think we should blame whoever took Paul Skeens out. That seemed like a mistake. No, but it was probably the right thing to do.
What was he on? 100 or so pitches? Let me see.
Yeah,
Exactly 100
pitches.
pitches.
But he's never thrown that. Like he was throwing 3 innings in the minors like that. There's no way you leave him in past that. Yeah.
I don't know. I would have left him in and then given him a few extra days rest. You're a 20 and 25 team that's not going anywhere, and you have a chance to like make a moment for your fans. If he throws
I don't know.
130 pitches, you skip a turn. Skip a
Yeah,
turn
but
and let him recover.
if you seriously injure the guy, it's it's probably not worth it.
All right, here we go. Now I can start to list some of these. What do we got? Why is he okay? He's not in one of the new ones. So Stratton is in. I bet we can get what 42 something for him. I bet we can get that, right?
I don't know which one he's in.
Let me see. Dryford is in. Yes, yeah. I bet if we just put something up a little under, I bet we'll sell all these. Nah, it's worth. I think it's worth. I think it's actually worth waiting a little bit for most of these. There's still some inventory. I can finish the missions though.
Well, that's generally not advised. With these kinds of missions, it's usually you're paying a lot for like 2 packs or something.
Hey, 3 historical gold packs in return for locking
like 30,000 points worth of cards.
But wait, no. But 3 historical gold packs.
Ooh, it was like a whole 10K.
And hey, I get extra points for team score.
Well, there you go. Now you should do it.
I'm not convincing you, am I?
Well, I already have 100, so clearly I'm doing something right.
I'm on 99. I wonder what I'm missing. Is it just that I haven't finished enough missions?
I have no idea. The whole thing is random, and I pay no attention to it.
Oh well. You know what? You know what it might be is that you are number 1 on the PT Live leaderboard for the month of May.
Oh, there you go. That's really important. Because I started Max Muncy the one game he hit 3 home runs and had a however absurd number of points it was. That really is the difference. Like if I started some random guy instead of Muncy, I would be like 10th. Like it's so dumb.
Yeah.
And I didn't even mean to start
but you're in line for 250 standard packs.
Well, no, the funny thing, I didn't even want to start Muncy. I wanted to go someone else, and I got scared because it was supposed to rain. So I was like, okay, I'll find someone where it's not going to rain.
Yep. LA, it doesn't rain in LA?
Yeah, it doesn't rain. So okay. Sure.
Checks out.
But it is like, I don't know. It's very silly, PT Live.
Nope, story checks out. All right, what should we have other news, I guess, we can go over. And then we should maybe look at some cards.
Yeah. I guess if we're going to talk about PTCS, there was the one. I mean, we can't really show it, but I can just sort of talk about.
Well, first off, congrats.
Oh yeah, you as well. Yeah.
Thanks. No, but yours is a real accomplishment in sort of the Combinator era.
Well, okay. I mean, I had one really good Combinator. To be fair,
you had the Swindell, I guess.
I had the Swindell, which is obviously really, really.
Which is
strong.
probably the most important individual card for that format.
I did actually play another Combinator, but it was an Iron, so it was. I basically got a second Fothergill, which is useful but not spectacular. But I didn't actually hit. I hit only one other full Combinator team, and it was a full Combinator team that had chosen to play Combinators in exchange for. They didn't really a lot of Combinators with quite a 3rd and 4th tier cards, so it wasn't clear actually.
Yeah, there are definitely some Combinators teams that are making mistakes.
It wasn't clear to me which team should be better in that.
But
series.
there are also some Combinator teams that are not making mistakes, and I think those are the ones as we saw that dominated. But
actually,
go ahead.
Yeah, no. I mean, the one interesting series I had was against Combinator, but yeah, the Iron. Yeah, I think what you're gonna.
Well, we saw the first one they showed on stream with the Iron, definitely.
Yeah. No, so I think the interesting series I had was against the full Combinator team. Or not entirely full, but it was in wildcard. So for wildcard was
I would bring it up, but I missed that one.
Yeah, high silver floor, And congrats, by the way, to JDF for winning that, which was very much deserved with his big Syndergaard. His roster was built well, and he had a
No,
really
that
strong.
Syndergaard is the best purchase of the cycle so far, I think.
Oh yeah, by far. So in the semifinals, I played against a team which had a lot of combinators. I think like 20 or so, and then basically the rest of them were like the 75, the lives that just fill the roster. Now the combinators they had, some of them were good ones. Like they have, for example, Seidan Rafaela, level 5, which is, Seidan Rafaela is a decent card in that format, but the level 5 obviously is really good. The Ronnie Mauricio and Colt Emerson near the floor, Michael Bush near the floor. And then some ones which were, Moises Alou is really good, Bill Bichette's good, and then some which were a lot less strong, right? Like Kelvin Escobar, level 5, for example. Or, Steven Strasburg. Like just some kind of random guys.
Those are probably just mistakes, because even if you add about 3 to 3.5 wins to them for the combinator plus the chemistry, you're probably not quite getting as much as just running a meta card.
Right. And so the thing is, though, that it's a cap. And so some of these cards, like, the Michael Bush, for example, is a 77. It costs 2 points, and it's probably as good as a low diamond at that point. Because it's already sort of a playable... It's a card I thought about running myself.
Right. Here, I should pull up the cards you're talking about, just to,
Yeah. So, like...
sorry, you must not mean this... You must mean this Michael Bush.
Yes, the future legend. Yeah, the live sucks. So, like, this is a card which I considered running and didn't end up putting on my roster, but I thought about running him. He's cost 2 points. He's a decent platoon card. And so I had a build which basically, had no combinators on it, but it had a lot of, basically all the strong kind of low diamonds and high golds and things. And it was actually not clear to me. I thought that I was probably very slightly favored. I also had a slight rest advantage coming into the series. But it wasn't entirely clear to me. And the thing which is, the first game or so, I'm probably quite favored because I have sort of my good low diamonds against some random combinators that I'm better than. And then as soon as, fatigue starts hitting, I'm in a lot of trouble because, my random 75s are worse than random combinator 75s.
Right.
And so, like, okay, I thought it's very important that I win this series fast. Like, that's the way I want to win. But that isn't what happened, actually. I bullpen blew the first 2 games, which was not great. Then I won 3 in a row. And then I sort of get to this situation where in game 6, I'm starting to run into fatigue trouble. I've dodged some of it because I have platoons and he's given me lefties.
Oh, yeah, you should show that punt.
And, yeah, I more or less punted game 6. It wasn't like a full punt where I was like benching everyone, but it was close to it. I played this Dylan Moore card, which I had in my roster more or less for this purpose. Right. I think I played Cintron against the righty. I played Shumpert against the righty. Things like this. And this is even with Syndergaard pitching that game. But the idea is basically like, I have such an advantage when my starters are rested that I'd rather have 8 games where my starters are rested and lose one on purpose than like 5 games where my starters are rested and then 4 games where I'm like partially.
Yeah, I think in best of 9, punting can be an incredibly valuable strategy.
Yeah. And in particular against the build I was facing, because, as soon as we get in sort of the fatigue trouble, like, his combinators sort of blow my random stuff out of the water. But like my good cards are much better than his random combinators. So I just want to sort of get all my good cards in at once.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
That was, I think, the only kind of strategically interesting thing that happened to me during the PTCS. Otherwise, it was,
No, I mean, well, most of them, like I said, I qualified for, I think, 6. There were 3 that I missed by 1 round, and 1 I just didn't have time. And you know what? For being in the hospital for a week, I'll take it. But I just wasn't, I wouldn't have been competitive in any of the ones that that were constructing. I just didn't have the cards. So
yeah, it was sort of weird. Where like an iron, for example. I think I had an iron. I can look. I guess I had I had a number of combinators. I was not combinator free, including a level 5 Musil, which was a really strong
That should
card
be
in that
pretty
format.
playable. Yeah.
Um, um, so I'm kind of a reasonably good sized favorite there against teams with no combinators, but I'm still just crushed by any team with
Yeah, I will
20.
say I did find it. Trying to think of the way to say it, but almost sad actually that we had someone who kind of came into Kidney's Discord and you know like made a point the morning of PTCS of like really proudly explaining that basically he'd sacrificed like his entire league and every other tournament format and everything so that he could like beat me and win the Iron PTCS, and then like unleash this whole diatribe that like he'd clearly been building up for like a year or two at me, and I guess it's good he got it off his chest, or it might have been like unhealthy. I almost felt, but the weird thing
Yeah,
was I didn't know who he was, and it's like really weird feeling that you're like the final boss for somebody that you've never heard of.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, the Iron was
Well,
interesting.
well, especially because I like it was clear that he had been like building this up, like he wants to compete with me for whatever reason, and then because of these health issues, I actually wasn't even in the Iron PTCS this time around.
Well, he did better than you then.
He absolutely did better than me, no question. I didn't even qualify, um, and I guess he didn't get the result he wanted, right? Because he kind of wanted to yell at the two of us, and then that probably
Well,
wasn't the result he wanted at the end of the day.
well, I mean, the thing is that um, Iron is, I have a number of Iron combinators because they were kind of cheap, but it's not really the format. You know, the way I like to play the game, and I think you're the same way, and a lot of kind of other longtime players are as well, is that I like to play everything. I would, for me, the game would get kind of stale if I just played like
I agree.
one tier over and over again. It doesn't really matter which tier, but um, so
Yeah,
what I'm interested in doing is sort of trying to compete all over the place. Um, and so okay, if someone has I'm not, I don't, I'm not going into PTCS saying, okay, I really want to win silver. I'm going into PTCS saying, okay, I have 8 tournaments where I have a chance to win, and maybe I'll win one of them.
yeah, exactly. No,
I don't really care which one.
I didn't expect to get much out of this one because, like I said, I ended up in 6, but I felt like the draft was the only one I had a real shot, and then, you know, maybe the weekly if everything breaks right, just because the nature of it. But
Yeah, I
so I
felt I
felt
had a
like
real
I had
shot in the draft.
one, maybe 2 shots at most, and got really lucky, which happens. But uh, if we were to run that a bunch with 2 shots at most, I'm probably not going to do very well.
Yeah, I thought I had a shot in draft until I saw my first my 2 diamond rounds, and then I didn't have a shot in draft anymore.
Well, I should have had a shot in 2 drafts, but a certain co-streamer of mine knocked me out of place 128 by 1 point in the weekly draft.
Mm,
Don't know who
yeah.
that is.
uh,
But at the same time, I think the other takeaway is that, yeah, the Combinator teams are overpowered, as we knew they would be. Like 60 to 70 wins is huge. The only places that the Combinator teams were not really dominant were the places that there weren't enough available. So, Diamond, it still is the case that there haven't been enough pulled to really build top Combinator teams yet, for the most part, and even more so for Open. It's kind of still difficult. The problem, of
oh, and
course, is
also
those are the
a lot of
ones that traditionally had been sort of the formats that were more friendly to big spenders simply because the cards are more expensive.
yeah, it's also the case in both those formats that a number of the best cards were mission cards this time around.
Yeah, so I think that also helped. But even in general, I guess I haven't been up to Perfect League yet. But I wouldn't expect that in Perfect League you're going to see situations where there are teams running, 10 perfect combinators yet. just because the pull rate of those is so low.
Well, I mean, the Soul is in Perfect League this week, and they are running a number of diamonds. Only one perfect, but it's a bad one. Like really quite a bad one.
Yeah, but even diamonds have a much higher pull rate, right?
Yes, I mean,
Like if I go to the Combinator shop right now, for example, right? I'm just curious, even what. Here you go. So if I just look at cards that have sell orders, right? There are only 3 perfect combinators available, full stop. Right?
yeah.
Out of whatever big set. And of those, Collins is a card that is a combinator you could do very well with. I don't know how hard he is to boost, but
should be pretty easy given that he played for a long time.
But in general, if you're going to pay 500,000 for the card, you should have no problem adding on whatever it takes to boost it.
Yeah, I mean, well, Collins, you can get like the Silver Jimmy Fox is probably. Oh no, that's the wrong era. What am I talking about?
But no, but there must. I agree. There must be a bunch.
There should be good stuff.
Well, he was part of that $100,000 infield, right? So.
Yeah, I don't know if any of those other cards are. I guess it's easy to check, right?
Wait, hold on. Did Chance end up overlapping with him?
No, I don't think so. But there are some cards like this. Danny Murphy looks like it probably would be pretty decent. Jimmy Walsh is probably good. Amos Strunk could be decent. Yeah, it looks like there's a handful of these. I don't think he'll be a problem. There are some cards that are hard. There are some cards that are.
Anyway, but the point is, even if a lot of the hundreds tend to be guys that had long careers, Spawn had a long career, but a level 5 Spawn is still not really a card that you're that excited about.
The level 5 Justin Turner might be decent, and he'd also be pretty easy to boost.
He'd be easy to boost, but you're paying a lot. So I think the problem is there just aren't enough sort of perfect combinators that exist.
Yeah, this could change, by the way. If Spotlight packs come back like they were last year, then there will be lots and lots of them.
Yes.
But for now, it's okay.
So I think that's one, whereas in gold, you can see, like, for gold, there are a lot of combinators that you could sort of go after where, are they the best card to run? Probably not the best card to run, but not a disaster. Brandon McKay's got to be tough to boost, right? Because he just didn't
very tough
play that long.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's also because he doesn't get any even future legend coming because he's a throwback.
Yeah,
like it's going to be nothing.
I bet McCarver's boostable. I just don't want to ever play him VL. Yeah, no, but the point is there are enough gold options that you'll be able to find cards.
Yeah, it looks like to me the only kind of really meta option. There's a Mauer up for 150.
The silver Mauer, you mean?
No, the gold Mauer.
The new. Sorry.
Yeah, the new one.
Let me see. Where is he?
That's very expensive, but it's
right,
a good
and
card.
That's even a card where we had sort of talked about it. With the framing, I didn't like the card at all, and you had it as the top VR option because we just have different framing models, and the game doesn't give us the stats to know who's right.
Right. The Combinator should boost his framing quite a lot, also, which will be.
So that's a question: does the Combinator boost the framing independently, or does it?
We did, by the way. We got some new information on that thread for once. It doesn't really tell you anything, but at least it's sort of.
That's true. There was information.
Not completely obvious, so that was good.
Yep. But in general, I think the point is, if it's not clear from the results of PTCS that things are broken, I think it should now be clear from the following. I can join other gold because I forgot to use all the slots. But you notice right now, you can sign up for a weekly with 50 more slots. That's 8 hours away. I actually joined the casual cap. I wasn't going to play it, but it was in quicks and people need help finishing it. You notice dailies now. Here's an open daily that's 8 hours plus, right? Here's a wild card, 9 hours plus, diamond, but even some of the ones that traditionally were very hard to fill. Here's a gold cap, now 18 hours. So these are not filling anymore.
Well, I mean, there were a number of dailies added to the game.
Not many. There
This
was
week.
one of each of the low 5 types, and that shouldn't kill weeklies. No, I think it's that,
No, I mean, I think that had a significant. I mean, it definitely, but there were 4 weeklies added and 7 dailies. I mean, I think it's a not insignificant number, but I agree that there has been some exiting as well.
I think based on the numbers I'm seeing, or even how long it takes the gold quicks to fill, there's been a lot. And it's going to get worse pretty quickly unless something's done. I mean, the problem is, the way they've been selling this. See, this is where I always get myself into trouble by actually saying what I think. Everybody got to promise not to clip this, right? But I mean, when I try to figure out the thought process behind all of this, I really don't understand. Like, it's almost like they're thinking, okay, well, hold on. Why are tournaments not filling even with the extra slots? I mean, look, we tried telling people that they should feel good about losing, and that didn't work. And so then we tried asking the affiliates to really push that message hard that they should feel good about losing. And we even tried giving a pity prize for losing not so quickly. And we tried adding more tournaments, and none of this is helping tournaments fill. So what is there left to try?
Well, I mean, I think in all honesty that the thought process behind combinators was just kind of my guess is that the thought process behind combinators was really just from a point of view of a very, very sort of casual player, because that's kind of where a lot of the decisions teams come from. And then as soon as it gets kind of subjected to the real stress of a competitive player trying to maximize things, it sort of explodes.
Well, I think it's also, it was clear last year that from a financial point of view, they wanted all these LEs. And I mean, after all, this is why we're not in the Discord, is because they wanted LEs and they were upset that we explained all the reasons that this was killing the game. They rolled back the LE decision. Okay. Well, what you've done with combinators is you basically just made every packable card an LE. Right?
Yep.
And actually, on the high-end cards, even rarer, right? There are fewer than 10 copies of all of the perfects. I guess we could estimate how many, say, bronzes there are, but I would bet that, I mean, given that I don't think an Andrew Jones has sold yet, right? And
it is not.
And the prices have been up there high enough that I suspect anybody that pulled an Andrew Jones is likely to sell it rather than keep it right now.
I mean, it depends who pulled it. Probably, I haven't seen one use either though. So.
If I pulled one, I would just throw it up there for 500K and let it sit rather than start boosting it.
That's what I would do as well.
In unrelated news, if anyone wants a Lefty Grove,
yeah, if you pull an Andrew Jones, do not sell to the
don't sell for the current buy order. List it for like 500K and someone will pay it. But the point is, there probably are 0 copies, right? So there's certainly a lot fewer copies of a Combinator Andrew Jones than, say, the Bronze Ozzy or Suarez.
Yeah.
Yeah, occasionally, exactly. You definitely want to maximize. Waiting an hour is worth 200K.
No, I mean, honestly, 500K may be too low. I mean, I'm not totally sure.
No, you maybe just post in the Discord, got one, taking the best offer.
I mean, my general advice for people when trying to sell like very rare cards would be basically put it up for some astronomical amount that you're like, put it for an amount basically where you're very confident no one will buy it, right? Which for Jones is probably maybe even $1 million. And then sort of post like, hey, I'm taking private offers for this thing. If I don't get one that's big enough, I'm not going to sell it. But like, give me an offer. And then basically have a number in your head that's lower than your giant number, but still like quite high. If no one hits that, if someone hits it, then you can sell it to them. But if no one hits it, then you just sort of slowly lower it over time, and eventually someone will buy.
Yeah, I generally will sell.
You have enough leverage because it may be weeks before another one gets pulled.
Well, not just that, but the number 2 sale for some of these might be even higher because now there's a competitor that has one.
Yes, but
the number 5 sale is going to be lower.
Yeah, but also it's that you sort of have at the very least until the next one gets pulled to sell yours, and you'll get the same price, basically. So there's kind of no reason to go crazy trying to sell it quickly unless you really, really need the points for something instantaneously, which is very rare.
Which you don't.
Yeah, the only times when that's the case basically is you're in perfect league, you need to buy a brand new card because it's the critical card for your build. And it came out on Thursday or something, but that's basically it. But yeah, otherwise it's just you should just make sure you get max for those sorts of cards.
But yeah, the rest of it I don't understand, and also adding tournaments, I don't see how that doesn't just make all of the problems much worse.
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, the thing is that some of the tournaments that got added, for example, the iron one is a live iron, so that doesn't obviously not a combinator issue. It's not a particularly interesting format, I don't think, because
right.
But that's kind of neither here nor there.
But for the others, I mean, because the problem is, look, fundamentally, the problem with combinators is that on the one hand, they provide a big enough advantage that sort of you can't compete against them without spending on them. But on the other hand, they cost enough that they're not even close to bringing their value back. And by adding more tournaments, what you're doing is making the combinators a better deal, but still not close to a good enough deal that it ever brings value back. So you're actually just making the problem worse. You're more encouraging people to kind of take a bad plunge at combinators, but you're still not actually solving the problem.
I think the other thing which I want to be very, very clear about is I don't think, we talk about a lot of this stuff from the point of view of what's good for the game, what's bad for the game. This is in no way trying to put any kind of blame or fault or anything on people who have bought lots of combinators, right? It's a perfectly legitimate decision. If you want to play, if all you care about is playing silver and you want to buy silver combinators, there's nothing wrong with doing that, right? It's not the way that I want to play.
Look, if the game gives you an option, there's nothing wrong with taking it.
Yeah, actually that's true, MJT, but that's a good point. Live Iron was a good ad.
I agree.
That's a good point.
There's actually a bigger problem that they've boxed into. Okay. So let's suppose that we now all agree that combinators are bad. I'm not sure there's complete consensus on that, but let's suppose we were to get to that point. Okay. And actually, we are going to get here's how we're going to get to that point is isidafo and I are going to decide to go all combinator on people pretty soon. And the moment we start winning with combinators, people are going to decide it's a bad idea and take them away.
Well, it's not just, I don't think it's just specifically us, but I think what's the case a lot right now is that a number, but not all, but a number of the teams with a lot of combinators are sort of giving away a large part of their advantage because they're not building their team particularly well. That's not the case with some of the full combinator teams are building them quite well.
Yeah, sorry, the good Pat, I'm talking about the good combinators. All the other combinators are worthless.
There are a number of the teams which are being built sort of, the cards are really, there are a lot of combinators, but they're not very strong cards that are combinators, or the sort of major fatigue issues or other things which are sort of killing the win rate.
I don't know, Gabagool. I think isidafo winning is more likely than me winning.
Well, I don't know about that necessarily, but I think at some point we will see, one of the sort of really, really strong.
But given that it was made clear from our random interloper and Kidney's Discord that a lot of this is specifically targeted at, like I said, that that guy had a lot to get off his chest.
No, I mean I don't really feel like anyone's targeting me specifically,
I think people
but
are targeting me specifically, but that's okay. I think rivalries are fun, so um,
yeah. So don't get the debug dragon. I agree. It's not the player's fault. I think the thing which is okay. There are a number of things which I don't like about combinators. So one is that it is the way to win if you only care about winning a specific format. If let's say like you don't care about league, you don't care about whatever, all you care about is winning diamond or gold, right? Then yes, it's the way to do it. If what you care about is sort of having success everywhere, it's not so clear it's the way to do it necessarily.
well, I think the
Because
problem is, but I think moreover, the problem is that combinators are, as long as people don't like, if you're unilaterally disarming, you lose in this, right? So as long as some people are going full combinator or close to full combinator with decent builds, you will need to do something like that in order to be able to compete, right? That's the nature of the game. The problem is that the prize pools are not large enough to get you value back. So in the past, the idea was, this is still an economic game. The idea in the past had been that tournaments are kind of a way that you can invest in things that are going to bring you more points back so that you eventually both get the fun of playing in tournaments, but then also, kind of manage to build some resources. The problem is that the way combinators are designed, they're both overpowering so that you need to play them to compete, but they don't bring back their value before they're out of the meta, which means it's kind of the same thing as like deciding to compete in Perfect League. When I'm up in Perfect League, I spend whatever I have to spend to keep up with the meta as long as I can. I know that I'm kind of burning value in the long run because, every point that I'm spending on a league card is a point that just never comes back. I'm getting it to compete in the short term, but, in the long term, that card always is going to be much cheaper within a couple of weeks.
Oh, and to be clear, like I did that this week. I bought a Beltron for a little under 300k. It will not get me 300k points back, but it's a really strong card.
No,
and it fits what I'm trying to do.
Are you in Perfect this week?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's completely a sensible thing to do. You take your shot, and if you demote, then you'll probably recoup whatever you can if you still think there's something to recoup and save the resources for later. But when you're up, if I had promoted this week, I'd be keeping my Lefty Grove instead of being willing to sell him. Again, I do think Grove is an excellent league card, but if anyone wants to pay me something close to market price for him, given that I'm not currently in Perfect League, I'll take 1.5 million points. I'll take a million.
I played a park specifically designed for Grove and McCann.
Sure. You do the best you can, absolutely. And Beltron actually would fit that pretty well.
Yes. I would like a Shane Deans too, but that one's a little much. And there aren't any available.
Right. No, but that makes sense. So I think the point is, you do what you have to compete when you're trying to compete, but the way that you can afford to do that, unless you're putting cash into the game, is the rest of the time you have to do things that are building resources. Right?
Yes.
So the rest of the time you're building resources. And so in the past, the idea was that tournaments were a way of building resources, especially the low-end tournaments were a really good way for people to jump in and build resources because the cards didn't cost much. But of course, the prize pool for an Iron Daily is the same as the prize pool for an Open Daily. So even though it's cheaper to assemble the roster, you can bring the same points back, right? The problem is that now the entry point for competing in an Iron Daily is much higher than the resources that sort of newer teams have at their disposal. And even if you were to... So you can get lucky, and I'll give you an example of, so again, when I say this, I want to be clear. Not only do I really like Laptop Hound and the way he's doing, but I like the way he kind of does fun stuff and enjoys the game. So I don't mean this in any way to be picking on him. Just he's an example of someone doing this in a high profile way, right? He had a really good pack pull, right, with a beaver.
Yeah, great card.
Sold it and got about 1,000,000 points.
Yeah.
He really enjoys competing in bronze, and so what he's doing, at least from what I've seen on stream, what he's doing is he's investing in a bunch of bronze combinators, and he's invested most of that 1,000,000 points in really building an incredibly strong bronze team, or at least that, again, I haven't looked at the build, but I assume if he's putting the points in, that's where he's going to end up. But the problem is,
I don't know that we can say incredibly strong and kitty at the same time, but it's minor quibble.
hey, I like Kitty Kitty, as a song.
Card less so.
Yeah, but a level 5 version of Kitty's probably going to be playable.
It's yes. It
and some of the bronze dailies are earlier eras where Kitty's a better fit.
Yeah, no, it's totally decent.
But rather the point is, I don't think Lap is going to bring back anything close to the probably 700,000 or 800,000 points it looks like he's invested in building that team by the time those cards cycle out of the meta. And that's not a criticism of Lap, because that's just a description of what the maximum possible win rates are and what the prize pools look like. They're just...
No, I mean, in fact, I think it's very likely that he's doing that with the understanding that he's not going to bring back the point.
Right. So the problem is basically you're burning resources to do it, and ultimately this is a resource game. So it's the same reason, by the way, I think the idea of packs-only team, the way Lap's setting it up, is potentially a lot of fun. The reason I didn't decide to do this with my alt, partly I don't have a lot of time, but the reason I decided not to do this with my alt is I don't think it's viable. In other words, the problem is that before, I think if the packs-only team were only cards that you pull in packs can be used in league play and do whatever you want in tournaments, that at least gives you a chance to keep getting packs. But the problem is, like, a packs-only team can't really build effective tournament teams because you don't have a big enough card pool. And if you're not getting packs from tournaments, even quicks at this point are really tough if you don't, if you're stuck with pack pulls, right? Then you're basically getting, you're getting 8 standard and 2 silver packs a day potentially from drops, but you're probably not getting too much more than that. So you're getting maybe 60 to 70 packs a week in total. To give you an example, I went and looked back, and last week I don't think was a particularly good or bad week for me tournament-wise. BFLB, I know it wasn't his pack-only team that had the pull. It's a different point. That sort of pack-only teams are the one. No, if he was a pack-only team that had the pull, he wouldn't have been able to buy the bronze combinators. But the problem is that, so if you're at, say, 70 packs, so to give you an idea, I went back and looked. In the last week, I ripped something like 250 standard packs and another 50 or so higher end packs.
That sounds about right.
And again, I don't think I had a particularly good or bad week. That's just what you're getting if you're trying to find competitive spots and being reasonably competitive in dailies, plus having a Quicks team that's capable of winning packs, plus the 7 year or so that you get from the drops and login rewards, right? So the problem is basically that the packs only teams, I think, just get starved of resources. But it's a similar problem to the other stuff where, if a team is not able to find some way of getting resources beyond the Twitch drops and login rewards, you get a few points from league achievements and stuff, but if you're not able to really find something that gets you resources, you become uncompetitive very quickly. And I think that's why all of these formats are now kind of drying up, is people are just sort of realizing that they don't have the ability to compete.
And to Mr. Black,
go ahead.
I think it's kind of an interesting point here, right? So, one, live Quicks previously weren't firing at any kind of decent rate. Maybe they are now, I don't know. But you can play live Quicks, you can dodge the combinators, but you have to first acquire 300k. And acquiring 300k is non-trivial for a new player. Like that is not
Yeah,
like
your
something
best
that's
shot is
happened
actually being an
instantaneously.
expert in entry pool and rookie. And if you're really a new player and you're not an expert in those first couple of weeks, it's very hard to build up.
Yeah. So like if we're saying okay, like yes, there's this format you can compete in. Even like the diamond quicks are decent, but they fire so slowly. But still, you have to spend a lot of points to get in. Like you need capital, and like if we're now at the point where like the quote unquote entry point is a 300K, like that's not working.
No.
Um,
No,
I
and that's
mean,
why this is drying up pretty quickly. And that's why people need this help. That's why we do streams like this too. Having said that, and I think you're going to disagree with me on this, but here's where I think they're boxed in. Let's suppose we all agree that the combinators are game breaking, because eventually if this is not clear to people, eventually it will eventually be clear to everybody, right? Um, Here's the problem. You really can't just ban them. I mean, you can, but as we've realized, there are people that have sunk, 1 million points into really building a top end gold team. I think wasn't the guy in Kidney's Discord, saying basically 600,000 to 800,000 to kind of really finish everything in iron, something like that.
yeah, that
Um,
seems reasonable.
and those are still bad decisions in the sense that you're not getting all those points back, but you really have to give them a chance to play out the strategy and find out how well it works. You can't just sort of say, we discovered you did something good, and so we're going to take away your ability to kind of cash in on your investment. And I hate saying that because obviously I think the game would be a lot more fun for me and a lot more fun for a lot of the community if you did take those things away. But I think it's the same thing I was saying last week about how there's this trust between, the game designer and the player. And part of that trust is that when the game designer says these are the rules, you're encouraged to make clever decisions based on the rules. And, I don't think that, like I said, I don't think the decision to kind of invest heavily in Combinator was the correct one at the beginning. I think, for example, like what I was able to get instead of building, like 2/3 of an iron combinator team, I have 2,000 historical silver duplicates, which I'm going to end up selling for more value by quite a bit than I would have gotten out of the iron combinator, right? But now that you've told people these are the rules and you're allowed to go try this strategy and see if you can make it work, I think the game designers have an obligation to actually let them execute the strategy and get what they can for it. And like I said, I hate saying that because it's going to be really bad for the game if something isn't done about this like immediately. You can see that things were already struggling to fill. But I also think that maybe the precedent's even worse if you just take everything away.
No, I agree. You can't just get rid of it. You can't just say they're gone now and that's
So
it.
there's a third option, and this is the option that, we should have this conversation with Spore at some point. There is a third option which is also not going to work, and this is where they're really boxed in. So the third option is you basically say something like, from now on, combinators are not going to be dropped, or from now on, they're going to work differently for new combinators. And then you basically power creep your way out of it, right? If you're getting an extra 3.5 wins for a combinator, then once you power creep every level 3.5 wins,
but you're going to ruin the game. There's just no way.
But the problem is isidafo and I have kind of been, maybe not even so quietly, but mentioning or implying throughout, with the current game engine, when you power creep to that level, other things are going to break in the game engine.
Yeah, it doesn't work. No, I think the way I would do it is sort of. I think in all honesty, okay, I don't think you can just pull the plug and say commentators are banned. That's it. But so I think what I would do is say, um, we're not going to allow commentators in tournaments anymore, but we're going to give everyone, or maybe this is the better way to do it. Maybe this is the better way to do it. We say we will allow commentators in tournaments. Like, we're not changing anything that. We're not going to allow any more sales of combinators.
So
like the combinator card shop will be closed off.
you could. I mean, I think the direction I would go instead.
No, but
Go ahead.
And we're going to allow quick sells of combinators at some rate which is dependent upon their level, to allow people basically who invest heavily in combinators and now will no longer be able to maintain a full combinator team because of the lack of ability to buy combinators at the shop to get some value back for them.
So I think there's an intermediate answer you could try as well, and this is the one I might try, is to basically say for all newly released cards, the combinator drop rate is 100%.
See, the problem with that, okay, maybe this is somewhat just my personal opinion, to be honest. Like, not to do anything in the game design. Quite honestly, my biggest problem with combinators at this point, and is that I just really don't enjoy any part of the whole process of having them. Like, the leveling process I find to be tedious and boring. The process of trying to find them on the card shop is horrible because you have to like constantly check to see if like some new player decides to list the combinator you wanted at low prices, because maintaining the high buy order on every combinator you're interested in is impossible because it would take you like tens of millions of points. Like, you're basically just incentivized to like constantly click the refresh button all the time. Like, is my food available? You have to, I have to buy 40 copies of this random iron at 30 points. Like, I have to, okay, like the Cinder Guard, for example, right? You probably could have found 200 players who would have bought this 90k Cinder Guard, but like JDA happened to find him. Like, good for JDA, nothing wrong with that. But like, basically, it's just taking advantage of someone who didn't understand how to price this card. Like, it feels really awful. And so, like, to be honest, the thing for me that's at this point making the game, like, this is in all honesty the closest I've probably come to stopping playing since PT21, where I did take a break for a number of months, is just because nothing to do with any game design stuff. I just hate everything to do with leveling the combinators and trying to buy them. It's the worst.
Yeah.
Like, all the fun parts of the game are gone.
Yeah.
And instead, all I do is put up 50-point buy orders for random bronzes and hope someone fills them.
Yeah. And to respond to chat, so Rojo, the problem is as soon as you make the combinator max low enough, combinators are completely meaningless, because essentially it just says, okay, let's say there's a 5 combinator limit. It doesn't matter which 5 I pick, right? As long as I pick 5, players from my starters, just randomly pick 5 cards to boost 3 wins. Doesn't matter which 5, because kind of they're all starters, and it's just equivalent. And so then it doesn't actually, help anything. Just curious. This is, speaking of combinator team. Oh no, this is a non-combinator team. Nice.
I mean, the first thing to do is like killing the chemistry is kind of the easy first step, right?
But it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't really. It doesn't fix the problem. You're changing 70 wins into 45 wins or whatever. It's not. But I was going to answer D-Block. Or go ahead. I should answer D-Block's thing as well.
It at least gives you. It helps the problem a little, and it's easy to do.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, but D-Block, I mean, I think I mentioned this earlier, that the problem is, look, combinators are intentionally something to try to make it so that there's a big advantage to spending. It was it was something that kind of, they tried with LEs. The community rebelled against LEs, so they've tried this version instead, right? The reason that isidafo and I are not in the main Discord is because we point out that the LEs were breaking things. So we're not allowed in the main Discord anymore for this one. Someone else will have to do it. But, The problem is that the solutions that they've picked for combinators, you know, they tried telling people that they should feel good about losing and really pushing that message hard. Okay, that didn't work. They tried giving a pity prize if you lose not quite so quickly, right? That's the idea of these like Splittorf and AG stuff, right? They tried adding more tournaments so that if you lose quickly, you have something else you can enter and lose. But none of these is actually attacking the real problem. I know, D King, shocking, right? So the problem is that you have to open up a different box of options, which actually involve fixing the problem. And yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, D King. Okay, so yes, OOTP. When we sort of made this point about the LE10s last year, they banned myself, Isidafo, Kidneys. There were two others, I believe. I'm trying to remember.
Was Adobe and I forget who else. There was someone else, I think. Maybe not. Maybe it was just the four.
I believe it was five. Anyway, they basically banned us from the Discord because they didn't want those opinions in the main Discord.
I need to clarify. I don't know what happened. I know that I'm no longer in the main Discord, and then if I attempt to rejoin it, which actually I haven't since like the very first time.
That's true. I haven't either. It's possible that I am allowed back. I can check.
When I tried the one or two times I tried it when it first happened, because I thought there was just like some kind of error, it didn't let me rejoin it. But no one has ever said anything to me in an official capacity, which
no one said it to me in official capacity either. But it doesn't take a lot of reading between the lines.
So
I would have asked Nico, but he also blocked me.
Yeah, maybe I should try rejoining at some point. I haven't tried it since like.
No, this is again OOTP does not allow certain opinions in the main Discord. If you're not comfortable with the censorship, that's up to you. But them as part of the rules in the main Discord.
Yeah, I mean it is what it is.
Yeah. But what I will say is, so I actually have run a massively multiplayer online sports game before and thought about a lot of these kinds of game design issues. I am very happy to have those conversations with people if they're looking for solutions. Given that some of the people have blocked me, like literally blocked me, which is funny because I only noticed this because I noticed I couldn't find them on Discord. We had never actually had conversations with them. But given that that's true, I'm not the one that's going to initiate that discussion. But I respond to anybody who reaches out and wants to talk, regardless of whether I agree with them. As you've noticed, we do not believe in censorship either in Kidney's Discord or in this chat, with one exception, which is do not spoil no-hitters. Yeah. That reminds me, I want to try my experiment. Go ahead. I'm going to set up my experiment while we do this.
I think the other thing, which I don't know whether this is what happened or not, but I think it is, I think it is like it shouldn't happen this way, but if sort of the people making decisions are people who are not particularly involved in the community, or haven't really played the game at a very high level or understood what it means to play the game at a very high level. And again, I don't know where it comes from, who's making it, any of that, right? No idea. I think it's very easy to sort of think like, okay, there was some discussion at the beginning of the cycle, will someone be able to acquire a team full of combinators, like at all, right? I mean, there were some people who said no, some people said yes, people said it's too expensive, whatever. Okay, clearly at this point, we can all see that it is, in fact, very doable.
But clearly the night it came out, we knew it was doable. We had this discussion back in March.
I agree, but I think what's possible that could have happened, and I don't know, is that, you say like, well, you calculate the pull rates of these things. You say, okay, well, they won't, any individual person won't pull them very often. And so, each team will only have a couple, and boosting them will be expensive. And, like actually maybe it's an interesting poll to do. I'm curious people think. How many points did I end PT24 with? Like
I think I know the answer to that one actually.
Not as bragging or anything, but like I'm curious if people can actually get how close people can get to the answer.
I guess you know the answer for me because I showed it on stream, probably.
Yeah. But I think in general it's very easy to substantially underestimate.
I think you're all underestimating so far based on chat.
Number of points, which so teacher, no, what I would say is
no, just points, not unlocked inventory.
Well, if it's just points, it's because there were some I bought some stuff at the end which I was unnecessary. I was just like buying stuff basically to collect things. So I
so
think
before
I could
before that,
yeah.
And okay, T-Chuck, you're a lot closer now.
I stopped opening stuff also at the end of the cycle, so this would have been more if I had kept opening.
Oh yeah, I want to try. All right, I got to try my social experiment. Are you ready? All right, should we try this?
Sure.
So we're going to do a prediction with channel points. I'm curious how this is going to work. The rules are really simple. You can pick choice 1 or choice 2. Whichever one ends up with fewer points bet on it wins the prediction.
Oh yeah, this is a.
And I'm curious how this plays out.
So I guess I should tell people. Well, I obviously we can't play because we can see how many points are being bet on each thing.
No, everyone can see how many points are being bet on each thing, right? Everyone can see how many points are being bet on each thing.
Yeah. So D-Block, I was winning on average about one weekly a week plus however much other stuff. I was spending on per week until the end of the cycle. I stopped when 25 came out.
So right now, for example, choice 2 has fewer points bet. So if it were to end right now, choice 2 will be the winner. So isidafo, how do you think this is going to play out?
Well, you shouldn't really bet until the very end, right? There's no reason to do it now.
I don't know. That's probably true.
Or maybe are you allowed to bet and then bet again? Or is it like sort of you get one chance?
If I remember correctly, you can bet more points on the same side, but you cannot bet on both sides. Okay. If I remember correctly.
You can't switch. Okay. So you could make a choice and then you can bet more on that choice, but you can't cancel it or change the other choice. Okay.
That's correct. So, I think this will be an interesting one to see how it plays out.
It also shows which one people went for. Oh, see, people probably shouldn't. I guess it doesn't matter.
If you post in chat, you can see which side you've predicted. That's right. Yeah, I think this is a fun one. So the question is, will choice 2, because in principle, right, because it's a parimutuel thing, in principle, it should end up very close to 50-50, because right now, if you know that choice 2 is winning, you'd like to have more points in choice 2, as long as it still wins.
Correct. What could very easily happen is a lot of people go on choice 2 at the very end and ends up going over choice 1.
In which case, choice 1 wins. Exactly.
Hey, because someone put a lot of. I mean, this is probably one person who put a lot of points into choice 1. Right? Like that's what's happening right now.
So far, we're halfway done, but as you said, you expect most of the bets to come in at the very last minute.
Yes. How do I see again? Oh, here it is. Okay, we do get a little bit of additional information. We can see how many people bet on each choice, but that's not super important.
But I think there will be more points bet by the end. The question is choice 2 definitely winning here, or are people going to miscalculate?
Well, it's interesting because you don't really know how many people are going to go in and how many points everyone has. Right? Some people may have more points than you expect to bet. Oh, so anyway, I guess I can give the answer, by the way, to the. So I ended the cycle with about 8.5 million. If I take out sort of the.
And you also did you win a Jackie or had you bought a Jackie?
I won a Jackie. I bought a Musial, and I had about 100 or maybe 125 on open choice packs. So I could have easily gotten to 10 million, probably 15 if I had really, really needed to for something. Just, I mean, not to brag or anything. It's just
No, just to give an idea of.
Yeah, like you can. I think people vastly underestimate how many points you can get.
Yeah, since we don't know what else to do with channel points, I figured this would kind of be fun.
Yeah, this is a good one.
Huh. Well, everyone is now sitting and waiting. I probably should have had a shorter clock on this. We've got about a minute left. There's no way it's finishing exactly like this, right? I think people are definitely betting more on choice. Probably no one's betting more on choice one right now.
Probably not, but you never know, I guess. Okay, there was a little small bet on choice 2 there.
All right, what is your prediction for where choice 2 ends up? It's at 7K now. I'm going to say it ends up at 25K.
Yeah, I think that's about right. That's about right. Maybe 20, 25.
Seeing D King's just saying 10K.
There's also the people who previously bet on choice 2.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Okay.
27K. All right. It's getting more interesting now. There's still a little bit of room to take more profit.
Here we go. Slowly.
Do they miscalculate?
Oh, wow. It was close at the end. Almost.
Do we finish?
I think yes.
How do I expire it as... What do I do?
We did pretty well here at the end, by the way.
We did actually quite well. We should do that one more time, like a little bit later, now that we know how it plays out.
Yeah.
How do I expire it as... I'm trying to figure out...
Oh, here, just choose outcome. I can do it if you can find it.
Where does it pop up? I didn't see it.
Well, which view? I'm in like the moderator view. And there's a thing on the left side which is a little like I don't know how you describe it, like the predictions icon thing, the little like crystal ball.
Okay, anyway, you want to expire it then?
Yeah, I can choose outcome. Fewest points was choice 2.
Fewest points was choice 2, so choice 2 is the winner. Yeah.
New prediction. There we go. Okay, I have done it.
So well done.
Congratulations to all the choice 2ers.
It looks like T-Chuck was the biggest winner. It looks like.
Congratulations. Congratulations, T-Chuck.
Okay, that actually played out pretty well.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if at the start, the next time, if someone doesn't come in and put a lot of points on one at the beginning.
So, do you think this works best with 2 choices or with more than 2? I wonder.
I don't know.
How would this work with 3?
We could try with 3. It's like, maybe next time we do, we try with 3.
Half of a troll would blow past. You could troll would blow past it though. That's the thing, right?
Yes. Well, someone could do that. I mean, that's the thing. That's one of the reasons, because if you could bet on both options, and a strategy might be to put a lot of points on one choice at the start, and then put in a smaller number on the other choice at the very end, hoping to get it over, so your initial large bid could win. If
you could do both, right? Yeah. Although I guess if you have an alt. But probably no one's using their alt for this channel because there are no drops. So there's no reason to... There's no reason. If you're bringing your alt here, I mean, thank you, I guess. But, The
view botting.
They're exactly. But if you're bringing your alt here, I don't know why. All right, you know what? Why don't we do a few cards and then we'll go back and do one more of these. Does that sound good?
Sure.
Let's get our couple iron cards out of the way. I'd better download the new card list, or else I can't do any of this, right?
I haven't really even seen these because I only managed to tune into the stream at the very end.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do better waiting actually for the market to clear on these. Did I sell the one I didn't sell the couple I put? Yeah, I'll wait for the market to clear.
There were missions today, Sky Sluggers. Unfortunately, almost all of them are really, really bad value. So
There
It's really
were.
not much. There were missions.
That's true. You know what though? If you want, I know people love when we pull packs on stream. I don't usually pull packs on stream because I just get through them. But I'll click through all the missions and pull packs on stream if you want. But let's look at some cards. Let's look at some cards. So who do we got here? We've got. That's what I was doing. I was grabbing the updated list. And let's do some May Irons, right?
Yes.
Wait. Well, oh, because it's only show cards with sell word. I was going to say it should be a Daryl May, right?
That's the first one.
So we start with Daryl May. All right. See, we totally are going to get to cards by the end of this, right?
Well, here's a card.
Here's a card. It's an iron card.
Low iron.
What?
It's a low iron card, even.
It's a low iron card. So, there we go.
And there is a low iron.
This is why you come here for the great analysis, like you just heard.
I mean, yeah. It was all correct.
It was. Okay, so I actually kind of am interested in this card. Nothing modern.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be bad in modern.
I think I'm actually pretty interested in this card in early eras.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, you know, there's cards like Packard, for example, that I assume will just sort of be better. And even something like, you know, Silva, obviously, if you go up to bronze, is going to be way, way better.
So Packard, probably a little better, but Packard is a little splitty, I guess. No, not too splitty in the things we care about, actually.
No, Packard should be pretty good. Yeah, I'm not sure this card ever ends up really getting all that much use.
So I think if you did like an early era, so like a dead ball bronze cap, I think by the time you're in bronze. So the problem is that for a dead ball bronze cap, is that still 1927 or they make that earlier? I'm trying to remember.
The bronze cap is now modern, but anyway, I mean, even in that format, like Evaldi and Split Off are pretty good because it's not like the PPF is not 0, it's like 50-ish, and they have a lot more control. And in 1927, home runs do exist, so home run does not go to 0.
No, but even if it were lower, like in 1927. You know, like a Silva type is gonna.
No, Silva's almost certainly the best pitcher in 1927 for bronze.
Right, but the problem is because it's a cap. You know, you're really only looking at like 3 pitchers total.
Right, and yeah, basically Silva, Evaldi, and Split Off are all better, and so that's the end of it.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And as you said, Packard's probably getting you a little more value also. I think there are probably 1 or 2 others in there also still. Like if it's really as late as the 20s, so it's kind of that mix. You know. But like Warhop is also actually a perfectly good shape for that era.
I mean, you can even like something
Bill
like the 42
Lee, Sherry Smith. Sherry Smith is probably a pretty good shape for the era.
Yeah, there's lots of Bruce. Yeah, there's lots of even like this Constantine is probably decent.
All right, so this one probably just never plays then, right?
Yeah, I don't think so really.
All right, so we can give it an F.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, if anyone is familiar enough with setting up stream elements, apparently I can now do things like have an S+ counter and an F- counter. But I don't quite know how to like keep everything set up.
Okay, Bector is saying there's a 1947 iron. Yeah, I still think there's probably just too much of this stuff.
I think 47. I'm going to run Warhop, Sherry Smith, Packard type cards ahead of this though.
Yeah, but there's also, I mean, there's at that point. I mean, it's not a huge home run rate, but there is like a 1.5% home run rate at that point. It's not. It's far from 0.
So does anyone know? If anyone knows how to use the stream element stuff, let me know. Apparently, chat commands should now exist. Actually,
we did, by the way, start the stream with stream elements attempting to post a link and Nightbot nuking it, which was pretty good.
Yes, well, you know.
Oh, we probably have to like make stream elements a moderator or something. Can we do that? Because otherwise, it's going to get
Is
moved
that
all
going to
the
get
time.
stream elements and Nightbot into an infinite loop? Not that that couldn't be fun, mind you.
Should we try? I think I can make stream elements a moderator.
Sure.
Oh no, I think you have to do it. I'm not sure that I have.
Is
I
it
think
slash
I
mod?
think probably. I think I don't have
Is it
permission.
just stream elements?
Yeah. Okay, we can mod both. Okay. Okay, there we go. Stream elements a moderator
All
now.
right. So now, does this does this work? Like, can I?
Well,
Yep, it's working.
something happened. I'm not sure about the. There's some issues, but you know, let's see. Can anyone do this? I assume anyone could do this. Okay, we're all 1 out of 0. You probably have to give us some other permission so we can see how many points people have.
um.
We're all tied.
Okay, uptime works though.
Uptime works.
Okay, actually, what I should do is commands, right?
Oh wow, that's just fancy.
Oh, then
There we
I
go.
in both Nightbot and Stream.
We both did it.
All right, this seems like one of these things to figure out. And anyway, I'm happy to play
There are a
around with
lot of commands.
this
There are a
eventually.
lot of commands. Some of them are really.
Wait, does watch? I wonder if watch time works. I'm going to be scared at the answer to this. Okay, so there's clearly a missing thing in there.
I mean, you probably have to go to kind of permission to see various like.
So what? All right, if anyone knows how to set this up, I'm happy to try to do this. Just let me know.
At least all these defaults.
Let me know how that works. In the meantime, we can keep.
Okay, so next card then, Jerry May.
We got another May, yes. Jerry May. Jerry May. Trevor May, I definitely will want to talk about.
Yes, that's an interesting card.
But let's look at Jerry May. So we got a really VL-oriented catcher, it looks like. Right? Why does this say it's going to meme? It's going to meme A? What's the? Is that supposed to be, or is there like some meme that I'm missing?
I have no idea. I don't understand it either.
What is the mission structure here again?
It's 3 of the 4 pitchers for the Rudy May, and then that mission plus 4
So
of the
this
5
mission
pitchers.
is just a gold pack. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me let me get rid of the pack rewards here. So it's
3 out of 4 pitchers get you the Rudy May.
Okay.
And then that 4 out of 5 mission plus the Rudy May get you Winfield.
Get you Winfield. Okay. So not super hard. They're all new dropped cards, but you know it's 1 silver or gold here, and
these
it's actually all bronze or below here.
Yeah, at some point, probably in a week or so, these will be very cheap missions.
It's an NSYNC reference.
Well, that explains why I didn't get it.
I mean, I remember NSYNC, but not to that level, I guess. Yeah, because that was, yeah. See, now I'm really going to end up dating myself if I keep going in this line of thought. So let's, Jerry May. You know, so the framing means I kind of don't get interested with this shape. I guess you're probably, at least in a relative sense, more interested than I am. Are you ever looking at this card VL? Because I do have him as the best bat VL for iron catchers.
I don't even have the best bat feel. I would rather play a bat like Cal Neiman's if I'm going to do that. Um,
Just the
which is just like
113 power VL, and
a lot of power. And even if we really want to go for no defense, there's this Mike Diaz card that's sort of the same shape as Neiman's bat, just a little bit better. The defense is really bad, but if you really just want to go for a bat first catcher, that's another option.
And I think I'm just running Steve O'Neill and Tom Needham most of the time here.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing Johnny Edwards a bit because he's very, very
Yeah,
good
so
one way.
I have Edwards as the second best option VR, and I have Needham as the better two-way option. Yeah, could go either way.
Yeah, I did buy a Western Combinator, so that's kind of where I'm
Okay, if
playing
you have the
that.
Combinator, then Western probably makes sense.
Um,
But no,
so
not an NSYNC fan. All right. No, I can't answer this, but I'll see if you can answer this. Can you name any other members of NSYNC?
no,
Hold on. One of them's on the. Hold on. I think I can. There's a second one that. What's his? There's a second one I will recognize if you give me a minute. Lance Bass. Thank you. That's the other one that. And there was like a JC somebody.
never heard of that person.
No, or am I thinking of a different boy band?
You're asking the wrong person for anything about bands here.
One of them went to space. All right, you know what? I'm just going to go with yes, not an NSYNC fan. Let's just leave it at that.
Okay, so we give Jerry an F and we move
on. Yeah, Jerry's probably an F, right?
Yeah.
All right. Trevor May. It's going for 6,000 points for an iron. All right. Well, so first off, I love the shape. I have an important question that I have a prediction on, but I can't exactly answer. So with these pitches in the 48 stamina, my guess is he's listed as a normal starter, not borderline.
But no, under 50. Under 50 is always borderline.
He's always borderline. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then that changes my evaluation because I do have this as a really good iron starter if he's a starter.
Well, I mean, I still want to put him in okay, he's in the bullpen either way, I think. At the very least.
Yes.
But
if he's a starter, I have him as the best iron starter.
Yeah, he's the best iron starter by a lot of he's a starter. I guess the question is, kind of, is this borderline penalty big enough that you're not going to start him?
Well, especially because the second best I have is still probably, if he's a starter, Brett Anderson, before I get into the real starters.
Oh, I don't know if Brett Anderson there, but I don't want Brett Anderson is definitely not the starter. He's too close to them.
Right, but I think this is even less of a starter than Anderson, probably.
Yeah, the thing is that this is much further ahead of everything than Anderson is. If like this card is just very like, this is kind of up there with the good relievers, like the which are a lot better than the starters in iron.
Yeah, I have him as the best, probably the best reliever, depending on how you think Ryan Walker is going to grade out.
Yeah, I still have Campbell first because crazy and whatnot. So I've got Campbell, then sort of May and Luke Jackson, and then but those are definitely from the top, pretty clear top four. Will I use May as a starter? I don't know. I mean, he is a long way ahead. I think probably most of the time he ends up being a reliever for me, but it doesn't seem crazy to try it.
He's the kind of card that makes me wonder whether I can call him a reliever, run him as an opener, but really count on getting the full 2 innings out of him, 2 out of every 5 times through the rotation. I don't think I can make it work.
Probably not. But you could, yeah, it's interesting to try.
Yeah, stopper would be he certainly. So one thing I would consider, by the way, um, I'm curious if you've played around with this. My sense is that there's also a stamina conversion for starters. I didn't think that until this year, but I've been kind of looking at it more and essentially finding that I'm able to get more usage out of, like a 23 stamina reliever than I am out of, a converted starter, even with huge stamina.
To be honest, I haven't looked that closely at that. So I'm really not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
Wow, it's another nine. Okay, one combinator. Kashner, I guess actually if you pump Kashner enough, he becomes playable.
Yeah, I mean, it's putting a lot of points into something that will make it sort of
A tiny edge, but
card.
it's, yeah.
So it's probably not worth it, but.
No, it's just funny. I just entered this because it was in Quicks and someone wanted help filling it, so. But it sounds like a few people did, because this build is also player short, which is weird.
Certainly not ideal.
I guess they're running McKay as two-way, so it ends up okay.
Yeah, I mean, you still might as well put the
is Fouts a combinator? No, okay, no, I haven't seen. Are they running Fouts as a two-way also? Then they must be. Yeah, because he's intended to be a pitcher on the card.
Yeah, he's intended to be on the bench.
Well, they're running him as a two-way, though. You can see, right?
They are. Not what I would do. It's a really weird card, but I don't think a very good one.
No, there's an interesting build. I don't want to say too much because I'm sure I'll lose to it now.
Mr. Audit, I believe the borderline starter penalty applies everywhere, but I don't know how much testing has been on that. So if you want to go in the base game and give it a try, it's probably worth doing.
I've never seen anything definitive. I've been assuming that the borderline starter penalty applies in all eras, but the recovery you get to stamina is still era appropriate.
Yeah.
But for example, I tried running Consuegra in a two-man rotation at 18 batters faced in, is it 22? I think it was 22. I think it was in the gold.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Because if it's in the silver, that's a few years later. But I discovered I still couldn't run him every second day at 18 batters faced, but I had no problem running like normal starters.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. He's gonna have pitch issues at 18 PF probably. Even beyond the borderline.
It is funny. There's some cards I really like in this build, and then some I wouldn't have run. But anyway,
well, Chase Utley was a good choice.
Yeah, I think Utley's probably playable.
Really now?
I think Utley is a decent card, actually. I'm no expert, but yeah.
Okay, so what are we giving to Trevor May? He's like, if he
were a starter, he probably would even play up. As a reliever, he's probably your best iron reliever, but I don't think he really plays up.
As well. See.
So where do you want to put him?
Probably like an A then. I mean, I think you can play him in the bullpen of bronze. Probably he's not going to be like tremendously great, but he's probably okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he were 100% a bullpen piece, I think A is even a little bit aggressive. I mean, fine, but
it seems like he has some potential bronze playability to me. Like not.
Yeah, all right. Let's give him an A. The fact he might be a starter though potentially bumps it up a little bit.
Yeah, if he's just, I mean, if he had 3 more stamina, he's an S probably. But.
Yeah, so this is one where actually it's kind of interesting that although combinators improve a lot of ratings, they don't improve stamina.
Yeah. Actually, an interesting one. This would be a good question if someone wants to post it on the forum thread, because I don't think I
Yeah,
can.
because
So, like we saw Consuegra. I assume the reason Consuegra is borderline, I don't really know this, is that
the pitches.
his pitches are too low.
Oh, so
So
you're saying if the pitches get bumped, does he become a normal
yeah,
starter?
because his stuff gets bumped.
I think you could figure this out just by looking at a card.
Well, but it doesn't show the bump to his pitches, right? But like, how do you bump stuff without bumping
Yeah.
either the pitches or the velocity, right? As far as I understand it, that's the stuff is a function of the pitches and the velocity and like the arm slot and whatever.
Yeah.
So, what exactly is happening?
How do I add a third option to prediction? Because I said I would do this after the iron thing.
Oh, you just add a third one.
I don't see how to do it.
I can do it.
I'm only allowing two options. I'm only seeing two options for channel point predictions.
I've got three now. Okay, I'm gonna do. I can do it. Should I put the time down a bit, like 2 minutes instead of 5?
I think we can do 5, but let's rate a card while we get started.
Okay, so I'm doing 3 choices then.
What do we think, chap? 3 choices or do we 4 choices?
Yeah, the borderline I think is for pitches, but the question, Doug, is like, if you have a combinator version and the stuff is going up,
right? Because that improves the pitches. Can it improve the pitches to the point that he stops being borderline?
Well, I mean, the first question is, does it improve the pitches, or is it the same thing as defense where it improves them but it's not displayed, or is it just doesn't improve them at all? And the next question is, if it improves them, can it get him to not be borderline?
Right. Sounds like chat wants to. Yeah. Let's do 4. Let's do 4 options.
4? Okay.
I don't know why I can't find this on my interface.
Okay, 5 minutes, 4 choices.
Where is the mod interface? Or if I'm the one running the stream, do I actually not have the mod interface somehow, which feels weird.
Okay. No, I think you have to. There's like a little sword in the corner, which I think you can click on.
Which corner?
Hold on, I have to go back because I'm not in the right mode. It's sorry, it's down below the chat. It's like a little sword that says mod view.
Okay, I see. There it is. So go to mod view, and now I can I see it. So now I can manage predictions. Oh boy, smart detection. Auto mod can now detect unwanted messages based on your channel's moderation pattern. This cannot possibly go wrong.
So our channel's moderation pattern, so far as any link anyone posted, they get banned and removed from existence.
Yeah, but that's just Nightbot.
No, so T-Chuck, I think the question is, I agree that it doesn't show it, but it's like, maybe this is the time to talk about that forum thread. So there's the forum thread where they said like the defense goes up, but we can't display it because our code base is old and bad, basically. So like, is it the same thing where like it's going up, but they just can't show you because their code base is old and bad, or is it actually not going up and the stuff is going up for some other reason? I have no way to know. I don't know.
Right, because it might be inheriting the borderline from something in the card which is no longer valid. There's a question. There's one way to think about it: is borderline like a thing painted on the card, or is borderline an inferred quantity from? So like for example, my understanding. I don't know if this is right. My understanding, if you click on a card, is that like if you see, say this like right field rating 107. My understanding is that this is a calculated number from the 3 defensive ratings, but I'm not sure because in the card database that number 107 is a column.
I believe it is a calculated number. So the way that my understanding how it works,
the reason I think it's a calculated number is because fatigue effectively lowers it, and so it has to somehow be a calculated number for that to happen.
Yeah, and the other thing is that so there's another rating. There's this experience rating, and that's how you get the partial training. So what you're doing when you're training is you're increasing this experience rating, and that's how the number goes up. As far as I understand it, at least.
Right.
So for example, so my guess is, by the way, that is that the conditions for borderline are your borderline if you have less than 50 stamina, or if you have more than 50 stamina but don't have 3 pitches with a rating of 20 or higher.
By the way, at this point, we've got 2 minutes left. Very few points bet, so everyone's waiting this time.
Yeah.
Few on choice 3, 11 points on choice 4, and I think everybody else is waiting, right?
It seems that way. It seems that way. Everyone is waiting.
I should clearly bet 1 point on something just to stir the pot.
Okay, now we have some.
Oh, from Europe, I'm not allowed to bet points, so I can select a choice, but I can bet 0 points. All right, 1 point has been bet on choice 1, so right now choice 1 would win everything.
Now we're up to 51. Okay, we're sort of ping ponging now.
All right, choice 2 is in the lead. You got to call this like a horse race or something, right?
No, choice 4 is in the lead.
Choice 4 is now in the lead.
Okay, how much time was there left? Let's see, 1 minute.
Plenty of time.
1 minute left. Choice 1 is getting some betting. Choice 4 is still way in the lead.
Right. This stream has more rules and bannable offenses than the main Discord.
Yeah. Nightbot is a little aggressive.
Who is boosting? All right, choice 3 was the first to be bet, but that could just win if the others pass it, right? So choice 1's back in the lead.
Next time we should maybe mix the order up just to create confusion. Put choice 4 first.
That's true. This is going pretty well. All right, hold on. Choice 3 just got bumped. So choice 1's going to be the winner unless somebody bumps it at the last minute.
10 seconds left.
But everyone can see it's bumpable.
Oh, wow. That's a...
Wait. No, hold on. At the last minute, did someone put 5,000 points on choice 1?
Yeah.
That may have been a mistake.
I don't know that one worked out.
And so hold on. The winner is, let me see the prediction again. Here we go. 90% were on choice 1 in the end. Zen Lunatic had 5,000 points, the high bettor. Choice 2 at 165, led by Saudi Prince 69,420. Choice 3, 170. And choice 4, 221. Mr. Black with 190. All right, so
it looks like choice 2.
Choice 2 is the winner.
Well, you got chaos on Lunatic. You definitely got chaos.
I think this is working out surprisingly well.
That was definitely an unexpected outcome.
we got to get them to try this like on one of the ones where you've got 500 people in.
That would be fun.
That worked out pretty well, actually. All right, what do we got next? Milt May?
Yeah, Milt May, another May.
And there's no current bronze floor, right? Unless they introduced one?
There's the tournament lab. But I don't know that that cap is relatively high, and I think this card is actually eligible, I believe.
Okay.
No, it's not. I'm sorry, it's not eligible. Not eligible. Doesn't matter.
No, hold on. Wrong. Yeah.
Years too late. Okay, so then it's just useless, yeah?
Yeah, I mean it's not that far from a minus actually. But we can just give it an F, I think, right?
Yeah, just give it an F.
All right. Oh, I should have done, because all these names start to get cut off. I actually think it's nice that they've added like Mr. May mini set and all that, but it does mean the names start to get cut off here.
Yeah, especially also whoever is responsible for writing the script which displays the spotlight pack odds, like,
would you please?
You need to not use a fixed length anymore.
Just it's one little flag in your pandas thing.
Yeah.
Learn how to code, please. Um, this card was frustrating on stream. This Willie Mays, not this Willie Mays. This Willie Mays was frustrating on stream. Because Spore looked like he was really selling this card, right?
I
As in,
didn't
like,
see the screen at that point,
what?
but I only saw like
No,
the
he
last.
he was selling this one pretty hard, and I'll just say I evaluate this card much differently than he does.
Yeah, I'm not interested in playing this. I think there is a very interesting thing with this card. Um, what kind of chemistry, teammate, combinator stuff does this have?
Yeah, I was
I
going
think
to say there isn't. Yeah, I think that's an important question. Whether the Negro League set cards for players that also spent a lot of time in. I shouldn't say the major leagues anymore, right? Because this counts. So I should say in the American and National League.
yes. Yeah, it's an interesting question because I mean, I assume I think we can safely assume he won't have chemistry with any other players who played in the Negro leagues exclusively, or
Right.
who played on the teams he played for in the Negro leagues. But whether he'll have
Especially
chemistry with
especially in
various
1948,
giants,
because most of the players from that era that you're going to be releasing cards for, at that point, were already kind of starting to jump.
but like actually, it's an interesting question. Like for example, if like a Negro League Monty Irvin gets released, right? Like what kind of chemistry
Yeah.
will he have with his maze?
Well, right
Um,
now that database is a little broken. Remember.
yeah, the question is like I assume I mean I don't own one. Maybe someone already owns one. Can check. Do this Maze's real life stats? Do they include his time with the Giants, or is it
Well, oh, I
just
see. Because Monty Irvin would catch that bonus, shouldn't he?
yeah?
Um,
It has Willie Mays full real life stats. Okay, then it probably works.
yeah.
So he'll get chemistry for being teammates with various New York or San
Now,
Francisco
I mean, having
Giants.
said that, the problem is this is a bronze VL outfielder that's 2.5 wins behind Andrew Jones or something.
Sure, but it is then a very useful boost card because if, for example, there's a Marshall or something which gets released at some point that's very strong, this will
Then you
be
have a
a
bronze boostable.
extremely
Yeah,
relevant boost card for that Marshall or McCovey or something like that.
it's true. Yeah.
But the card
Um,
itself is useless.
yeah, like I said, I didn't like the way this one was being sold. Because if that's the honest opinion, there's a modeling issue. Um, all right, Nate Carnes.
Sure.
Um, say something good about this card, would you?
Okay, so I have to say when I saw this card, by eye I thought it was going to be awful, and my model actually thinks it's like not that bad.
Really? By eye, I thought it was going to be awful, and then I ran my model, and my model thinks it's awful.
So if I take out Splitorf and the lives, this would be my number 5 combinator eligible bronze.
No, I've still got him lower, but also, it's 53 stamina.
He doesn't have a lot of stamina. He won't be borderline because his pitches are high enough. I think he won't be borderline. I don't actually own
I
one.
don't think, no, I don't. The fact that neither of us owns one is also a statement, I guess.
I don't think it's a great card, but because it is behind Splitorf in about 4 or 5 lives. At least I've got it, there. So it's really only useful if you're going for like full combinator, and even then, it's maybe at best borderline.
Yeah.
So yeah, probably still an F because I don't think you're ever supposed to spend all the points to combinator this thing when there's likely to be a slightly better card that comes out soon
Yeah, I
afterwards.
think I still think F's generous with my model, but we're feeling generous. So
Sure.
Meryl May. Can see where the theme's going here.
Really?
Yeah, it's 1940s historical hitters.
Oh yeah, that's a good theme. I like that.
Um,
The other theme, I guess, is cards that don't play.
so I at least have this one as a little bit closer in the sense that as a two-way third baseman in bronze, I have it number 3, but kind of pretty far behind, and also more importantly, I don't have it in the top 3 or 4 in either individual direction. And this is someplace that there's actually a decent chance you're going to platoon, because there are cards like Braun and Tresh that have huge bats one way, and Blauser kind of is a good, just roster solution who you might as well play at third base VL if you're not doing anything else.
Okay, let have some fun. Who do you think is my top two-way bronze third baseman at the moment?
Jake Stevens.
Nope.
Oh, right. No defense.
No defense.
Bobby Estalella.
No.
More
Not
bad.
Force.
Hal Luby?
Nope.
We'll go real bad.
Nope.
Wait. Hold on. I got this. Live Joey Gallo.
Yes. Live Joey Gallo is great. Some things haven't changed.
All right, that's fair. Okay, to be fair, I ran Augie Galen at third base in the PTCS.
Yeah.
I also, that was a roster, as I mentioned, that may have got, stomped. But,
Yeah,
anyway, I think this one's a run-of-the-mill F. Probably, right?
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Ron Blomberg. Says DH on the card for a good historical reason. That's all well justified. Can we give him the Yankee F minus, or I guess I should look at the card first? Okay, I've looked at the card. Can we give him the Yankee F minus?
No, I don't think so.
Darn it.
Actually.
Okay, no, I have him as the 4th best VR bronze hitter in Modern. But I do think you can play all 4 of them in principle.
So, I mean, the thing that I'm trying to figure out, so I have this as a hitter VR very slightly behind Camilli, which I think is really the sort of the competition card, probably.
I do have him ahead of Cano.
Yeah, well, Cano's awful. But this card actually, like, the VL bat here is way better than Camilli's.
So I'm sorry, I thought you said Cano. Sorry.
No, sorry. No, Cano, I want nothing to do with.
Okay.
Cano is really bad. But Camilli is not. And I guess there's G-Man Choi also, but this is also a better VL than G-Man Choi.
Right.
So, if you're getting a lot of Split Orf and some other lefties, maybe you're willing to take a very slightly worse VR back.
Well, the other problem I have with this is I think I want to run Goose Goslin as well, and I have to figure out how to do that. Unless you're just going to try to stick him in left, but I think there are enough kind of people with real gloves that also have decent bats that I'd rather DH Goslin.
I think I prefer this to Goslin. Like, I have the VR bats very, very close, and then obviously the VL bat is much better for Blomberg. The
thing is, if you're gonna look for a real two-way card, so I think for a real two-way card, I mean, like a Mike Andrews, I'd put ahead of him, or some of the one-way cards that are just extreme, like Matt Joyce, for example.
Dunn, I guess we're assuming is always in the outfield someplace, right? We're never DHing him because his defense is passable.
Okay, or Bresnahan.
Bresnahan at DH, that seems very not good to me.
No, but just I mean, if you're sticking him on the roster somewhere, he can play center field VL even.
Oh no, not
If
this.
you forgot that
Well, you can't. I
Andrew
mean,
Jones
not anymore.
exists. If you
Andrew
forgot
Jones.
Andrew Jones exists.
If you forgot Andrew Jones exists, stop playing bronze, please.
Okay, no. What you do is you stick Bresnahan in center, and you tell Andrew Jones to just pretend he's a right fielder, but really play both.
Oh, what we mean by that is we put Bresnahan on the bench where he belongs and put Jones back in center.
Okay, but actually that's where I'm now thinking maybe you DH Bresnahan VL if they're real lefties in the format. But now if he's on the roster, maybe you just try him VR because he's not that far behind.
I mean, I don't know. I think I'd rather play like a Rob Deere or something if I'm going to do that. Unless I'm finding a use for.
Well, I mean, the other question is how many lefties you're going to see, because I guess you're now going to see Splittorf from the bad teams, but not from the Combinator teams.
You're going to see a lot of Splittorf. You're going to see some Pipkins. You're going to see some like.
You'll see some Bill Leaf from me because I'm crazy.
There's Stobbs and Schmitz that are kind of like decent but not really great.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could see a live Alex Wood potentially.
Yeah, live Alex Wood I think is definitely playable. Folkers probably is playable.
Yeah, so maybe there are enough lefties that you think about it, but I think if there are enough lefties, like I'd rather play Bresnahan, who backs up several things, is a big VL bat and playable VR if there are enough lefties in the format.
I'm really just not all that interested in Bresnahan. I don't have his bat particularly great.
But look at that eye!
Yeah, I'd rather have power.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think this Blomberg.
Which is it you were saying they're crazy about, Johnny Balls? Sorry, I think I missed when that popped in. What?
Everything. We're just crazy in general. It's a fair statement.
Yeah, that's
no, I mean, like, true. Okay, the other problem is that, like, as a two-way DH, I prefer Jake Stahl, I think, also, to Blomberg. And I don't know. You're going to have to put Stahl at first then if you want them both, which is probably okay, but I don't know. Blomberg feels like it's a potentially useful card that is going to be difficult to build with, and I'm not sure.
Well, the other one is, depending on kind of how you're building it,
I will say Blomberg is probably an extremely good combinator because his first base defense will get him to be playable, and then he's great, probably.
That's a fair point, actually, yeah. Yeah, okay, the combinator sounds reasonable. Okay, so he's somewhere in the ballpark. Maybe give him a C for combinator then, because I don't think he's critical otherwise, but the combinator version is going to be pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's a playable card. If you get a combinator, it's definitely want to put it in your roster. Otherwise, it's like mediocre. Yeah.
Okay. Javi Vasquez. The non-Yankee version.
I thought we only did Yankees here.
Go ahead.
I thought it was only Yankees. That was all we did.
No, this is the pre-Yankee Javi. Isn't this Carlos Silva except worse than a silver? What am I missing here?
Nothing.
So does he get the minus then? Because he's Carlos Silva, but worse than a silver.
I guess he has more stuff than Silva, but I don't think you're. I mean, okay, I guess he does. He's eligible for silver floor. Is there a silver floor? If there's a silver floor, you're probably playing.
There's a silver floor diamond ceiling cap, right? Or is it high silver floor? Or is it high silver floor? Actually, hold on.
No, you're right. That one is silver, I think. Okay, so he's playing.
Is it just silver floor?
It's let me see, silver or higher. Yes. There's
okay.
There's a new weekly too that's silver floor and OTP era. So he's going to be very good for that because there are extremely limited cards. Okay, so there's a weekly and a daily which he plays in probably.
I'm just thinking actually how true that is, because there are a lot of really good sort of like 71 and 72 pitchers. Like the live Michaelis, I'd much rather play Merritt. I'd play Erlin in front of this as well, who's exactly a 70. Leo Keeley out of the bullpen.
I have a lot of these guys all very similar, like this and those kinds of cards.
Ludwig's
Yeah, I
not
don't know.
playing 25. Can you combo any card? So Ludwig, any packable card has the possibility to pull combinator versions. They're between, what is it, 1 in 100 and 1 in 400 of it,
Yeah, each time you pull it,
of the
it's
historical
once in a
card.
while.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Like when you pull a historical card, it's between 1 in 100 and 1 in 400, I think. Is it 400 or 500 on the?
I can
It's
check.
400, isn't it? Anyway, something like that to pull.
Yeah,
a
one
combinator
in
card.
400 historical irons and bronzes, 1 in 200 silver, 1 in 100 gold, diamond perfect.
Right. And if you pull one, then those are the cards that are eligible to be boosted. And the boosted version is typically going to be about 2.5 wins better just on the card.
At level
Plus,
5.
if you at level 5, yeah. Plus, if you have a bunch of chemistry bonuses, you can typically add another maybe win and a half per card if you have a team full of them. But you really have to start to build up a team full of them to get that.
Yeah.
So I think this one, I mean, maybe he's in that range, but there are enough good 71s even that I think I'm almost always going to find a way to pay the point.
Yeah, probably. So maybe it's just like it's probably like a D minus or something. Like it has some very fringe usage, but that's about it.
I think it's even lower because, like, even among 70s, I'd take Robbie Erlin first. So he's at most your second best 70 starter.
I do have him better than Erlin. I have him as the best 70. I guess I'm looking against silvers now, so that could be different against different too, but against silvers.
And actually, live Chris Martin might be better also.
Yeah, I mean, I've got all these, a bunch of guys like fairly close. Live Chris Martin, live Zach Campbell, live Bill Vest, the future legend Despino, Erlin, Bird.
I guess
Bird.
if you have a combinator version, he bumps up a little ahead of these. But if you really are kind of boosting your 70 overall combinator to play in one tournament format, then you're more aggressive than I am.
Okay, so maybe like F plus. Maybe F plus.
F plus. Ooh, what's new and perfect team? F plus. All right, let's give him an F plus. Jim Rooker.
Okay, so
by the way, when London Joy is around, that reminds me from Spore's bad chess joke. We did say we would do a rematch with chat, but we'll wait for London and Joy to be around.
Sure.
All right, so there's actually a decent distribution for where the points are on this card, at least. So that's a good start.
Yeah, there are very few points. I think is the issue.
So you're saying this one's pointless?
Yeah, I mean, I have this worse than Vasquez, actually.
That's funny. He bats right, throws left.
Yeah, Ricky Henderson was like that too, right?
Yeah, but there aren't a ton.
There aren't a lot of them. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Kidneys, you want to join us?
That'll speed us up, for sure.
Yeah, we were just about to speed up. So if you want to join us, join us. Yeah, I know we're going faster than usual, but we're doing the best we can.
So I don't know. I think Rooker's just a straight F for me.
I'm just checking to see if there's any like particular. I mean, I like the shape of the card. I really want to like this one. Like the shape is enough that I will draft him if I get stuck. I'm running out of good things to say about
Yeah,
this, so I think
just
I'll just
missing
put the
data
F
points.
down and move on. Is that your thinking?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Glenn Perkins.
We're on full silver now, so these,
He's in full silver. So if you were to take Vasquez, but convert him to the pen, don't you just get more than this?
well,
Like by a lot? Because Vasquez actually has two good pitches, so he's going to really get a stuff boost, and the other stuff's better, and he's going to have more stamina.
I mean, yes. Yes. This also is like worse than a variety of live 75s.
Yes.
So F minus.
Yeah. Hey, our F minus counter is up to 1. Does anyone know how to use Stream Elements so that we can show the counter?
I think we have someone who was a real streamer. No, not really.
Who?
I don't know.
Wait, no, no. Who is this person that was a real streamer?
Yeah, you're right. He wasn't really. That's fair.
No, actually, Kidneys, if you can help with Stream Elements, we would not only love to get the help, but apparently I am literally the last person that uses Twitch Studio in the world because I was told that they're discontinuing it at the end of May. So I need to migrate to something else.
Yeah. Yeah. Kidneys definitely helped me get the stuff set up.
So actually, if you want, you're welcome to come on and help. But otherwise, I can. You're shocked that I still use it, or you're shocked that I'm the last person in the world that uses it.
Yeah, Snailman was also very helpful. If you can get in touch with him too, he knew a lot about stuff.
Snailman's a little slow though.
Fair enough.
But so Stream Elements now has an F minus counter and an S plus counter. If anyone can figure out how to get the counters, is it counter maybe? No.
Apparently not. Yeah, I like this by the way. That Nightbot and Stream Out was both respond.
How do I find these counters? There's got to be a way to do it, right?
No idea. No clue.
F minus counter 1. Well, I see. So okay. So the answer is just go that. Just do that.
There you go.
Apparently you forgot to expire the prediction.
Oh, I did. That's a very good point. Okay, number 2-1.
Oh yeah, Kidneys, you missed our prediction game.
There we go.
All right. Anyway, that was Perkins. So what do we got next? Hey, beat the Rockfish. Okay. What do we got for Perkins? After Perkins is Fred Gladding.
Another 75.
Another 75. I do like the shape of this one quite a bit better, especially as a righty with reverse splits.
Yeah, I've got this now as the 4th best 75. So that's an improvement from Presley. It was like the 15th best 75 or something.
I really wanted to say this card is. Does that make him an F instead of an F minus?
Yep.
All right. See, we're getting better, folks. Time to get Muddy Ruel. So this is the kind of card I really wanted to like when I saw it. I do think this card now has the biggest bat of your realistic options at capture and silver. I still have framing valuable enough I can't play him, but you might. But maybe you'll play him with Duncan. Is my guess.
My problem is basically okay. I have him and Sunberg basically tied as the second best catcher in silver. The problem is that I much rather Sunberg split than Rule split with Duncan. And
That makes
even I
sense.
probably, even though I have Raritan very slightly worse the two way, I'd probably still rather Raritan split than Rule split.
I mean,
So I'm
if
just
there are
yeah,
now enough lefties that I think I might just run Duncan Raritan.
yeah. Duncan Raritan is very reasonable at this point. Duncan Posada is also reasonable, by the way, if you just want to go for offense. I think. Um,
That
but
sounds that sounds plausible.
um,
Or Duncan Carson Kelly.
yeah, Carson Kelly, sure, another
Or
option.
or there's even this Bresnahan guy that you hate.
Well, nah, not in silver. Uh, Delancey probably still getting play. I have him as the number 5 catcher at this point.
Wow,
I
Leonard,
just
when did that command come in?
that was probably very old.
Is Delancey not getting played anymore? I think Delancey's probably a little bit behind some of these newer options. Like, I think he's clearly behind Duncan. Uh, he's kind of a VR option, so if you're running a platoon, he's definitely not the other side. Uh, if you had a combo 3 or 4 Delancey, he's probably still in the meta.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, the defense. I have him. I mean, even his framing is like it's good, but the arm and blocking, well, the arm in particular is really a like
Yeah,
very
so I
big
think a
problem.
level 5 Delancey is still ahead of non-combo, kind of silver options VR. Uh,
Definitely.
but if you were to invest in a new combinator now, I think you'd rather pick somebody that's starting out further ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the problem Duncan is extraordinarily difficult to boost because he doesn't get any chemistry with the Negro League guys.
Muddy
Like
should be a little easier to boost. Raritan should
Muddy
be
Field, yeah,
boostable. Sunberg is an LE card is never boostable.
right.
But there are other
So
cards
Sunberg,
that like for me, given how much I like the catcher defense, I might boost Sandlock or someone instead of Delancey as well.
I mean, I have Delancey fit. Like I my catchers for silver kind of look like Duncan, and then a small gap, and then a tier consisting of Rule, Sunberg, and Raritan, and then a small gap, and then Delancey. So
I have something similar, except I've got Sandlock, Karens, and Walkenfuss in sort of the same group as Delancey.
sure, yeah, I just have the more like splitty bats like Posada Kelly there.
Um,
Yeah,
so Muddy then, I don't really want to play him in anything modern. In early eras, I'm going to really like this card.
yeah. I think there's some room for him in like the 20s or 30s where the defense gets less valuable and his
And there
bat
is
will be
there is
better than Duncan.
still one silver set in a very early era, right?
Yeah, so I think you could definitely play him there. You're probably going to want to tune him with Raritan there, I would guess, and not with Duncan.
I agree. Yeah.
Um,
So he's unless are there no lefties in the format? Because
no,
Swindell
there's Swindell.
probably Swindell might
Swindell is
drop out.
no, Swindell will be good in the 20s. Control's so important.
Yeah, I guess
Like
even if you knock out his stuff, he still has enough control to do it. Yeah.
yeah, and the home runs don't go to zero. Like the home runs are still useful. Like you're not going to just play into the
All
home
right.
run guy.
So then, what's that make him? A C or D? Maybe closer to
Yeah,
D.
probably D.
D.
Probably
All
D.
right. All right. Joe Mays. Well, more points than the last one we looked at. The shape's a little wrong for where the movement is. I mean, it's funny that he's got this neutral tendency in this big of a split, actually.
Yeah, I don't quite know what happened, but it makes me not want to play him. Basically,
No, it just makes it. Yeah, I agree. There's just nothing. All right. Carlos May.
it's a real left fielder, right? Definitely a real left fielder.
More of a real left fielder than a real right fielder. here's the problem. So the bat's not that good. And so for this card to be close, he'd have to be a real left fielder.
I mean, I have the bat kind of decent, but like, a little worse than Granderson, for example, and kind of similar to like an Adam Dunn.
Yeah, but Granderson gives you less bad defense in center.
Yes, the problem is it's only center. I mean,
yeah, but this is not giving you left or right. I mean, but I actually don't have the bat as that close. Like, especially because there are also these really splitty bats. Like, wouldn't you? I mean, I'd rather play Fothergill both ways for sure. Real bat, real glove. But then I'd rather like try to stick Berkman in a corner one way. I'd stick Herzog in a corner both ways. There's just way too much.
Yeah, there's a Wally Moon. There's the AG at Andrew Jones that you're always playing in the outfield.
So I mean, this is nowhere. I have this like nowhere close.
Yeah, I mean, I would, if Curtis Granderson didn't exist, I would think about this card as a DH. But
then how are you not just playing like Berkman? Will Clark.
I'm playing Berkman in the outfield. One way.
Mayberry, so, Mayberry, Choi.
Well, no, I'm thinking of it as a two-way DH, not as a one.
Joe Judge, Ryan Spielborgs.
I mean, I have it better than those guys.
I'd rather play the Encarnacion we're about to discuss over this too.
Actually, the Encarnacion worse also, but Encarnacion is also another card you could do with that. You could do the same thing with.
So I think this is like the 10th best two-way bat, but that's.
Yeah, the thing is, it doesn't really matter though because I have Granderson better. You're not playing Granderson in the field ever, and so that's it.
Yeah,
that just kills the card completely. So.
That's fair. All right. I mentioned. All right, we can show Kipnis, and then I just mentioned the Encarnacion. That's an interesting card. I assume it's the same problem where the bat. So here I have this as my 7th best bat VR, but I'm just not willing to stick him at second.
I mean, I think the problem is basically this is Ronnie Mauricio, except you can only play second now, and already Ronnie Mauricio
and he can't play second.
Yeah, well, because Felton Snow is basically just as good VR and like so much better VL.
Yeah.
I don't really see Kipnis ever getting play.
I mean, it's at least a different shape, but in an early era, the shape gets more interesting by a lot in an early era. But then the problem is that the lack of range even hurts that much more.
No, you're just playing Felton Snow. Like, there's no reason you're moving from Felton Snow here. Felton Snow is so much better.
That's true. All right, Edwin Encarnacion. So this is the card that I'd rather two-way DH if you have to. I think he also is a DH. But having said that I'd rather prefer him. I still don't actually want to play him. I just think the bat's not quite big enough for what I want.
I prefer May slightly Encarnacion, but it doesn't matter. The Granderson kills them both the same.
I will say this is a card where, a high-level combinator gets a little more interesting. Again.
Sure, but I mean, like a good combinator May is also like going to be. I mean, you just go buy Granderson and combinator him. Like, it's going to be a lot better.
That's true. All right, and we're on to gold. On to gold. All right, so this is one where I think this is the kind of card we're going to disagree sharply on, but we'll find out. Is this Experiment 626? I don't know them, but what was this team name last year?
Oh boy!
I know I've seen the user a bunch, but they just had a different name last year, right?
I forgot what the name was last year, but I know the player.
This looks like a rather combinator-heavy team. That's a lot of stars.
More stars.
Okay, this round may be a little bit more difficult. Okay. Oh, so Ludwig's asking, what's your favorite MLB stadium? Do you mean like to run in game or just like to visit?
I assume to visit. So
Um,
that's a good question. My favorite stadium.
so I'm thinking actually I may get a new favorite one pretty soon because I've heard incredible things about Kaufman, and I've never been there, but moving to Missouri, I definitely will go.
I think
And I've
probably.
heard great things.
I think probably my favorite one that I've been to was Pittsburgh.
Um, Otherwise, I mean, in terms of the tradition, I always love Fenway.
Yeah, Fenway and Wrigley are
As
great for that.
The only thing
But
is in Fenway, you got to be careful where you sit. Uh,
yeah, it's true. But
like
Wrigley
down
had
the
that
first
too.
base line, the seats are just turned the wrong way.
Wrigley is kind of weird because it's like they're the. It felt like Fenway. It felt like to me like there were more kind of modern like sections in the like, standard way. Where Wrigley it felt like more of just a giant mosh, right? Like just a huge group of seats that weren't really divided up at all. So it's I
Yeah.
don't know, it felt kind of different somehow. But I think in terms of like the nicest atmosphere, I think Pittsburgh. I really like
And I would
that one.
say in terms of the fans, the nicest fans I've seen as a like visitor, St. Louis.
I've never been to St. Louis.
Um,
Yeah, I've heard good things about the fans there.
I didn't think the stadium was spectacular or anything, but the people were cool.
Yeah,
I don't know. What about you?
yeah. Pittsburgh was my favorite, like in terms of the environment of the ballpark, like the whole river and all that. It's a very nice place to watch the game, I guess. Um, I like DC too, but the one time I went there, it was unbelievably hot, and that was pretty unpleasant. uh,
Not Burner guy's not a fan of St. Louis. It looks like. Um,
but yeah, I like to go to. I've been to basically like pretty much all the ones east of the Mississippi and in the north. Like I haven't been to any of the stuff in the south, but like any all the northeast stuff I've been to. But I'd like to get to some more like in the Midwest
and,
or.
and I'm trying to think what my least favorite.
Oh, my
The
least favorite's easy, easy peasy.
Well, with the fans, Yankee Stadium, but at least there's history there.
I don't like
Um,
New Yankee Stadium at all. By the way, New Yankee Stadium is just lifeless and dead. But
no, I don't like the stadium much either, but at least there's history. Well, the one that used to be the worst was the old Veterans Stadium.
um,
Um, in Philly, but the new park's a lot nicer. Um, Actually, now that I think about it, actually, Camden Yards is also a fun place to take in a
the Camden
game.
Yards is nice, and actually, I think that my least favorite one. I thought of another one which I really like. My least favorite by far is the Metrodome. Metrodome was awful.
Yeah,
I
I was
watched a
going to
lot of
say
games there.
I've never taken in a game there, but I suspect if I
Oh,
ever were to get down to Tampa, that would be my least favorite.
yeah, but let's say the Twins' new stadium, Target Field, is really nice. That's a really nice one. But the Metrodome was horrible. I mean, it was just the worst.
Um, Trying to think what else. Oh, actually, I'm going to put another one. I feel bad saying this, but actually, no. I would say my least favorite place that I've taken in a game has been Chavez Ravine. But that has nothing to do with the park and everything to do with what is involved getting to and from the park.
Okay, yeah, that's I've heard horror stories.
You know,
Yeah,
if I were actually just like at the park and didn't have to deal with the commute, uh, I wouldn't feel that way. Uh, but actually trying to get there and see a baseball game and then leave, you know,
yeah,
especially because the locals understand this. And so they will also try the same trick of like, maybe I should arrive in the third inning and leave in the sixth. And they
yeah.
still
I
can't beat the
know.
traffic because enough of them are doing it.
Yeah, yeah. So Target Field. I think maybe because I lived in Minneapolis for a while, so it was like I was stuck in the Metrodome for all those years, and it was like, oh, finally a real baseball stadium. But I haven't really been back there since, so maybe I would think differently about it now. But it was like I was just so happy to be out of the Metrodome.
Yeah. Now that's fair. Um,
Yeah, I don't know. It
no,
was.
I just remembering I had to join that.
I'd say
Anyway,
I didn't. Football in the Metrodome wasn't so bad. I thought that was okay, but baseball, I was not a fan.
most violent fan base? Which are you saying? You're saying Minnesota's the most violent fan base?
No, I think he's saying St. Louis.
That was definitely not my experience. Was
Wasn't
that
there? Was it the Dodgers? Yeah, they beat up that Giants fan, right? They killed the guy, right? There was that
Yeah.
Giants fan that got like beat up and eventually died. Yeah, that was not good.
I mean, so I think the angriest fan base I remember was Oakland,
Well, they have a good reason to be angry
but
at this
you
point.
know,
You can't really blame the A's fans for being angry right now.
no, okay. And if you're saying Red Sox most violent, so the Sox, I think 25 years ago that probably used to be true. Since 2004 with like the pink hat crowd, it's a lot more family friendly with one exception, which is a Sox Yankees game, especially in the bleachers, you're still guaranteed to see some fights and wow. So see, apparently the Combinator team
It's good.
is doing okay. Yeah.
You know, I've only been to Fenway. I think I've been to Fenway twice. I want to say maybe 3 times. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
But I didn't experience. Yeah, it was very pleasant. Didn't
And
and
Phillies fans are mostly violent to, players. I mean, look, sometimes a player just needs a burst of energy. And the best way to provide that burst of energy is to give them a battery. That just makes sense, right? Oh, okay. So I actually have to defend Philly fans. I don't know if you've heard the real Santa Claus story.
no.
Um, yeah. Okay. So the deal is that this started for like from an Eagles game somewhere around 1950. Like I think it must have been old Franklin Field, where like the University of Pennsylvania still plays. And the problem was that the Santa that they hired, essentially like showed up visibly drunk.
Okay, that's probably generally not advised.
Okay, so the point is that the Santa was like deservedly getting booed, is what I'm saying.
Sure.
Okay, and then these things just became a tradition because if the Eagles come back and win, I mean, you know.
Absolutely.
But look, Philly was a rough place growing up. Okay, you said you lived. No, you didn't live in Pittsburgh. I was going to say, were you around when Ed Rendell was, because he became mayor of Philadelphia and then like continued a political career in the state, right? Was governor at one point. The way Ed Rendell got his start was during an Eagles Cowboys game when it had been snowing. He basically bet people in the top, level of the, stadium. Give him a couple $100 if you can hit Jimmy Johnson with an ice ball.
That sounds like a bad idea in Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, a couple of them got arrested. Now this was before we actually put a jail in the stadium, and he was like a defense attorney at the time. So he, of course, took on the case pro bono and basically argued, a jury nullification thing. The defense basically consisted of like, it's Jimmy Johnson, right?
Right. Good defense.
Got the people off, of course, because the Philadelphia jury.
Right.
But this launched his political career. But like when I was a kid, we had a mayor, a Democrat, by the way, who firebombed several square blocks of the city. Got reelected, by the way.
Well, you got to just firebomb the right places, I guess.
Yeah. So this is the kind of city it is, right?
Yeah, I was not. There were. I grew up in Minneapolis, and we occasionally had a tornado, but I can't say I remember any bombings. That
Firebomb the
was not
chicken.
quite the
No, no, no,
environment
the
there.
Chicken Man is completely different. No, Chicken Man's completely different. Uh, Although I always did find it funny as a kid that like everyone knew who the local mob leaders were and that they were just like openly, you know, took me a while to realize that like sort of why they didn't just go arrest them. Uh, but
Well, that's probably fine.
yeah. All right. Well, here we go. So we did hold them to hey, it was technically a two-score game at the end, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So clearly this is going to go better in game two. Um, what do we got here? Sorry. Meanwhile, what player are we left with? We
Oh,
were. Oh yeah, this is the one I was going to say. I bet we evaluate differently. So I somehow actually kind of like this card in left field VR.
yeah, it's an interesting one. So I have him behind Duffy and Loper Fido as a two-way outfielder. Um,
Yeah, two-way. I agree.
I have him behind Berkman as a one-way outfielder.
Um, way behind the bat, but I think the glove is good enough. I might want to play him anyway.
Yeah, but I think is I have I have Berkman a lot worse VL. Like Crawford, at least he's not good VL, of course, but you're going to definitely rather this than Berkman VL. The
But
problem is that
you could play Berkman and right.
well, I think the issue is basically for me if it's not gold do or die, I'm just going to play Duffy and Loper Fido in the corners because they're like not that much worse, and they actually like
And you
have
save a roster spot.
yeah. And in the gold do or die, where I don't care so much about roster spots, I'm not worried about platooning because I'm never actually getting the wrong side. I'm just going to play Berkman because I'm never getting the wrong side. So it's like kind of this awkward situation where like he's not quite good enough two-way to play in the regular stuff, and he's not quite good enough one-way to play in the do or die. So I just, in the end, don't really find a use for him.
Yeah, I sort of want to take this range and make it useful. Especially the Combinator version feels like it makes this take off a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that this can be Combinator and Berkman can't is definitely something, right? If you get a Combinator version of this, it's going to be fantastic.
And the other thing, yeah, and the other thing is that I really like the extra value you get from this card VL as a pinch runner.
Yeah,
Because in do
that
or
is.
die you have that bench.
Yeah, that's true. That is potentially useful. Um, yeah, so maybe it's reasonable because of that to sort of play either this or
Oh.
Berkman, but I
Oh, and hi to
probably
Damphir Dracul. Hi. Welcome.
probably you're not playing. I guess you could play both of them. You probably have the roster space for it if you really
Well,
wanted
you can
to.
play both of them. You can play Berkman in right, and you can play Crawford in left.
Yeah, I guess that's not horrible. Maybe that's the way to use him.
Um,
I
I
guess
mean,
I guess you're also
Berkman's bad defensively, but if you look at Berkman's shape, um,
I guess there's Owen Wilson that you could do also, and you're probably playing Reeser in center field, who's also
yeah.
really splitty.
Because the thing about Berkman is if you look at this shape, he's a bad defender, but he's actually a less bad defender in right than in left with this shape.
Yeah, the thing is like I mean, Owen Wilson might honestly even be better than Crawford and just stick like I'm not sure. Owen Wilson is really very good VR, and also this triples rating is just enormous.
So maybe you just stick Wilson in
The problem is you have to play
left.
Wilson. Well, you have to play Wilson right is the problem. Like, okay, I'm assuming we're playing Reeser in center. I
Right.
imagine
Wilson only
VR.
plays the center and right.
Right,
Reeser also isn't going to play left.
right.
I mean, the other card that, I mean, Pete Hill, I guess, just ends up with nowhere obvious because that's another sort of option.
Yeah, but I think that's more of a two-way option again, and you just rather like Duffy at that point, probably.
Yeah, so I can't quite figure out what to do with. I just got Heavy
Yeah,
Johnson. Cool. Uh, See, I don't know what he sells for at the moment because I'm not sure if he's going to be
It's
tougher to play, but
I've seen 50-ish. Oh no, more than I thought. 85. Wow, that's a
I think if you can get
lot.
85 for him, I would take the 85.
Yeah, I would too.
Um, he'll be in a Negro League mission, but I think at
You don't.
85 you'll be able to rebuy him before the Negro League
I
mission.
also, I would. I don't think that mission is likely to increase its value by particularly much because um, there are going to be also diamonds in that mission, and cards like Redis and Carr and Papa Kuhala Bell at
Oh,
least have some
he's
theoretical
packs
use.
only. Okay, if you're packs only, I think then you do hold him.
Then you probably hold them.
I don't think you're gonna get much for 80K in packs. That's better.
Um,
Sorry, I didn't
then
realize you're packs only.
you probably hold them. Well, I guess it
Um,
depends on where if you're like if there's a short term goal or a long term goal. Like long term, you're probably supposed to sell even if you're packs only.
yeah, but you're never. I mean,
Well, I mean, I guess it's packs only, so I don't know what you've got, but I think Heavy Johnson is most useful as a catcher, not a first baseman.
probably, yeah.
I would keep playing probably McGuire over Edgar, but I'm not sure. It's probably pretty close.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I think Heavy Johnson's the catcher. Unless you've got some other very strong catcher.
We can pull up heavy.
Yeah, he should be farther ahead of the or Campanella.
But yeah, I think as a packs only team, I think you keep him because I just don't think there's much you can do with 80,000 points in terms of buying packs that's likely to be a lot better.
Yeah, probably.
As a non-packs only team, I'm definitely selling him for value
Yes.
to try to
Sorry.
do other things with the points.
Yeah, so I think that's probably right. You probably keep him, and I think given the cards that you're listing there, I would put him in catcher unless your outfield is like tremendously weak. But that's less likely. It sounds like you've got a lot of live missions, and there's some decent live mission outfielders.
Yeah, sounds reasonable. So as for Crawford, it's kind of an interesting one. I think this card actually hits this really good range of somewhere around a B or C, where we're kind of thinking of things you can do with him, but he's also skippable. Where exactly do you want to put him?
Yeah, I think like a C probably. It just
All
feels
right.
like it's a useful card that doesn't have an obvious place to go, which is
Right.
probably quite a good place for a card to be printed at. Honestly.
Hey, look, we did much better in game 2.
That's true.
Much better. Hey! At this rate, we're gonna win game 3 by like 5 runs or something.
Yeah, that's how it works. Yep.
I'm pretty sure that's how baseball works.
Yep.
Isn't it?
Yep. You're due now, right? That's how it is.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, and we got Mr. May. By the way, so I'd mentioned in Spores chat, and apparently a lot of people hadn't heard the story. Have people not heard about the whole seagull thing?
Eagle. I know the Blue Jay thing in Toronto.
That's what I mean. No, was it a seagull?
Was it a seagull? I thought it was a Blue Jay. Okay.
No. Unless you like beamed one of them on the bases.
No, hit it with the.
Yeah. That was a seagull.
Oh, it's a seagull. Okay. Yeah, he got arrested, right? And
Unless I'm completely wrong.
I
Yeah, so Dave Winfield.
Bird.
Pre-game warm-ups in Toronto. Hit a bird, like all Randy Johnson style, except not quite. Actually, there were like 2 Arizona pitchers that like took out birds within a week last year, right?
Gallen hit one last year.
There were like 2 within a week, weren't there?
I didn't know the second one.
Gallen, I think one other.
I don't remember the second one.
Anyway, took one out pre-game, and they actually arrested him, basically on animal cruelty grounds.
Right. Which, I mean, it was very clearly unintentional, by the way. Like he didn't mean to do it.
Yeah.
But then they eventually he did not get charged, as far as I understand it.
Well, they arrested him. No, he was charged, and then they dismissed it. Apparently.
Oh, they dismissed it. Okay. Yeah.
Some
Pretty.
people say he threw at it. Some people,
I thought
it's
it was that he. Thought it was like he hit a ball and hit it.
no. He threw it. It was like warm up. Before before the fifth inning, apparently. Um,
I
yep.
thought it was like in batting
Yeah.
practice. Okay,
Killed a
this
seagull.
totally confused.
They arrested him. The Yankees made a big deal out of it because you're like arresting your. Alice Cooper's like, hold my beer. Yeah. You mean Ozzy like with a bat. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's a seagull. Yes.
Um, think you know his manager Billy Martin said it's the first time he's hit the cutoff man all season.
Yeah. Good.
Um,
Good.
yeah, Billy Martin was a character, of course, right?
Yeah.
Um, okay, Billy Martin though is probably the only major league manager. Maybe I should even say major league player, but definitely major league manager to ever have been fired because he punched a marshmallow salesman.
Yeah. It's gonna be hard to duplicate that.
I mean, to begin with, I didn't even know that like there were
What would you
marshmallow
do with
salesmen.
team of players who have punched Billy Martin? Okay, that's a good idea.
You almost could make one, right?
Yeah, you really could. Uh,
I mean, look, if someone told me they were a marshmallow salesman, well, they must sell something other than marshmallows, right? I mean, you can't really make a living just selling marshmallows.
I
I
wouldn't
don't
think
think.
so. I mean, I guess
Maybe if you're the world's best.
you probably have pretty good profit margin on marshmallows. I can't imagine they're very expensive to produce.
No, but you got to sell a lot of marshmallows.
You guys sell a lot, yeah.
Um,
Big s'mores. That's the
it's the Swiss Miss Man. Yeah, there you go. Um, of course, the Marshmallow Man was sitting right there, you know. Um, anyway, I guess it's good we went off on a tangent because I'm not quite sure what you're really doing with this card. It's also a mission edition, so it's not combinatorable, but
yeah.
even if it were, it's not that strong.
If there were a low gold, maybe, but there isn't, and full gold, you're definitely not playing.
No, but hold on. You're playing him in a corner VL, right? And in low gold, you're already trying to fit in AG and Jones.
Well, I'm thinking, yeah, I guess.
So so the combination kills him.
Yeah, and there's Shumpert also. Okay, yeah, you're right. It's
right? Because I mean that's the problem between AG and Andrew Jones. VL is locked down for your two defensive options.
Yeah, there's
and you can stick him in left, but then the bat's not good enough.
Yeah, agreed. Okay.
I think this one's at best an F. I mean, technically it's an F minus because it's the bronze and silver that are killing him, right?
I think, but those are just over printed cards. I think it's just a regular. The thing that's really strange, maybe is this the first example that's happening? I don't. Maybe someone can think of another one.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let me pull the card up again.
Where it's nothing to do with the card, really. Where the end of the mission is a lower overall than kind of one of the steps along the way.
Well, we technically had that last year, but Jeff Mathis was really a perfect.
No, I mean not that like the end of the thing is perfect, but like you have to do a mission to get an 87, and that mission to get to 87 feeds into a mission to get an 83.
Oh, that's true.
I can't remember another example of that happening.
I mean, I actually think that's good. I think you should be thinking about cards in terms of how useful they are instead of. Can I do a favor and take you a game off the Casual Friday? Hey, I'm doing the best I can, all right? Why? Are you waiting for the winner here? Is Burner Guy waiting for the winner here? Burner Guy might be waiting for the winner here. I am going to do everything I can here. I am throwing out my ace in Jackson Jobe. I'm throwing my ace here. I had my off days of rest. I'm doing everything I possibly can. See, this was the team that really had to do it. This team took 2 games off him somehow. Um, this is the team that had the best shot, I'm afraid. But I will do everything I can to take a game off them. Kill your team if you come back. I don't think I'm killing anybody in this format, but hey, can I lose in round 1 of PTCS? Yes, I can repeatedly. Absolutely. Especially with my non-combinator builds this time around.
The one I had the most commenters and I lost in the first round. So, goes to show you what commenters are good for.
Let's see. Tim Mays.
Mesa. I think it's
Mays. So I like him VL. But the problem is I like Ryan Barucki a lot better VL. I like John King a little better VL. And I can't possibly run this guy VR. I forgot to turn the spoilers off, but I'm going to guess this means we didn't win.
Well, even if you have the spoilers on, there's still the thing in the top right, so it wouldn't really help.
So burner guy, I'm sorry, but did we cover the spread? That's what I want to know. Did we at least cover the spread? If this ever loads, I will tell you. Wait, now it's validating team graphics again. We absolutely covered the spread. Look at that. We took them. We were tied with them into the 9th inning.
There you go. Well,
we were tied into the 9th. Now that's a lot of wearing them out, burner guy.
You got your 1 diamond pack, so
I got 1 diamond pack. Hooray!
So it's like 8K or something.
Yay!
Not bad. Not bad.
Maybe I could get a Tim Mesa for it.
No, I do actually have Mesa as the best gold lefty VL, the best gold VL pitcher. So okay, in non-do or die one interest.
I have this Barucki better VL.
Yeah, I have Barucki second.
Okay.
Not non-do or die interest in either of these cards. Do or die, maybe, but I'm still very scared.
I still don't want to run a specialist.
Yeah, I think maybe it's like a D or something I'd give it probably, but I don't think better than that.
Yep. I think it's just an F probably.
Yeah, probably it is, but
all right.
I have been playing John King because John King's VR at least is like.
Yeah, but I also have King better than this is the problem.
Yeah, I have King third.
Here we go. Rudy May. It's just. I mean, they're points, but the shape is just not going to work.
He's got a lot of rating points, and the lack of control basically means the card is useless.
Yep, and it gets worse in early eras in the places where the PBABIP will start to help. And
you can't comment or it just not a helpful card. I mean, okay, it's basically going to be free at some point, so whatever. But
even as free, it's just behind other essentially free cards.
Yeah. No, you're not going to play it, but the mission will technically be valuable because it will cost less than 1,000. You can quick sell this thing. So,
it'll probably be combinator food for something.
Oh, or that, yeah, that's true. It could be easily combinator food or something. I'm not
like a Bobby Gritch, maybe.
Yeah, that's true. A Gritch at some point could be good. I guess that those.
Wait, he must overlap with Nolan Ryan.
Yeah, but I think we probably already had our good Nolan Ryan, which is not a combinator.
Oh, we have a Nolan Ryan. All right.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other cards, other guys on those teams, but yeah, Gritch is probably the best option. You're probably right.
Not Scott Sanders. Scott Sanderson. If you switch the Homer and PBABIP, I'd almost start to. Well, no, actually, hold on. There's a lot of points here. The more I look at this. No, actually, I think this is going to grade out pretty well. All right, let me actually run it. Because I think there actually are enough points there. Yeah, no, this grades out fine, actually.
I don't have this one all that close, but it's the same kind of thing from last week as the Burley, because this is, I think, just a sort of a better version of Burley.
I do. It's a better version of Burley, except that he's right-handed. But I do have this as a card that's kind of going to be, in the playable tier. So, plus this one's combinator eligible, whereas like Logan Webb isn't, Holtzman isn't, the other lives aren't. So the fact that he's combinator eligible, I think, bumps him up a bit as well.
I mean, I have him kind of, I guess, in like the 5th tier, so I don't really have much interest. Just not really.
Yeah, so I'm thinking like, I think I'd want to give him like a B or C, maybe even toward a B, just because so many of the top gold ones are not combinator eligible.
I would give him an F. But it's the same thing. It was the same profile as Burley last week.
Yeah, I just think he's a little better than Burley. All right.
No Excel sheets here.
The only Excel sheet is the fact that I'm using an Excel sheet to type in these grades because that was the easiest way to present it on screen.
No, Charles and I both have our own models, which we don't. Well, we talk about what they say, but we don't really share the models.
Yeah, we're happy to take questions on how the game engine works. But
if you have any questions, we're generally happy to answer them. We just don't really share like all the.
Let's see. So what's a good? Basically, what it's doing is it's kind of reverse engineering with the game engine, how the game engine simulates stuff.
To some degree. I mean, yes, that's the general idea. So there's
I think we generally agree on the reverse engineering part. The places that we start to disagree are when we project what the player pool is that we're running against.
Generally, yes. I think in most cases that's true.
Well, combinators, King Julian, combinators are just something that changes the rating of the card. So if you have something that can kind of take a rating and project how it works, then if you have the combinator version, it just is a card that has the same name, but it has a higher rating.
Yeah, by the way, if anyone can figure out how Peep Habit works for combinator boost, I would be very interested. I do not understand it.
Yeah, I think it's because I think what's happening is it's boosting the movement and then boosting the.
I think so too.
And then it's reallocating that split.
Did I show you Ike DeLock, by the way?
The combinator? No, and it's not worth buying a combinator to investigate this.
I have one. That's why I
okay. I'm going to guess a level 5 version of this, you're probably taking the PBAB up to about 47, and you're going to tell me I'm way off.
No.
Sorry, 48. Sorry, excuse me, 48.
No, it's 48, 47. But the weird thing is, so at level 0, it's 41, 40. Left, right. Okay. At level 1, it's 42, 42. Or level 0, I'm sorry, it's 42, 42. Level 1, it's 43, 42. Then level 2, it's 44, 44.
Okay, that doesn't sound quite so nuts to. I mean, it sounds to me like there's a rounding thing going as well.
There's something, but I think because that pattern, by the way, is not happening with his P home run. His P home run always is 5 points difference. Oh no, I'm sorry, it's not. It's actually 6 points.
No. But could this be the fact that really that 40, is either an 80 or 79, right?
Yeah. So Tactile Next, that thing that Max Oysters posted, it doesn't work for P Babbitt, for one thing.
Right.
But second thing is, it's that sort of constant, the 0.01. It's very hard to say if that's actually sort of the quote unquote like exactly correct number, or if it's a number that's close enough to 0.01 that the rounding is making it work okay, and we just haven't found the counterexample because it's going to be very hard to find one. It probably doesn't matter much, but it's also, I think, potentially the case that what's happening is that this is a function of the total available points. And so it may actually be different for P Babbitt or movement or P home run.
But also, for Demonstrator Pool, this is this shouldn't be secret because they're, at least with a combinator card, the intent. Here, let me pull up an example of. I've got, the intent at least is that they're actually just explicitly showing you how the different levels will change the card. So they're not trying to hide it. Right? You can kind of see the changes happening.
Yeah. I mean, it still makes very little sense to me why this was not implemented in a way where each level was sort of a separate card, and then the export would just have everything in it, and you wouldn't have to deal with all this silly stuff with like the card shop not working.
Oh, I actually figured out at least a
whatever.
reason for that.
Laziness.
Okay, I figured out 2 reasons for that. Okay, so it is actually the case. So let's imagine that you were to try to kind of make each version a card. So essentially what you'd be doing is you'd be having a combinator rule where when you trigger an interaction, like this Dave Steve would disappear, and I would pick up a 40 overall level 1 Dave Steve, right?
Yep.
The problem is this would interact really poorly if I boost a card during a tournament.
Well, no, 'cause I figured the way it would work, the way that I would design it at least, is okay. So I'm making an assumption here that whenever a card gets pulled, it's given a unique global ID, right?
Right.
And then that global ID, there's a field within some kind of object that has has a global ID, and then also has the card ID. And so
Okay.
I'm assuming that inside that kind of global thing is where all this stuff, like which tournament roster it's on, the stats, whatever, gets stored. And then you just kind of like update this pointer to the card effectively, and then it would kind of work, right? Because you just ask.
But the problem is that doesn't seem to be the way cards are put on rosters in other contexts.
Well, I agree with that, but that's like a better architecture than what they're doing, I think.
Well, it is, but they have they have an existing architecture. They have an existing architecture, though, that they're kind of forced to work within, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it seems to me that, in all honesty, just large parts of the game need to be rewritten, and probably a lot of this. I mean, that's probably one of the sources of all these kind of server issues was that I suspect that there's a huge amount of just unnecessary information that the server is trying to handle all the time.
Yeah. So no, Denver. I'm not a math major, at least I guess.
No, I wasn't.
I guess that's only semi-true.
No, I was a math major, but I never used any of it. Actually,
I guess technically I was a math major. I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, but yeah. No, so I guess technically, when I was a kid, I was a math major. Yeah, I was a math major, I guess, until I was like 15 or 16.
Yeah, I was. I mean, I ended up the math stuff I did in college. I ended up basically not using.
But then by the time I actually started doing math research, I realized I didn't want to do that.
Yeah, the research stuff, math research, is not that interesting to me. I liked learning about a lot of this stuff, and the research sounded like it was just.
Oh, well, especially because like number theory was the thing I was interested in.
Okay.
And you just need so much math to like get to the point of doing number theory. So once
I imagine like some of the stuff, there's probably a lot of computers at this point in number theory, I would guess.
Yeah. But I mean, I think the thing that actually convinced me I didn't want to take more math was algebraic geometry. It just like getting my head around some of that stuff was. It sort of became clear that wasn't the right direction for me.
Yeah, at least the way that maybe the way that math major I did was designed was like it seemed like the point was to basically try to get real analysis to get rid of everyone, which worked pretty effectively. And then after you got through that, it was like much more manageable.
Yeah, but I basically just discovered that like. I hated algebraic geometry, but sort of liked algebra.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed algebra a lot more than real analysis. Real analysis was not pleasant.
Yeah, and so like I got into algebra and then like representation theory and like that direction, and
Yeah,
um, but
I
no,
think I've
but no,
almost
now
had all of
I've
it.
gone a completely different direction, and I'm sort of on the astrophysics side.
No, it's funny. I mean, I think realistic, like it hasn't been that long, but if people, if I had to like go back and take, some to do with any of the courses I took in college math, I would not know anything that's happening anymore.
Yeah,
Like
I
it's
guess
amazing how
you I
quickly
guess you
you figure
forget.
out it.
No, you forget this stuff really quickly, right?
Yeah, really quickly. Because like the comp sci stuff, which I learned, like I'm still using that, so I remember it. But the math stuff is just like it just evaporated.
Now, all the number theory stuff you forget. The thing is that the problem with number theory is that the pretty results are just like so incredibly pretty.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah,
like all the
yeah,
theory behind like Diophantine equations and stuff is just beautiful. Except that it seems like anything remotely interesting, has actually been like proven hundreds of years ago.
right. Or the stuff that's just like completely improvable has been open problems for like 1,000 years.
Right. And then there's one little class of things that it's like, well, they are open problems and impossible, but Ramanujan was really, really brilliant.
Yeah,
So there's
yeah.
one like extra little class of problems,
If you're Ramanujan,
if you're Ramanujan, which, I very quickly discovered I am not.
yeah, I
Uh,
think everyone discovers that.
uh,
I mean, it's pretty amazing. The guy's just like, yeah, I just realized this thing that no one else could figure out. It was, yeah, just this is obvious.
yeah.
I feel like that too. It's like there's so many things I feel like I've heard of where it's like, you know, oh look, we discovered this cool thing, except Gauss had already found it 100 years before.
So this is actually the direction I go now with this stuff. Is that like every time I'm kind of stuck on something and kind of go looking, has anyone ever played around with this? It turns out I like eventually discover that, oh yeah, Kolmogorov did this at one point and like worked out all the theory behind it.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like I don't quite understand how some people just end up just it just all makes sense somehow. It's really interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I like working on a lot of different things because you get to sort of make these connections that you didn't expect. Um, but it's a lot of fun, kind of, finding some of the people that have done this before, and
yeah, yeah. And you're just coming back to the same guy who just understood everything intuitively somehow.
yeah. So
Yeah,
Deck Dog, I can definitely not go to town on a pizza for at least another few weeks.
yeah,
I
that's
think
that's
pizza
true.
is very much on my no-no list.
Yeah,
No, I think I told Chat, but the reason I got stuck in the U.S. for a bit was I had to have my gallbladder removed, which apparently is something that after a while is just completely normal again. But pizza is very much on the disallowed list for a little bit.
yeah. I guess it takes a while because probably like your liver has to sort of ramp up bile production to sort of compensate.
I don't know quite how that works. I also don't know quite what happens if you like. I think if I eat pizza, like I don't think it's gonna kill me or anything. I think I'm just gonna
No,
like not be able to
feel
digest it, maybe.
yeah, probably just feel pretty sick for a while and then you'll be okay. Be my guess at least.
Um, but I don't know quite, kind of how that works.
Because the gallbladder, it stores bile, right? So the liver produces
It
bile and then it
stores
goes.
like leftover
Yeah,
bile, right? So if you need a
right,
lot at once, then you need it, but otherwise it's like not needed.
right. So I imagine eventually what happens, like your liver just ends up like, for lack of a better term, understanding that it needs to produce more bile to make up for this lack of extra storage.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I
Um,
mean, I have no idea. That's a complete guess.
I know they told me that, after about 6 weeks you can kind of start to eat whatever you want again, just, phase it in a little bit.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
That makes sense. Yeah.
but no, definitely cannot go to town on a pizza right now.
No pizza.
That
I
absolutely
haven't had
not.
pizza in a while, actually. I kind of should have I should have it again sometime. I like pizza.
Um, Supposed to be a really good pizza place at Mizzou, like a one
Oh,
of these
okay.
campus.
That's good.
But I suppose I'll find out.
Yeah.
Shakespeare, yeah, that's yeah. Um, but no, by the time I get there, it should be good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
You'll be
the thing is,
ready to go to
I'm
town
really
again.
bad about that because when I'm allowed to move and stuff, you know, when you do like long bike races and stuff, there's a point that you just need calories and you need carbs, and it doesn't matter what you eat.
Sure.
So you can eat a lot of junk. Like you can absolutely, pizza's absolutely carbo loading for stuff, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of
Um,
carbs.
I feel like 1600 English playwrights would be bad at cooking Italian. Yeah, but here's the thing: you don't really need 1600. 1600 cooks are always bad in the kitchen.
Well, then we have to ask, like, did Shakespeare cook his own Italian food, or did someone else cook it for him and they passed it
Oh
off as
yeah,
theirs?
it was really the Earl of whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I think if you're gonna try to cook Italian food, I wouldn't want more than like 3 or 4 English playwrights in the kitchen before it would get pretty crowded.
Yeah, that's true. I know
Six,
I've
yeah.
tried to make pizza before, and I not very successful at it. It proved to be much more difficult than I was expecting. But
I'm okay at like microwave pizza,
yeah, microwave pizza I can do.
but no, I'm very
I'm not
much
a
not a chef. Pretty much, I'm okay with a microwave. I'm like kind of semi proficient with a blender, and that's
yep.
about that's
Blender.
about as far as I can get.
No, I'm not a great cook, but like I'm decent. Like make the sort of basic
Nice.
stuff.
Family
But
owned a pizza restaurant for a decade.
it's,
Okay, okay.
oh, yeah.
So does that mean you can do the fun thing where you like flip the thing in the air and all that? Yeah. Well, see, Denver Dracul, you see, I'm a theorist, so I can tell you how a microwave works, but that's different from, although they stopped letting me use micro. Oh, wait a minute. Now I've got a budget for this again. I can totally buy like crappy microwaves for my courses.
Didn't wasn't like the first use of microwaves to like reanimate dead rodents?
Never heard that story. That sounds fun. Do you know more of the story?
I thought it was like with some English guy, and he like they were trying to do some experiment where like they froze rodents and then like reanimated them, and they effectively used like an open microwave to do it, like not an enclosed one, but they like just basically shot radiation at this
Just to
frozen house, and it actually sort of worked apparently.
huh.
So I think the conclusion was it wouldn't work on anything sort of larger than a small rodent.
Now I'm Googling this. Yeah, okay, wait. Yep. Apparently they would freeze hamsters and rats to death and then try to resuscitate them with a microwave, and they revived it with just like a giant burn.
Yeah, but it doesn't work at anything larger than small rodents apparently. So you know.
That's great. Wow. That's a great story.
Yeah.
Uh,
I just like what the idea of that was like. Oh
yeah,
yeah,
quote. We
let's
put
just
the hamster in there frozen solid, turned the thing up to full power on the microwave, and after so many seconds, the hamster woke up and started wandering around.
like whose idea was that? Like, I don't know. So funny. Anyway,
Um, huh. No, I always used to just do this for like various microwave demos for courses and stuff. But I need to
Hmm.
see actually I need to figure out how to buy crappy microwaves because the problem is the new ones break some of the demos I want to do.
Ah,
Okay, well you
I
ever like
see.
put a light bulb in a microwave or something?
I have not.
That's a fun one. All right, well you can probably figure out what would happen, I guess. You know.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm not gonna try that one once we're done streaming.
Okay, so the idea is, so in microwave basically you're just putting this thing in a strong field, right?
Yep.
So, well, Beckdog, you have to think about exactly what the microwave's doing, though. I mean, I guess in principle you could get sparking, but the first thing that'll happen is you basically, you're putting this thing in an electric field, and so you're going to start running current through it. So the first thing that'll happen is the light bulb will light up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you put like a bulb in your microwave for a few seconds, turn it on, it'll light up. Um, Yeah, the timing you have to be careful. I guess but
Yeah, I
bulbs
would have
don't
thought at
generally
some
come with
point.
microwave instructions.
I would have thought at some point it would just heat up too much, and that would start causing a lot of problems.
Yeah, yeah, it will. Speaking of which, I will say the one time I've disregarded microwave instructions was definitely a mistake. Pop Tarts says on the box that the microwave instructions are you microwave it on high for 3 seconds,
Okay.
and I figured that three had to be a typo. They couldn't possibly mean three,
Oh, yeah, that's not gonna work.
so I assumed they meant 30. Uh, I don't think they actually mean three because your microwave doesn't really turn on that quickly.
You definitely don't
Um,
mean 30.
but they don't mean 30.
Yeah. Yeah.
uh, but yeah, so you'll turn on the light bulb, but now you have a problem, which is your typical microwave kind of is going to be something like 400 watts. The convenience store ones are actually probably like 750 or something, but basically you're running 400 watts through what's probably a 60-watt bulb.
Okay.
So what
Yeah,
that does is it starts heating up the bulb very quickly. Well, then the next question is what's inside a bulb, right? I mean, you've basically got this, you've got a filament, so you basically got some resistor, right? Um, it's funny, actually, they
yeah.
used to be able to make light bulbs that would never break.
They
Uh,
originally used tungsten, right? That was the.
yeah. So in principle, you can do that, and instead the filament almost acts like a fuse.
Right.
Um,
Well, that they wanted to buy more of them, so that makes sense.
yeah, yeah, it's
So
just
I guess
power. It's
I guess
power creep.
I guess now there really aren't so many incandescent bulbs that are sold anymore. It's mostly
Um,
the series.
big light bulb put a stop to that real pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, so the point is, but other than the filament, right? You've got like that glass case. It's what I'm a standard incandescent bulb, right?
Sure.
You've got like that glass case, and then inside there. I mean, it's funny because when I ask people this, half the time they think there's a vacuum in there. And you kind of know there can't be a vacuum in there because otherwise, if a light bulb shattered, it would implode.
Yeah.
So what they've got in there is they've got inert gases, usually like neon or argon or something like that.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, so the next thing that you do is you start superheating a gas in the presence of an electromagnetic field. And so you get a plasma. So the next thing that happens is if you put it in for longer than like 2 or 3 seconds, it'll light up, and then you'll kind of start to make this plasma, and then the light bulb will glow all sorts of pretty colors.
Okay.
Then eventually you have the problem that the glass can't contain the pressure and explodes.
Yeah. So that's really the thing I see as the concerning bit.
So it will eventually explode.
So I will say it is appropriate we're talking about this because we are now really at the time we are getting very close to having a plasma incident causing problems with Perfect Team. So
There you go. That's right. We finally got our plasma on the.
yeah, yeah.
Um, Yeah. Um, that's fine. You sweep the stuff out of the microwave. But I will say you can try this with an incandescent bulb. Do not try this with like a halogen bulb or some of the, like modern replacements, just because there's some stuff in there that's kind of dangerous. But
Yeah,
in
I know what.
principle, if you put a 400-watt bulb in a microwave, it should mostly work. The problem is that the 400-watt bulbs that you can try this with are usually mercury lamps, and there are
Oh yeah,
other
that's
reasons that you
a
really
bad
don't
idea.
want to like put a bunch of mercury in your microwave.
Yeah, probably should eat out of that one afterwards.
Um, but the other one you used to be able to try. So the really old style microwaves, it used to be a standing wave. So what you could do is, well, if you're in Philly, you do this with Cheese Whiz, and if you're like anywhere normal, just do this with a bunch of marshmallows. So take like the old style microwave, um, just fill the bottom with like marshmallows and turn it on for like a while, long enough to start melting the marshmallows. But they're still viscous enough that they sort of hold a shape, and you'll actually see the standing waves.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Um, so initially, the way they used to fix this was this is why the microwave would have a turntable, right? Is so that as the food moves,
Sure.
because
Yeah.
this means there are uneven spots, so you're going to like heat
Right.
some spots more than others. So the idea of the turntable was that this would basically mean that you heat your food more evenly.
Right. That makes sense.
Um, but now what the modern microwaves do is they instead kind of find ways to like put little conducting bits in there so that you're breaking up the standing waves.
Okay.
Right, because if you put like little conducting bits in the turntable as it spins, uh, YouTube just recommend you a video on this because it sounds maybe, yeah, I don't know. Is
I
it
mean,
a good
could you
video?
try
Feel
to
free to put it in the chat.
could you try to like construct some kind of good interference pattern instead of doing all this stuff, or is that just too difficult?
I guess you could, but in any event, the point is they stop it from being a standing wave. So what it means is to do the kind of demos that we're talking about, I need a really old microwave that's basically before that technology.
Uh-huh.
Otherwise, you can still put the light bulb in, but you can't do the other.
Other
There must be a
business.
light bulb in a microwave. Yeah, and as for the blender, well, there is a nice, you know, series called Will It Blend, which I definitely recommend.
Yeah, something.
uh, so that's definitely recommended. But put your Thai cob in a microwave. Well, no, the thing is the microwave is for cooking, but the blender that's really the combinator, right?
Ah, very good. Very good.
So it's really will it combinate. Um, no, there are a bunch of these though, because part of this is there's a lot of this technology, you know, like understanding how a microwave works is not that straightforward, you know. So there are a bunch of these like really basic questions that you sort of take for granted, but actually we don't explain the details of. Um,
Yeah, I mean, it was recently, relatively recently, I sort of understood that like it's heating the food up by sort of making all the sort of polar water molecules move
yeah,
around. Which I once you think about it, once someone told me that, it made a lot of sense, but I never thought
yeah.
about it myself. Uh,
Or I'll give you another one that feel free to think about this one in chat. But I'll just ask the question really simply. I guess, well, now it's probably dark for most people there. So let's say tomorrow you can make a prediction, see how well you do. Tomorrow at noon, where in the sky is the sun going to be? Now, think about that and then actually go outside and check and see how well you do. Um,
I mean, it probably depends. I mean, it must depend somewhat on your attitude, I assume.
yeah, well, it'll depend on where you are for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a long history of this, right? I mean, because literally, like clocks were often the most valuable things. Like most in the age where kind of people were learning to sail across oceans,
Yeah,
right?
it was a big problem.
Like so, latitude's really easy, but longitude entirely depends on how good your clock is.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, it's a big issue. You have to know where you are. It's very important.
and so the most valuable devices on a lot of these ships were actually the clocks. You know, so like things like having an hourglass, a really good hourglass would be expensive, but this is why there's this whole naval tradition of like you turn over the hourglass at the right time and stuff. Because if your errors build up a little bit, think about it like you say where the sun's supposed to be at noon. I won't spoil that one. I'll let you think about it. But let's say you know where the sun's supposed to be at noon, right? But you know that if you know that time zones are a thing, right? So that wherever the sun is supposed to be at noon, if you were to move, 1/24th of the globe, west, let's say,
Unless
right?
you're in China.
It should be there an hour later.
Yes.
Okay, but what that means is if your clock is, off by an hour, you're off by the 24th of the globe. If your clock is off by 5 minutes, let's say, you spend a month traveling across an ocean, and in the end, your clock is off by 5 minutes, which doesn't sound that
No,
bad,
you're horribly
right?
off. Yeah.
But let's say you're off by 5 minutes, right? Well, that still means that you're off by, um,
You're off by
like one
one.
288th of the globe.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, but that's enough, like if you like, okay, we'll think about it this way: the circumference of the Earth, right, is about 40,000 kilometers, right? So that means you're off by like 140 kilometers. I should
Yeah.
probably convert
No.
that. Okay, you're off by like 85 miles or something.
Yeah. No. It's
Well, that's big enough that means if at the end of your voyage across the ocean, you're off by 5 minutes in your timekeeping, 85 miles is enough that you're not going to be able to see the land that you're aiming for. So if you were like trying to find an island and your clock's off by 5 minutes, you just die. I mean, you might find a different island, but you don't find where you're going, right?
sail around in circles and maybe you get lucky. But yeah.
Yeah. No, and this is part of why, like, say the Vikings, we're much better at like sailing due east west because you don't have to get the time right. You just have to stay on a line of latitude and you're good,
Yeah. That makes sense.
right? So yeah, it was a really hard problem.
Yeah.
But anyway, as for the sun one, I'll let everyone think about it. But make your prediction, then go actually check tomorrow at noon and see how you do. Anyway, right. So, Sanderson, we were gonna rate Sanderson.
Yeah, we sort of disagree on that one. Yeah.
So I'd want like a B. You would want an F. So what's a good compromise here?
C minus.
C minus. All right. Well, we give him a C minus. That sounds fair. All right, Ryan Klesko. Load into something. Oh wow, we have one more draft. We've been going a while. All right, at some point in the next 20 minutes, we're doing a draft. Let's see if we can get through the. We're not going to get through the ratings by then, are we? It's going to be close.
We can try. We won't succeed, but we can try.
We can try. Ryan Klesko. Little splitty, but that's historically accurate.
Yep.
So I think this is the first splitty card I have. Sorry, I should pull it up. This is the first splitty card that I have like ahead of the Will Clark VR, and a fair bit better than Clark VL. But I'm not sure I wouldn't rather just run Frank Chance if I'm running a non-combinator team.
Yeah, I like that. Colt Keith I also prefer. I like the if we're gonna play Berkman at first base, which you can do, I prefer Berkman VR as well.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
So yeah, I just don't
Um,
really I don't really see a.
so I will say this might be your best combinator option VR at first base right now.
I like Keith better, but Keith is very hard to boost. The future legends are all tough.
Yeah, and this guy, because he'll have Braves teammates as well, right?
Yeah, I assume he has some good teammates. I don't know which ones exactly, but I assume there's some decent ones.
Well, because he played a bunch of years in Atlanta and a bunch of years in San Diego.
Yeah, there should be someone decent.
And there are going to be a lot of those sort of 90s Braves. There are
Oh yeah,
already a bunch of 90s
that's a good one.
Braves.
Yeah, the bronze chipper. Yeah, that'll be it. Because the bronze Andrew Jones is too expensive right now, but the bronze chipper is a good one. That one. I guess
Yes.
there's a silver Glavin, I think. I could be mistaken.
I think there is, yeah. And also from those early 2000s Padres, I thought there were one or two that are in.
There could be.
I'm just looking real quick. Okay, well, Bard didn't play a lot of years there.
Oh, this Scott Hairston might be decent.
Oh, Hairston, that makes sense. Okay, so maybe not as many as I thought, but then there'll definitely be a bunch of the Braves.
Yeah, probably Chipper Jones yeah, is the good one.
Looking who else. Venable might have overlapped a couple years in there. Oh, there's Adam Eaton. He played a few years there, right?
Yeah. Oh, there's a Blauser. The Blauser also probably.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. The Braves, there are going to be a bunch.
The Braves are good ones. Okay. So yeah, you can definitely.
All right. So he's boostable. So I think that bumps him up a little.
Yeah. You could play him and Keith. I guess the problem is that I think I'd rather Bautista at third than Keith, like Bautista platoons. So then I think probably ends up getting squeezed out. But
yeah. Okay. So I think the fact that he's the best combinator option probably means he's not an F.
Yeah, it's probably like a D or something then.
That sounds reasonable. All right. Eddie Use.
Okay. You could spend 300,000 points boosting a Colt Keith, and then it's better, but it's not gonna be a sensible option.
But that would be a pricey decision.
Yeah, that definitely a pricey decision.
Eddie Used. As opposed to Eddie Juiced, which is the level 5 combinator version.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
See, fortunately, I assume we don't count for music lessons because we're not affiliates.
I don't know. I don't know what that criteria is. But no, I mean,
Impact's dropping a second burner guy. Did you manage to take out the big boys? I can go back and click in and check, I guess, too. But so I'm kind of torn on what to do with this one. I've got him as my best VR shortstop in low diamond, which is weird because he looks like he should be better VL. But there are a couple really good VL options. So I'd rather run Bo Bichette VL if I had the choice. I'd run this as the two-way option. But at the same time, he's only a little better than Nicky Lopez for me. And so I don't know how much I'd pay for the upgrade.
Oh, I just want to play this thing at second. In low diamond. I really like it. I have my top low diamond second baseman.
Well, I should just play him at second. I guess I wanted to play Frisch there, although I'll admit I haven't actually picked up Frisch yet. It's been a while.
I mean, I just want to play Buddy Bell at short still. And second base is really weak. Like I was playing the Sherry McGee because
I think I played him for a little while there too just because I sort of had him.
Yeah, Bingo DeMoss, another card that I think is decent. But yeah, I would just play him at second. I think it's second baseman.
And I guess now I decided, given that I think the only way to kill the combinators is for me to start using them so that they'll decide to kill him, I went all Lance Blankenship combo, so clearly that's what I'm all in on.
Yes,
You know why? Because he's got eye.
he does have a lot of eye.
And he has a lot more eye when it's the juiced version.
Yep, that's true. Very, very
And see,
accurate.
because they're juiced versions, that's why they have chemistry.
Yeah, exactly.
Um, yeah, so I think I'd prefer Frisch at second and Used at short. The one place I'm never playing him is third.
No, 30s. I mean, the thing is actually, I mean, uh, third base low diamond is not particularly strong at the moment. There really isn't a great card there, so I do have him as the best third baseman, but it's by a tiny bit over like basically the guys with no defense, Eldridge and whatnot.
Okay. And
Uh,
VL, like, even though this bat's a little better VL, there are a bunch of really splitty options that mash lefties. So I think I actually don't want to play him VL anywhere to begin with. I probably will in practice in a build if I'm using him, just because he can play both ways somewhere. But
I mean, I'm just gonna stick this thing at second and play it at second both ways, and then it can back up short if I need it. I might put like Bingo DeMoss on the roster. Then it's easier to do that. Bell can cover sets third and short.
yeah, because
Yeah.
the problem is I still want to find room for Cintrone too. Just
Well,
such a big
I'm
bat.
yeah, I'm actually thinking of, like I'm doing something kind of like where I play like Bell at short VR, at third base VL, and Bichette at short VL, and then used at second both ways, and you can like help back things up. And then I put the DeMoss on the roster, and he's also plays two positions and isn't very splitty,
Yeah,
and that kind of like solves the infield pretty well.
you could do that.
Uh, yeah, I don't know, or like Batista or something to play third VR, or something like that.
So where's that put him? I mean, I think at a minimum it's a really solid card.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely capped a bit by like the fact that Tinker and Utley are just sort of
Yeah, so I
dominating.
think there's a big problem, which
Diamond.
is the gap from low diamond to full diamond is such that even if he's the best low diamond card at three positions potentially, he's never playing full diamond.
Yeah, especially because I mean Tinker and Utley are two of the stronger full diamond cards. I think.
And then you've got a Bregman who you still want on rosters and is going to be your
Yeah,
backup shortstop.
right. He's probably DHVL and back shortstop was
Right.
the way I'd use him.
And you're actually squeezing a really strong Cal off the roster then probably.
Yes, yeah. I think Cal's probably not playing anymore with Tinker.
So I still think he's probably like an A, even if
Yeah, I was
he's
just like
not
an
close to
A.
playing up, right?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Liam Hendricks. Red Sox Liam Hendricks. Oh, this is not the Red Sox version.
Reds.
Um,
I don't remember him playing for the Red Sox.
what?
I don't remember him playing for the Red Sox ever. I mean, he
He's
plays a
never
lot.
played for the Red Sox. He signed with the Red Sox to rehab from cancer
Oh, it's one of those.
this year,
Okay,
and then he's gonna. And I guess they've got him under contract for next year also.
okay. So they'll probably try to trade him. Really, I guess.
I don't know
They're
because he
hoping.
won't be back till next year, so he's not a good deadline
Oh, he's not going to be back
acquisition
until
for
next year.
anyone.
Okay.
I don't think he is. Is he
Yeah,
supposed to be back at all this year?
I don't
I
know.
thought he was.
Yeah, I thought he missed like the full year already last year. So, or maybe he came back a little last year. Right? He pitched a couple innings. I think. I don't know. No idea.
Let me see if I can find any. Because I thought there was a Tommy John thing, but then I thought there was a cancer thing as well.
He had cancer. I don't remember the timeline. I think he pitched like a handful of innings last year. I think he had cancer. He was diagnosed with cancer. I think at the start of last year, and then pitched like 2 innings or something. But I don't know if the Tommy John situation.
Okay, no, this says he's hoping to return by the deadline, which usually really means you slip a little bit on that.
Right. Okay. So he's not. They're actually probably hoping to play him then.
Sounds reasonable. Yeah. Speaking of
Yeah, I mean, I
hoping
guess
to
at the
play
moment.
him, I want to play him.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I
Um,
have this as the best reliever in low diamond for sure.
I do too.
I think you probably play this in full diamond, to be honest. Like it seems very strong. 'Cause,
I would come pretty close to playing this card in League.
Yeah, I had him a little
I mean,
bit like
remember I have a weak build, so
yeah, it's true. In a full build, you're not playing him. In something that's missing stuff, you probably are. I guess. Yeah.
and I am missing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And this card is actually
Uh,
not missing stuff by like diamond standards, given the rest of the card.
no, this card is great. It's a very
Um,
card.
I think this is
Yeah.
I mean, is this an S even as a reliever? Or it's tough to give one to a reliever, but it's
Maybe this
really
like an A
good.
plus, S minus. I don't know if it's. I guess maybe. I mean, we're saying it's playing up
S,
a
we
tier
can
and
give it
then
an S
playing.
minus. Is that good?
Yeah, maybe S minus.
Ah, we'll give
Seems
him an S
decent.
minus. That sounds like a plan. All right, Ty Cobb, and then and we got to do this draft. But
Yeah,
Ty Cobb,
it'll do Kaba in the draft.
um, I don't think he's a center fielder. However, I do like big bats.
That and I was gonna say I do have him as the best center fielder in full diamond because boy is that a good bat.
It's a big bat,
I mean, you're probably just playing him at DH.
especially VR, and it kind of holds up in early eras okay because it's even without the eye, the other parts are pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of BABIP, a lot of gap power. I mean, if this card played right field, it would be just absurdly strong.
If this card played
Uh,
left field, I'd still be pretty happy with it.
yeah, I mean,
Um,
even as it is, this should be on every diamond roster basically. I mean, this is the best hitter, kind of by a lot.
I
I
have him as the
think.
best hitter VR, and I do have him as the best center fielder as much as I want to DH him.
I mean, I have him as the best hitter. I have him as the best hitter by like 2 wins VR in diamond.
I've got him 1.2 wins ahead of Evan Carter, but I'd rather play Carter in a corner.
No, I mean as a DH.
Oh, it's DH. I don't have him quite as far ahead of Keith Hernandez in modern, but he holds up better in early eras, and he's definitely
Yeah,
ahead.
I mean, it's just a tremendously good hitter. Um,
Uh,
yeah,
Now, if you see him as a DH, it is the case that one card can kill him, I guess.
it is the case. I mean,
I
okay,
do
he is
like
the
big
best center
bats, and
fielder.
I cannot lie.
He is the best center fielder, also. I think. So if like some just even giant bat gets released, which is unlikely. I mean, this bat is so huge. We have nothing really close to it.
All right, let me ask. Give him 9 points of range. How does he hold up?
Oh, 9 points of range. He's playing in league in center, probably. Maybe not. Maybe Beltran's too
Well,
good.
because that's
It's
around
Beltran, right.
what we're guessing you're going to get from the Combinator version,
No,
right?
no. I mean, you probably just put Beltran on right, and you just stick this in center, and you're just really happy with it. Or you put him at DH anyway. I don't know. But
Yeah,
yeah,
so I think
Combinator
this is
version
one where
would
the
be.
Combinator version will play in League.
No, a Combinator version of this thing is just a disgustingly good card. I mean,
So I think
yeah,
this one's an S. Is he an S plus if he's primarily a DH?
probably not. Probably just an S.
All right, we'll give him an S. Oops. All right, before we get to the hundreds, I guess we should do the draft because we're going to just miss on time otherwise, right?
Yeah, yeah, probably. I will say the current price of Cobb is 165K, which I don't think I would pay. Even though the card is really strong, I don't think there are quite enough like diamond formats to actually return that.
Well,
Probably.
not just that, but it seems like they've started putting out the spotlights on weekends instead of the Thursday.
Mm,
So it's
yeah, there could be
possible there'll be a
spotlights.
spotlight tomorrow.
That's true. That's a good point. There could
And
be
so buy
spotlights.
them in the spotlight instead if you want them.
Yeah, so the spotlights have been priced in such a way that it really doesn't make sense to.
Oh, no. Don't buy the spotlight. Let other people make the mistake of buying the spotlight. You buy the
Yes,
card.
yes, exactly.
All right, 3 minutes. Or no, it's just 3 minutes to start the draft. We're fine.
Yeah, we have time.
All right, here we go. Friday night, 1919. Flat park this time. I think this one used to have a park, but now it's flat. So, well, I know what I would do in modern era. In 1919, is it Giambi or is it Heavy? I guess that's a good question because Heavy can play catcher here.
I think it's Heavy. I mean, he
I
also has
think
so much flexibility.
I think we just run Heavy at catcher, right?
Yeah, but I mean, there's so much flexibility. If we get other good cards, we can just move him easily. And Giambi, we're
Yeah.
very stuck. This thing does have a DH, right?
Well,
Even
I've
with
been
anything.
trying not to take Yankees, but it's still A-Rod. I mean, I know the 1919 is going to nerf the power and all, but it's probably still A-Rod, right?
It's the wrong era, but the other cards are atrocious. So yeah, it's still A-Rod.
Yeah, it's still A-Rod. Darn it.
We
We
do have a
almost went
DH.
Yankee.
Pretty sure. Pretty sure we have a DH.
Well, here we go. We probably would have gone Yankee.
I think we are going Yankee. I think we're taking Cortez.
I think it's Nestor. I mean, we're gonna run two or
Not
three start.
great.
We're gonna run two or three starters here. What are you thinking?
No, Gomez is bad. Most of the time in this thing, you end up with 3 because you just don't see enough.
Because you don't see enough. Yeah. I mean, Danny Green's the only close thing, with that. It's got to be Nestor, isn't it?
Nestor, yeah.
All
Especially
right.
because we've already seen a few of her pictures.
Well, here we go. I think we're talking about it. Klesko. I know the power doesn't play, but
Grimes might be better. Grimes is actually a decent card, and the shape is better for this era, I think.
well, I was going to say both.
Oh, well, I was thinking we'd take Crawford.
So Crawford is worth considering, and the outfield range will play in this era.
Yeah. Okay, so we always
Pedro
take Grimes.
Ramos is also worth a look, given that it's
Ramos is
1919.
How many pictures are we on now? How many stars have we seen?
This is number 3.
Okay, so we don't need to do it.
So Ramos is okay. Crawford is interesting.
Yeah,
I love the base
know.
running in this era because
Base running is definitely good.
we're going to end up running way too much anyway. So Crawford or Ramos, what do you think?
I don't know.
I mean, Ramos is weird because you're wasting all this stuff, and yet he still sort of ends up pretty good. I think it's Crawford, though.
Yeah, let's try the new card. Why not? We're not sure.
All right. So Ferguson's not quite what we want.
Does that Amos Rusty have T-Babbitt? I think he does.
I thought it was a P-Babbitt, but it's no control, so I don't think we want to do it.
Okay, yeah, we don't.
Gentry fits the era. It's not a great card, but actually he fits the era, and he's got the 92 range.
Yeah, that looks okay.
We got to take 2 of these though.
Is it ever like Quan or something?
I was just looking. I mean, if flip the avoid K and Babbitt split and give him the same contact rating, and I would.
Chat would be good to play it, not shortstop, obviously, but like at second.
I don't think I ever want this card playing, but you may be the best option you got.
I was expecting it to have very low avoid case and lots of Babbitt, but it doesn't.
How about this Howie Ken? Oh no, but where are you playing him?
DH, I guess.
That's not that good though.
No, it would be better than Bichette.
It is better than Bichette. The question is, do you have a place to put Bichette in the field?
Second, at least he's semi-playable at second.
We just take Bichette as a backup. Everything.
Or Pena. Pena probably has defense. I mean, the bat's gonna be horrible.
Corbin Carroll has 82 range with also no bat.
It's not a great round.
Pena's 83 range with no bat.
Okay, so it looks like we should take
Bichette. It's either Bichette or you take a pitcher as a throwaway.
I guess we could take Moreno. Probably Bichette.
Oh, that's a bad card. All right, we'll go on. Bichette's hopefully sitting.
Sure.
So this might be like the one situation you look at Madrid. Oh no, because it's the avoid K heavy version of this.
It's always bad. Okay, so probably Tyler Anderson, I think, is a pretty good shape for this. If I remember.
He should be, right?
Yeah.
And then.
Yeah, that looks good.
I mean.
Maybe even Cueto.
Cueto's not a great shape.
Or Augie
Wait,
Galen,
hold on.
maybe.
Is Bybee? This is not a horrible shape. If you're going to run him out as a possible pen option.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. We could, we could take Augie and play him at DH.
Actually, hold on. Yeah. Let's just take Augie. It's a big bat.
Yeah.
Well, again, it's the wrong shape on the bat. It's a sort of big bat.
A lot of high. And
It's a sort of big bat.
what does Cueto look like? I don't remember. Is he a low control?
It's no, yeah. It's just no.
Bad. Okay.
Jason Bay is a little power. Jason Bay actually is not a horrible shape. No, hold on. Crawford's stuck in left though, so you're only looking at him VL.
Yeah. So it's probably either Augie or Bybee.
I think it's Bybee actually.
I guess we did just see 3 pitchers here. We probably should start taking some.
Yeah, let's do this. We're good.
Sure.
Because this gives us the option of still potentially running a bullpen if we get enough decent options.
Yeah.
Okay, Barkowicz is great here.
Phenomenal. That Ike Boone card, I think, is like.
I was gonna say, Quintana's at least. Hey, we got our diamond pack.
Hooray!
I'm hoping that means that that burner guy ended up winning.
Go burner guy.
So Quintana
looks terrible.
A card.
There's just no ratings.
So Ike Boone, I guess the power is the real feature.
Okay.
Wow. Oh, how about this Hobie Milner?
Oh, yeah, that looks passable.
Why not? Okay, well, Dyson's actually great here.
Yep.
Yingling should be great here. I do like Kurt Simmons as well, but I do like Desautels as well.
What's our catch situation? We've taken none. How many we have left?
Heavy can play catcher.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, I think Yingling we just have to take, right?
Well, Dyson feels like the one to me that's sort of required.
I think they're both required. Then why don't you take these two?
Okay. I guess, yeah, Yingling's probably our third starter at this point.
Well, we have 3 outfielders. Heavy's going to catch.
Sure. Okay, so Rocchio, easy one.
Sorry, Rocchio. Yeah, I've been looking at Rocchio. Varus is a okay shape on the bat, but no range.
Yeah, that doesn't. Well, maybe.
What about Molitor? What's Gomez's? This is not horrible, except that the glove is error heavy.
No, it's nothing against you. It's Burner guy was on here and he was rooting for us, so we're rooting for him. That's the way it works, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, Crawford plays everything, but the bat shape's not so good. There's a lot of gap power, but it's no.
No, this card's terrible.
No. Yeah, well, Vlad hits lefties.
Yeah, the AM I put him at second though. That's a bit scary.
You could platoon him with. I guess you'd have to stick him in left to make that.
No, we could do Molitor and platoon Molitor with Grimes.
There's
no eye.
Yeah, but I hate the bat. So.
Yeah, probably bad.
It's probably Crawford or Gomez. Maybe Crawford's more flexible, but Gomez. Let's see. Gomez has 71 range. Crawford is 76. So maybe it's Crawford?
Maybe, yeah, sure. Why not?
Don't like any of these. All right. Okay, well, here we go. We can ask the question, in this era, has Mike Stanley finally become a catcher? But I think the answer is not with that power.
He also hasn't become a hitter. It's a real issue.
Yeah, there is that little detail.
Okay, I want to take live Alex Wood, I think.
Yeah, definitely. So could be Noakes. We have 3 more catchers though.
What about Dave Philly? I think
So
that Dave
Philly
Philly.
has a bit of a glove, but no bat. But this Jose Cruz, this is not a horrible bat with
Oh, I guess
75 range.
if we could find a platoon partner for Crawford, that would be very helpful. But I don't know that Cruz is actually better.
No, I don't think he is. Uh,
Yeah, just another round of bad cards. It looks like.
I mean, there's Heath technically plays left, but yeah. Do you like any of these catchers at all?
Not really.
Then I guess it's
I guess.
Cruz by default, right?
Sure. Yeah.
That's all right. We'll bench him. Wow. I have never looked at almost any of these cards. Well, here you go. Ryan Dumit could be our catcher.
Please no.
I mean, he is catcher eligible, right?
Guess we probably have to take him. We're probably supposed to take him. I don't know any of these cards. Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Brandon Williamson is
We
not
probably
good.
want. I don't know what we want. We want cards that are good. We didn't get any.
No, we didn't. Okay, I think Ginkle is the least bad arm.
Yeah,
That
and
at least gets us to 7, so we're legal.
we probably are supposed to take Doomit because in case we just get like no catchers, then at least we're sort of like.
All right, let's do it. Well, here you go, Rico Petrocelli.
Well, we got Gallo, but
Well,
it's
Petrocelli, but
totally the wrong environment for him.
we could play him at third.
Yeah,
We shouldn't play him at third.
We shouldn't play him on our roster.
So
Harris,
Dick Hauser, 59 range short, it's just not going to work.
I guess we just take like either Lap or Agashioka, and whichever one is the least awful card. The rest of them, maybe Finnegan.
Probably Lap is the less awful bat, right?
Yeah, probably.
Is it Finnegan or? Well, I was going to say we should take a pitcher, but we actually weren't offered any.
Yeah.
So let's go. Actually, Finnegan, that's not a bad shape.
Finnegan looks okay.
Pass.
Hairston, I guess, probably is decent.
Let me see. Okay, Matt Foster is probably.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we are probably going the 3 starters, not the.
Yeah.
Hairston at least has a glove.
Yeah, he does. But I thought this card's more Babu driven.
Could do Jonah Bride, another non-catcher catcher.
Sure. Let's do it. I mean, we have 5 picks here. We're not going to use them. So
we have 5 picks. That's right.
I guess maybe like Ildemaro Vargas.
You know what? I think I'll take both pitchers then.
Why not?
Vargas.
Ellis Burton maybe plays defense.
Ellis Burton does not play defense. No.
Nicholson might be okay. Isn't Nicholson Babbitt or am I?
No, he's I. Oh no, he's Babbitt. Oh yeah, we're definitely taking Nicholson then.
Oh, he made even platoon with Crawford.
There you go. Got one. And
Take your pick of the rest. I don't think it makes any difference.
I don't think it does. We'll take an extra catcher. All right, here we go. We did it.
Well, we have 26 cards.
We successfully got to 26 cards. We are definitely running our 3-man rotation.
So I assume our rotation is
something like this, I guess.
Cortez, Anderson, and Yingling.
I was thinking Yingling, Anderson, but it's definitely those three. I actually kind of like that we managed to run the 3 lefties.
Yeah.
Bybee is a stopper, and everyone else is never getting in a game.
Sure.
This looks wrong. Okay, I think Heavy's our catcher.
Yes.
Dyson in center, Gentry in right, I suppose.
Right. Yep. And Grabarkowicz should be.
Grabarkowicz should be maybe at second over Bichette.
Probably. Well, I guess actually maybe Grabarkowicz is just a DH.
What?
Maybe Grabarkowicz is just a DH because our DH right now is JP Crawford, and I assume Bichette is better than JP Crawford as a hitter, and we get a little defense for it.
Bichette's better at left, but Bichette's only got that 78 range. Yeah, all right.
Well, but it's more than Grabarkowicz.
All right, that sounds reasonable. And if there's any platoon at all, it's going to be Crawford.
Yeah. Well, Carl Crawford, to be clear.
Yes. Yeah, why is JP backing up everything?
Because AI good and smart. Also, I like that Gentry is Dyson's backup and Dyson is Gentry's backup. That will really work.
What is this? Yeah, all right. Let's fix a couple of these things. Who plays first? Kind of everybody plays first, right?
Everyone, because lives, yeah.
What?
We have a lot of lives, so probably everyone, basically. Even Bybee probably plays first.
Yeah. Maybe Doomit plays. All right, something like this. And then I'm thinking we'll start with this, except maybe Crawford just becomes Nicholson.
Probably, yeah. I guess maybe not. The defense is so much better, but the bat is a lot worse. Can we get a
I don't think the bat's that much worse in this era, actually.
So you want to put Crawford then?
I think Nicholson starts here. I think it's fine, yeah.
Can we is there any way to get No. Okay. This is fine then.
I think we did okay.
Yeah, it's decent. I mean, we've had worse drafts for sure.
Wait, why do we have Jared Dyson leading off versus lefties?
Because AI good.
Well, no, but what possible algorithm could convince you that Jared Dyson is our leadoff hitter versus lefties?
He's a lot of stealing. What are you talking about? That's everyone knows that's what you need for a leadoff hitter.
He's never gonna get on base.
But it doesn't matter. He'll steal bases. Like sometimes the number 9 hitter will get on. He'll ground out and get on first, and then he'll steal second. You didn't think about that clearly. I don't know what you're doing.
All right. I think I'm going to move him down a little bit, maybe.
Yeah. Seems like an okay thing to do to me.
I mean, normally I just don't even care at that level, but that one just looked so egregious.
Sometimes it's really bad, and you have to do something about it. I agree.
Yeah, I think that one maybe falls in that category. All right, what do we got? We got, once I figure out how to sign up for this. It says I didn't sign up, but the rosters is whatever. It'll fire in a moment. We got 3 more perfects, at least one of which is going to need a little bit of discussion.
Well, yeah, I think they're all interesting for different reasons, I guess.
Yeah. All right. Should we start with I'll join a new gold, and then we'll
I guess Brockton's the least interesting.
Billy Williams, who also I think has the record for games played in a season, doesn't he?
Um, I thought it was it? I think it was Wills, right? With this, when the 165, because
I thought
the
Billy
three
Williams
game.
hit that as well.
Oh, I don't know.
All right, let me
Maybe.
check now. No, he only hit 164, but he also hit 163 two other times.
Yeah, what a bum. Only playing in two more games than possible.
Lazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely lazy.
Yeah. Who would? Yeah, it's just ridiculous, really.
All right. Billy Williams. I'm actually kind of have him vaguely playable VR, but only vaguely in like behind Evan Carter.
I mean, I have him better than that. I still don't think I actually want to put him in because Beltron is just sort of better.
Definitely Beltran's better, yeah.
Um, and yeah, I think that's more or less
So Demphier, as for Ty Cobb, the bat's really good, and I like big bats.
bat
I can't
good,
lie.
bat good, hit ball good.
Um, don't love the glove, but the bat's really good. So even if you DH him, just a really big bat, and the bat's probably good enough that you can stick him in center.
Yeah, well, for now at least. I mean, he won't last as long as center fielder as a DH, almost certainly.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
But
I would not try to stick him in center in league,
no,
but in tournaments, I think I could stick him in center.
yeah,
Um, yeah, so I don't think I ever quite end up wanting to play Billy Williams, just because I've got him behind Carter, and maybe one or two other options.
yeah. I don't think so. I mean, it doesn't seem like an awful card. It's kind of like you know, non PTCS version of Daryl Strawberry, but a little bit worse.
Here, Denver, I can show you the Cobb. This isn't quite the Cobb you'd expect. I think this is a really late career Cobb.
Yeah, the colors also are a bit misleading here because 140 is a much bigger number than 110, but they get the same color.
That's true. Yes.
So yeah, be aware of that
So
certainly.
I think Billy Williams I have an F just because they're cheaper options that are better and kind of do everything he does. But
I
I
mean,
don't think it's a disaster. It's just I think the price he's going to be, there are cheaper options that just beat him.
I have him better than Carter in league, but like not by a huge amount. I guess there are parks where, like, if you're playing like the Polo Grounds or something, where you're definitely going to prefer Williams, I guess.
See, somewhere like
Um,
that, I might prefer Jackson Holiday too, or even Shindings, who we're
well,
about to get
I'm
to.
just, yeah, Shane Dean's is an interesting one because I'm assuming he's playing in the infield someplace, but it's also unclear exactly where. So that's
It's
the
unclear, and he would be a better left field option, I think.
yes, I agree with that. Um, you're only ever playing in one way. Left-handed starting pitchers kind of don't exist in league at the moment, or at least at the perfect league level. Right? There's the Grove or Groove, whatever. I keep saying the name wrong. Um, there's I think there was like I can look, but there was like one Nip Winters that was getting starts, like one Fried and one Valdez. That's like it. Uh,
So overall, then I still think I end up with an F, but sounds like you want something a bit higher.
I think I'd give maybe like I'm somewhere between a C and a D. I think.
Okay, so maybe average him and get about a D.
Yeah, it seems reasonable. Like I can sort of think of scenarios where I want this card, but I don't think there are a lot of them.
All right, Shane Dienst. This to me is the most playable of the hitters for League. Um, as for whether he displaces Utley, I've got the two really close,
I do as well.
but Utley only plays second, and I'm very happy to play this card at some other positions. At the moment, you know, I think I would even just play this at short over Jackie. I didn't think Jackie was that good to begin with, but I'm
I
also
would.
okay playing him in third or left, at least
So
VR.
I it's weird. So okay. So first off, I think the first thing I want to say is, to me, this card was a really really good way of dealing with the issue that Utley created, because what it's doing is there were sort of two bad options. Utley, either you could just leave Utley for 3 months and then sort of just accept that it was. I mean, it was obviously not the intent of Utley. It was to be this strong. You could just sort of say, okay, well, it's happened. Now we're just going to leave it for 3 months, and then we'll power creep when it's appropriate. Or you could just say, we're gonna, we don't want this to happen. We're gonna power creep Utley. But then, of course, whatever card you print is the same problem that Utley had. But this one, I think, does a really good job of, like, at some point this will end up replacing Utley, because this card and Utley are about the same, but this card does more things. But it doesn't replace it in a way that Utley is just dead immediately.
Yeah,
So
I think that's reasonable.
I think this card was a really good way of dealing with that problem. That said, I don't know what to do with it exactly. The problem is that I think at shortstop I still want Tinker. Um,
Well, the thing is, if you're playing both Utley and Tinker, you've got two one-position players, and so this becomes critical in the same way that like Joe Sewell lasted a lot longer for many teams than he really should have on the merits last
yeah,
cycle.
it's a bit awkward though, because it's like, okay, I still want Jackson Holiday in. Um, I
So,
think
I
I
mean,
still
for
want
me, the
Kelly.
other roster building card is Yank Robinson, who does enough of the infield things that I don't feel the need to kind of spend $500,000 and upgrade to red.
Yeah, but it's sort of actually, this is a bit of a weird thing, but I'm thinking, I almost want to play Shandy at third and play Holiday at first. But then the problem is you have to train Holiday at first, which is annoying and not really doable at, like, if you're in Perfect League.
I think you can play Shane Deanston left as the other option
You
and just
could play
let him
Shandy.
back up second and short.
Yeah, it feels a bit awkward because it's by far his worst position of the four.
Yeah, but it sort of fits into the meta.
Yeah, it does. So I think it's a card you definitely want. Like, I think every team would be improved by putting this card in their roster.
Yeah.
But it's not clear to me where exactly the best card you can put it, the best place to put him is.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably only about a B then, but it's.
I might give it an A, just because it is playable at so many different positions, and so it's the kind of thing where, like, as you said, like, running Tinker and Utley can be challenging because they both only single positions. Like, this Holiday also plays them both. The Holiday is not really a
Yeah, I mean,
shortstop.
thinking about it, like if for the level we're talking about, if I had the choice between this card or Eddie Youst, I definitely think Youst is more valuable for his level.
Yes, I agree with that. Okay, I mean, this is, by the way, assuming that anyone who's thinking about Shane Deans has Tinker and Holiday, which I think is going to be the case. Because if you don't have
But I
Tinker or
think
Holiday,
given that you were able to get Tinker for like 120, which is way too low in my opinion,
yeah,
but
I agree.
it is what it is. But given that, you know,
No,
now
I
there
mean,
is actually sorry, there is one thing to consider. If you can find a combinator version of this card, it cloppers, Utley and
spectacular
Tinker.
card. Yeah.
Now that's something that there will be, probably 2 to 3 pulled all cycle, right?
And very impossible by the time we no longer
And
plays.
often, yeah, late in the cycle. But if you do happen to find one, then it clobbers those cards.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the pricing this year has been really strange to me, because, like,
All right, Chiefy's saying
Beltron,
it's 150K plus for Tinker now.
still too low, but yeah.
I mean,
Like
Tinker feels to
Beltron,
me in context like he should be 3 to 500.
I agree.
Um,
Um,
Speaking of which,
like
again,
Beltron,
if anyone wants Lefty, very happy to sell him.
like I think Beltron is a substantially better card than Shane Dienst is.
I agree, and
Like
cheaper right now.
I do not understand why that Beltron card is selling for so little. Like I really just don't
No, if I were at all looking for League, that would be my first purchase. Well,
um,
second, Granky would be my first purchase, then Beltron,
yeah, it's
but
I
maybe it
mean,
should be the
yeah,
other order.
the pricing this year to me has been really peculiar. Like
Yep.
I don't know. I don't understand a lot of it.
Anyway,
In the
yeah.
past years,
So
the markets have been pretty efficient, and this year it seems to me like it has gone way downhill in terms of market efficiency of like which cards are
it's
getting picked.
almost like some of the astute people in the market have given up. Can't imagine.
Something like that.
Um,
But like, I mean, for example, like I think Beltron is at a similar strength to Bieber in terms of like the additional value they give to your team.
I think probably higher in terms of like how
Maybe,
much you
and
add. Just because
he
in
costs like
in
a
the
third.
end, on some level, you just sort of end up feeling that like all righty starters are fungible.
Yeah, I mean Bieber's really good. Like
Bieber's
it's
good, but like even forgetting scarcity, if you could only ever own one of Bieber or Lefty, I think you'd pick Lefty
yes, even
because
though I
he's a
think he's
lefty.
slightly yeah yeah I agree.
And then when you add in scarcity, even more so. But even apart from that, just the fact that you always run out of lefties in the meta. Um,
Yeah, no,
I
I don't think the spotlights did really anything which did anything to the market because they were so they're not weren't worth purchasing, which I think was good. But no, I don't think they made any substantial impact on the market. The spotlights really. I mean, maybe they lowered the prices of some cards slightly, but I don't think it was
they,
a.
lower, they,
It was
they lowered the prices of a few, but not.
yeah, it was nothing like 24s where. Um,
All right.
yeah,
So what do you want to give him? I
I'm
think I'm closer to a
almost,
B than an A, just compared with where it's got. But I do think it's a
yeah.
card that you can build rosters with.
I think I was more an A than a B, but I agree it's somewhere in between there.
B plus, A minus.
Yeah, something like that. I guess
What do you prefer?
probably. I think in probably A minus. I feel like we've often
Okay.
tended to sort of underestimate the lasting power of these second base shortstop cards.
Okay. Let's give him an A minus then.
But yeah,
And finally, Broxton. I mean, this is more straightforward in that, at least in league, I think the control just is going to kill him. In tournaments, I have him about as good as Hendricks, but Hendricks is a 94 and playing up, and this card probably is the back end of an open bullpen. I don't know.
I mean, I think this one's decent. I would play it in league if I owned one. Paying 500K for it is insane. Uh, I don't know. I think
If
it's
I could
playable
have
in
one
league. I
of
think it's
this in
playable in open.
Beltron, if I could have one of this or Beltron, I'd buy about 3 Beltrons.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's a playable card. You know, is it a necessary card? No. Is it a card that will not play in some builds? Yeah. It's fine.
C, D,
But yeah,
maybe
probably like a yeah, something in there. I don't know. Maybe
maybe D given the price
D
then.
plus. Yeah, maybe D given the price. Sure.
All right.
I really don't understand why this one costs so much. I don't get it.
Just if you have a choice between this and Hendricks, buy Hendricks.
Hendricks costs
Less than
30
500K.
30K. Yeah.
30K. Yeah, just buy Hendricks for 30K. Someone do it right now. We're done. All right. Hey, we did it.
Hooray.
Any other stuff we should do on stream? Let me think. Oh, well, I know we do way too many drafts on this. We do have a TWIP draft we forgot that we should do, and then we'll call it. Is that good?
We could do that. Yeah.
Always good to do a TWIP draft.
Yeah. Was there any other like big news for the
Yeah.
weekend?
Anything else people wanted us to take a look at? I mean, again, I think the big thing is just going to be sort of where we're going as far as tournaments not filling, and you know, this has been happening very quickly. I think people now, after the PTCS, understand what they're up against and are responding, and I really hope that you know the people running the game adjust to that.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's
All right, here's what we're gonna do a TWIP draft, but we'll take one last shot. Wrong one. We'll take one last shot at the prediction game.
oh sure.
That works pretty
Yeah.
well. What do you want? Should we do 2 or 4? What do we think was best?
Oh, we can do 3. We did. No,
Try 3. All right, we'll try 3.
we did 3.
All right.
right.
Am I setting it up, or are you setting it up?
I can do it.
All right.
All right. 5 minutes
Good, because
again.
I can barely click the draft. All right, that sounds good.
All right,
Here we go.
there
5 minutes. Whoa, actually,
Are we-
well, all right. You started it.
Do we both make one?
Can you cancel it?
I can.
If you can cancel it, I've got a better idea for the game.
Okay, I have done so.
All right. I think this will be more fun. Put up 3, but the winner is the one in the middle of the 3.
Okay. Oops, that was not what I meant to do. Okay.
Because that way there's a little bit more incentive, for the one that's trailing to add points.
Okay, it's middle now.
The middle of the 3. So as long as it says that very clearly in the prediction.
Yes. It says middle. Middle points bet. Okay. Good
Middle
enough.
points bet win. There we go.
All right, and we'll do a TWIP draft, and then.
All right,
yeah.
Sounds good. Here we go. We're Comerica. So I'll put it up again. Right-handed favored, modern era. We get offered Andrew Miller every single draft, don't we?
Okay, so
It's probably still
Valdez,
Framber, right?
It's Valdez Stargell unless we want Yates.
I think it's just Valdez Stargell. I do like Yates. I feel like it's only Yates if we think we're making a really deep run, right?
Yeah, I think it's just Valdez Stargell.
All right. We never make a deep run. Wow.
Well, we didn't make a deep run.
Well, Ryu is
Bad, but it's
a
the best
pitcher.
of bad.
Yeah, well, it's Marte, I guess.
I guess so.
Wow.
All right,
Well, can I have last year's Purdy Ship?
Okay,
Last
Kjerstad
year, this was a good card.
Kjerstad is.
Okay, Carl
decent.
Taylor's fine. Kjerstad is
Yeah,
got power.
Taylor.
Nothing like getting some lefty power in a righty power park.
Yep.
3 minutes on the prediction, by the way. We'll see how that one goes.
So
Wizenhunt Hop, I guess. Do you like?
Yeah,
unless you like Cummins here.
I think I like Wizenhunt better than Cummings. But I think it's always Hop.
Yeah. All right. Wrong red.
Jack Powell is
Larry
really good.
French is probably fine here.
No, Jack Powell is actually like a playable card, sort of.
All right. We have to have the Ranger Suarez discussion.
We got to take Ranger Suarez. We got to take him.
We have
It's
to take.
not-
Yeah, you have to take the goat.
We got to take him.
All right. We're taking the goat. We're taking the goat. 2.5 minutes on the points game. We'll see how that goes. So Easter's first and right. Hop is technically all the outfield positions. So we currently have no room for Easter, but we could take him anyway.
So okay, well, probably Boyer. I guess is pretty good. He fits the park well.
Yeah, it's got to be Boyer. I think it might be still Easter.
Actually, the Wade Miley is not that bad of a live starter, actually. But we do have 5 starters already.
I think we don't need Wade Miley unless we're gonna. I mean, the problem is we literally have no player we can start because the positions we've got. I mean,
We
Vina, I
could take
guess.
Bregman. We could take Bregman and play him at second.
I think we're. Let's just take the big bat in Easter, maybe. Even if we can't
Okay,
quite
I guess
figure out where.
top we probably need to platoon anyway, so that kind of works out.
All
Easter at
right,
least is very splitty.
let's get some infielders somewhere.
Well, Bobby Crosby's a lot of defense.
Next round, let's get some infielders somewhere. I mean, maybe Crosby's our backup, whatever.
Yeah, it looks okay. We can platoon him maybe.
Joey J is a little scary in that park, but maybe he's okay.
Almost want Dylan Cease.
It's a little scary too.
Yeah, it is.
I can try it. Why not? What's the worst that could happen, right?
He gives up a lot of home runs and walks people. But besides that,
You shouldn't have answered that.
oh, Banks is really good.
I guess
Fits
he
the
fits
park
the
nicely.
park, yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
it's like a solid card.
Will Vest is sort of,
I think actually
and
Martin
Martin Perez is
is
also okay, right?
yeah, yeah, Martin Perez is decent.
Who do we like better? Oh, but yeah, in this park is Perez.
Yeah, definitely Perez.
How are we doing on the prediction thing?
Oh, it's just about done.
Just about to close.
Okay,
I should have paid more attention to the countdown on that.
we should have paid more attention.
All right, we'll try this again with more people next. I think the middle might be the most fun, actually.
Okay, well, looks like we had choice 3 at 395 points, choice 1 at 600 points, and choice 2 at 1,000. So it looks like choice 1 was the winner. Congratulations to all the choice 1 people, I guess. Choice 1. Yes. There we are.
All right. I guess just Posada. And is it Wandy?
Maybe Nelson Cruz.
And Wandy's just dead flat. Problem with Cruz is we're sort of filled up with like first baseman and outfielders, aren't we?
Yeah, probably. Actually, Fred Green is not so bad.
Yeah, all right, fine. Okay, Blauser's clear.
That was great.
Well, we were just talking about Milt May
We
and
do
whether
need
he's even remotely playable. Let's check our F.
Yeah. Still at. We could. I mean, Dwayne Josephson. I don't know what that card looks like. Maybe it's better.
Well,
Or
given that
Renee
we have 4 catchers here, we probably want one of them.
Yes, I would
Maybe
think
it is
so.
Josephson. 58 framing is not great, but is at least
Not great.
something.
Better than May.
Um, I
Maybe Renee
mean,
Pinto. What about Renee Pinto? That had power.
a little bit. I think it's Josephson then. Or
Hey,
waiting for
really?
one more
Doesn't look
catcher.
so bad. He's more
What?
framing. And Renee Pinto really doesn't look so
All
terrible.
right, all right. We'll try it. We'll try it. Why not? Mr.
I mean,
Wrestling,
it's
he
not a
clicked
good
out
card.
and couldn't get the poll back up.
No, I don't know how you get that.
We're still learning how this works.
You're not knowledgeable in Twitch's various functions.
I guess we just throw another arm on the pile here. Which one?
Yeah, we have
They're all
Blauser.
bad.
We
We have Blauser. Sorry, we have Blauser.
have Blauser.
Sorry, we have Blauser. Never mind.
Definitely
It's
take.
late here. All right. Well, I really want Choi, even if I have no idea what to do with him.
Yeah, it's definitely the best card we're offered. Bill Barrett
Um,
has a lot of BABIP and really nothing else.
it is a lot of Babbitt. It is nothing else.
Maybe it's so good. But do we need the catcher? I guess not really.
I think we're
We're probably fine.
good is a
Wandy
little strong on
Peralta,
catchers, but we have
Wandy Peralta is
catchers.
usually decent. No, he's not this time around.
Peralta's, I mean, Grisham's.
It's all bad after Troy.
Maybe Peralta's the least bad, so do it this way. I don't even
Okay.
know what we're doing with Choi though. Like, do we
Hey
even
there.
want Choi? I think we maybe just take 2 arms.
Okay.
Like, okay, is there
Yeah, I
ever anywhere
don't.
to use Choi?
Not really.
We're just completely
Yes.
locked in, right?
Yeah. We have like 7 outfielders and 3 first basemen.
Let's just go pitcher pitcher.
Sure. I guess call
Eli
it.
Morgan looks like the
It's awful.
second worst. Yeah,
Okay. Sure. That works.
doesn't really work, but that's what we got.
We got to take something.
Okay, Hanson's is good, and I think we desperately need someone who can play middle infield. So
Little.
if we're desperate, and we
We're pretty
are,
desperate. Yeah.
we are a little desperate.
Yep.
Um,
We got
okay,
only two of
well,
these, right?
Janvrin at least plays everything.
Clyde Barfoot is a pretty good reliever.
Yeah, I think Barfoot's the reliever. Um, is it Janvrin or because right now we sort of have, all of our first basemen also play outfield,
Feel like we need infielders still pretty badly.
so probably Janvrin.
Yeah.
All right, we did it. This team is not going deep.
No. But we have Ranger Suarez, so it'll be okay. Everything will be okay.
Well, just for that, should I just start Ranger Suarez game one?
Seems like not a great choice over a perfect, but yeah, you know what? We believe in Ranger Suarez.
He is the goat.
He's probably the 5th best starter in our rotation. But, what are you going to do?
I've heard he's the goat. I think we go goat. As for the rest of this, how are we doing it? Okay, definitely want Hop in the lineup somewhere VR.
Yes. Probably in the outfield, because he's actually a decent outfielder, and other guys are very much stretched in the outfield.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about who. Marte's the least valuable here. 64 range and center's fine, right?
Yeah, what could go wrong? A lot of things.
I mean, Hop has 78 range.
Yeah, excellent.
So I think Hop is gonna play center here.
Suarez will be perfect. That's aggressive. I mean, the most anyone went up in the first update was 8 points, and he's only 87. So
Yeah, but he's the
I don't
goat, you
know.
see.
He is the GOAT. Yeah.
And then the other way. Oh, apparently that was the other way.
Yeah, I just copy it.
I mixed up my left and my right.
Well, it's very confusing. Which one's which? It's tough.
I know, especially like with shoes,
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta Actually, I did have someone I knew who wore 2 left shoes without realizing it to something, which is really funny.
But
I don't know how he didn't realize.
do you want Crosby both way? I think we want to just try Blauser VL or no Bank. Hold on, wait a sec. Let's run
Banks
Banks
definitely should be playing.
VL.
Banks should be playing both ways, I
Maybe
think.
just both ways, yeah.
We can put Crosby at second, right? We should
And
do that.
then
Yeah,
Blauser. No, Blauser will play at second.
I
VL.
guess the platoon is kind of awkward because really we'd like to have them both play, but probably we still just play Crosby
Plowser,
instead.
VL, and then Little is just awful. How about just
Oh, we see,
so?
can we just like get you know get rid of Little?
All right, we're starting Plowser. We're gonna start Plowser.
Have you seen Luke Easter's pitching, by the way? It's a fun one. I don't know how that happened.
Oh, Luke Easter. I thought wasn't he ineligible though?
He is. He
Because
also
he only has
never
the one pitch, right?
he never pitched his professional career, so how he got those ratings is a mystery.
Oh, he has no pitches.
Yeah, he's no pitches. He never pitched his major league career at any point in the Negro leagues, in the American League. None of it. I would actually play him at pitcher though in some formats if I could.
Yeah, like with the Davy Force.
Yeah.
All right. I think we've done this one all right. All right. Anything else before we wrap up?
I think so, really. I mean, there wasn't any like big news this week, right? It was the just pretty normal stuff, I guess.
No, I mean just the extra tournaments at a time when things can't fill.
Yeah, I mean, I wish we had gotten a real update instead of this kind of just because at least to me, I feel like the formats have started to get pretty stale. So it would have been nice to actually
I
get a real
don't. I
update.
don't think. I mean, do the formats really matter when you're just loading the combinators in, though?
Well, it makes it a little more interesting. I mean, I don't know. I've started to get a bit bored by the tournaments because I have the roster built for everything already, and it's something to do really. So I wish there were some more, but there's some new ones. But what are you gonna do?
Yeah. Fair enough. All right. Who should we rate into? Is there anyone?
I think Tetsuiji is
Is he up? I didn't. I don't see
top,
him.
unless I'm mistaken.
I don't see him. Maybe I'm. Let me reload.
Oh yeah, there. Yes, he should be there.
Where is he? Hold on. Why am I not seeing him?
I don't know. I see him. Does anyone else see him? Am I the
No,
only
now
one?
I see him. Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. Let's raid Tetsuiji then. Everyone say hi to him for us, especially in your best Japanese.
Yeah. Which we sold the Tinkers.
We sold the Tinkers. Oh, you know what? If anyone wants my Lefty Grove, let me know.
You
Happy
could have
to.
bought them, Cheeky. They were up there for
I mean,
days, you
they're
said.
not my Tinker, but there is my Lefty Grove, and if you want the Lefty Grove, very very happy to do that.
You should have bought it.
Yeah, I think totally should have bought it and spec'd on it. There you go. Anyway, everyone say hi to Tetsuiji. Nihongo de mo hanashite masu and all that. All right. Raiden and Tetsuiji. Sounds good. Catch y'all, probably next week.
Yeah.
See you later.